Sacrificio, a novel by Martin Hash. Dedicated to my father, Dale, who was always the first to buy my books because he likes them historically accurate. Chapter 1. Pop. It is not good to point at a rainbow or your finger will rot. Maya proverb. Maya creation myth. In the beginning, all was silence and stillness, and there was no light, no land, no plants, no people, and no animals. There were only the gods lying in the primordial waters, all covered in green and blue feathers. Hurricane, heart of heaven, created the world with his miraculous power, but the sky and earth were connected, which left no space for any beings or vegetation to grow. In order to make space, the gods planted a tall ceiba tree, whose roots penetrated deep into the 9 levels of the underworld. Its trunk was on the surface of the land, and its branches created the 13 levels of the upper world. Next, the gods created plants, then the animals. But the animals didn't speak, so couldn't worship as the deities wanted, so they decided to create beings from mud. The mud people could not move and were immortal, so had no souls. They could speak but had no mind, and they were unproductive, making them poor keepers of the days. The gods were not happy with their first creation, so they dissolved the mud people in a great flood. For the second generation, the gods made men from wood and women from reeds. These people could move, but they too were immortal. When they died, they only remained gone for 3 days before rising again. Since the wooden people had no souls, they did not honor the gods and did not worship them. This was a crucial consideration for the gods because they could not afford to have their creations, which were unworthy and incapable of providing sustenance in the form of blood. So the wood people, they were destroyed by a great conflagration of fire from the sky that inundated them in boiling water. The gods became despondent, thinking that proper beings could not be created, so they considered the matter very deliberately until coming up with a plan. The god Hun-Honopu was lured to Xibalba, the underworld, and sacrificed by decapitation. His head was hung in a calabash tree, whose fruit took on the size and appearance of a human skull. Being immortal, Hun-Honopu's head convinced a young goddess, Exik, Blood Moon, daughter of Blood Gatherer, to approach, which she reluctantly did. "Put your hand out, girl," the head commanded her. When Exik hesitantly raised her hand, the head spit in her palm, and in time she found she had quickened with twins. Exik's father asked who had lain with her, and she answered truthfully that she had no partner, but she was visibly pregnant, and her father took that to be a lie, so he ordered the owl messengers to kill her and bring back her heart as proof. But when the owls found Exik and saw how beautiful she was, they asked themselves, and believed her. So they fashioned a faux heart out of red tree sap and brought it back to fool Exik's father. Then the owls showed her the way to the world above. Once free, Exik goes to the house of Xibalba, the mother of Hun-Honopu, and tells her she is pregnant with grandchildren. Xibalba at first does not believe the girl, and as a trial orders her to pick a net full of corn ears from the garden. But when Exik arrives, there is only one maize plant, so Exik calls upon the guardians of food, and the single plant magically produced enough ears to fill the net. Xibalba recognized that Exik is telling the truth and begrudgingly took her as a ward. Exik ultimately gave birth to the hero twins, Xibalba and Honopu. Immediately after their births, their grandmother demanded they be removed from the house for crying, and their elder brothers obliged by placing them on an anthill and among the brambles, intent on killing their new half-brothers out of jealousy, for the older pair feared the newcomers would steal from the attention they received. But the assassination attempt was a failure, and the twins grew up without any ill will towards their older siblings. The twins were made to labor in the fields and hunt birds for meals, yet the elder brothers were allowed to feast first, in spite of the fact they spent the day singing and playing while the younger pair were working. One day the twins returned from the field without any birds to eat, claiming that they had shot several, but the carcasses had gotten caught high in a tree. The older brothers, proud of their superior ability, climbed up the tree to get the birds, but the tree suddenly began to grow so that they could not come down. The twins instructed their brethren to remove their loincloths and tie them about their waists, which immediately became tails as the older brothers were transformed into monkeys. When their grandmother was told what happened, she demanded the monkeys be allowed to return, but upon seeing them, she was unable to contain her laughter at their appearance, and they ran away in shame into the jungle. Even with the expulsion of their older siblings, the twins were expected to continue doing the chores, but instead the pair covered themselves in dust and wood chippings to make it seem they had been hard at work, though really they had spent the whole day relaxing. Eventually they did work, but the animals of the jungle would undo it all in the night, so the twins lay in wait, attempting to capture them, and were able to grab the rabbit and the deer by their tails, but the tails broke off and the animals got away, thus giving all future generations of rabbits and deer short tails. The rat, however, they did capture. The twins began singeing the rat's tail over a fire to find out where the gaming equipment of their father was hidden by their grandmother in her grief of losing him to the Death Lords. The twins snuck the rat into their home during dinner and had their grandmother cook a meal of hot chili sauce. After eating, they all needed cold water to drink, but when their grandmother went to retrieve the jar, the twins had sabotaged it with a hole and it was empty. When their grandmother left the house to get more water, the twins sent the rat up into the roof to gnaw apart the ropes that held the equipment hidden and were able to retrieve it. Now with the equipment, the hero twins made a plan to bring their father back to life. They became great ball players and one day began raucously playing the ball game on the roof of Xibalba, the underworld, irritating the netherworld gods who demanded the twins come to the underworld and play against them. Hearing news of this, their grandmother relayed a message of warning to not go by telling a louse which was hidden in a toad's mouth, which was hidden in the belly of a snake, in the belly of a falcon. The twins received the message, but much to their grandmother's dismay, entered Xibalba. The twins were permitted to play the ball game only after they had survived dangerous trials the Lord set for them. In the first ordeal, the twins had to spend all night in a cave while smoking a single cigarette, a small cigar painted white with lime, without it going out. To trick the lords, the twins put fireflies on the tips of the cigarettes to appear as if they were lit, and the next morning emerged victorious. They also turned down the lord's invitation to sit on a bench, knowing it was really a heated cooking stone, frustrating the Xibalbans again. To avoid more tricks, the twins sent a mosquito ahead of them to bite the Death Lords and uncover which were real and which were simply mannequins, and to uncover their identities so as to be able to address them by name. In the first game, the twins found that the Xibalbans used a ball covered in blades. Complaining that they had been summoned only to be killed, Hunahpu and Xbalanque threatened to leave the game. As a compromise, the Death Lords allowed the boys to use their own rubber ball, and a long proper game ensued. But in the end, the twins allowed the Xibalbans to win to avoid traps that had been set on the court to ensnare them. The Death Lords chose a reward they thought impossible to obtain: well-guarded flower petals from the gardens of Xibalba. Cleverly, the hero twins sent leaf-cutting ants to retrieve the petals without discovery, surprising the lords again. Hunahpu and Xbalanque deliberately continued to lose their ball games so that they might be sent to Cold House, Jaguar House, and Fire House to learn their secrets. The twins continued successfully until they were in Bat House. Hunahpu peeked out to see if daylight had come and was decapitated by the bat god Camazotz to use as a ball for the next day's ball game. The twins were able to surreptitiously substitute a squash for the ball, retrieving Hunahpu's real head and win, embarrassing the Xibalbans. Angered, the Xibalbans sought to destroy the twins. They had a great oven constructed and once again summoned the boys, intending to trick them into the oven, and the twins allowed themselves to be burned to ashes and cast into a river. However, this was the twins' plan, for once in the river, the ashes regenerated into bodies of a pair of catfish, which climbed onto land and transformed back into the boys. Xbalanque and Anupu grew tired of the endless games, knowing that they would eventually be sacrificed, so devised a way to escape. They disguised themselves as orphans and vagabonds and entertained the underworld gods with tricks and games at no cost. They caused a lord's house to burn, while the inhabitants were unharmed, and then brought the house back from the ashes. They slayed a dog and brought it back from the dead, and in a climactic performance, Xbalanque cut Hunahpu apart and offered him as a sacrifice, only to have the older brother rise once again. Enthralled by the performance, One Death and Seven Death, the highest lords of Xibalba, demanded that the miracle be performed upon them. The twins obliged by killing them, but did not resurrect them. Then they shocked the Xibalbans by revealing their identities as Hunahpu and Xbalanque, sons of Hunahpu. The Xibalbans despaired, confessed to the killing of their father, and begged for mercy. All of Xibalba had been defeated. The twins returned to the ball court and retrieved the buried remains of their father, who was brought back to life as the maize god. The hero twins left Xibalba and climbed back up to the surface. The sky and the earth now existed, but there was no sun nor moon. An arrogant bird god, Thakub-Kaki's seven macaw, claimed to be the sun and the moon, but this was not true. He was also extremely vain, adorning himself with metal ornaments in his wings and a set of false teeth made of gemstones. In a first attempt to dispatch the vain god, the twins attempted to sneak up on him as he was eating his meal in a tree, and shot at his jaw with a blowgun. Thakub-Kaki's was knocked from the tree, but only wounded, and grabbed Hunahpu by the arm and tore it off. To get back on Apu's arm, the hero twins invoked a pair of gods that they disguised as grandparents, pretending they were a poor family making a living as doctors and dentists. Upon hearing this, Thakub-Kaki's requested that his teeth be fixed, since they had been knocked loose by the blowgun, but the false grandparents replaced his jeweled teeth with white corn and plucked the ornaments from around his wings, leaving Thakub-Kaki's destitute of his former greatness, so that he died. The hero twins then took his place in the sky, them becoming the sun and the moon. The resulting light was the signal for the deities to try creating humanity again. In the third creation, the gods molded beings out of a mash of white and yellow maize dough combined with the blood of the gods. The first humans were 4 men and 4 women, but they were deemed too wise by the deities, a threat to their authority. The gods almost destroyed them, but after careful consideration, noting the difficulty of creation, the gods chose to instead cloud their minds and eyes so that they would be less wise. From these 2 pairs, all of humanity is descended, and slowly the children of the children of the children have regained their wisdom, so that the gods are again concerned. Chapter 2. Woe! It is not good that you wear a skirt if you are a male unless you want to menstruate. Maya proverb. Lakum Ha, now known as Palenque, 671 A.D. The jungle was lush and wet, hot in the summer and warm in the winter, though there's not much difference in humidity. The jungle has 4 layers. First, the behemoths that rise above it and are clearly visible to the sky gods. Next is the canopy, the branches of nearby trees that are interwoven with vines connecting everything into a single oneness that blocks the sun. Most of the inhabitants of the jungle live in the canopy. Then there are the small trees and plants that greedily fight each other to steal every precious ray of the sun that gets through the covering above. And finally there is the floor where few things grow because there isn't any light at all. The circle of life restarts when one of the old ancestor trees dies and falls through the canopy, creating a tunnel of light that inspires new growth and allows the smaller trees to reach through. There are many kinds of plants and animals whose home is the jungle: orchids and bamboo, bats, snakes, leopards, and peccary, the largest animal, prized for their meat. The whale, dream spirit, animates the animals and plants with life, but whale is unruly, uncontrollable, wild, and impulsive, keeping the animals from being domesticated. When the sun sets, the dream spirits attack one another, resulting in illness and death of anyone close by, making the jungle a dangerous place. To escape the danger, the city, Lac Emma, was constructed on a narrow limestone shelf several hundred meters above the plains of Tabasco along bank of the Achelam River. The escarpment provides an excellent defensive position, but most importantly, it's the fount of many natural springs. In fact, the city's name means the land where the waters flow out of the mountains. The springs never completely dry up even in times of severe drought. However, there's annual flooding. The city responded by constructing a unique water control system, channeling the water beneath the plazas through a series of elaborate subterranean aqueducts constructed from huge stone blocks precisely fit into walls twice as high as a man. There is always the sound of a roaring water flowing directly underfoot. The surrounding jungle is an abundant source of lumber from cedar, mahogany, and sapodilla trees for building. The people who live in Lac Emma are proud of their constructions. Everybody has a job and every job has prestige. Those who provide physical labor are as admired as those managing them. And the city's rulers show respect for even the most menial of tasks, often coming to building sites to congratulate the workers. This camaraderie underpins the success of the social order because no one considered anyone superfluous, and everyone who contributed to the success of society was recognized. Even the lowest born could establish themselves through their efforts, and as their contributions accumulated and were noted, they could advance through the hierarchy. This meritocracy meant that with hard work, success was within anyone's reach. In addition to working, every family had a terraced field that they intensively gardened. The individual plots were raised above the swampland and connected by canals constructed by past generations and maintained by their descendants in a communal fashion. Farmers grew maize, manioc, sunflower seeds, and cotton, which was then dried, dyed, and wove into cloth, much of it traded to surrounding cities. Also traded were chilies, tomatoes, and cotton seeds ground into cooking oil. The luckiest and most industrious of families grew the cacao and vanilla used in chocolate beverages mostly consumed by the elites. Dogs were used for hunting local game, Muscovy ducks and ocellated turkeys, unsuitable for domestication but captured wild and penned for fattening, as were deer. People gathered their harvest according to dictates of the calendar. A date when the sun passed directly overhead marked the start of the growing season. To get prepared, ceremonial sunrise sites were located at 40, 80, and 100 days preceding planting day, all prepared with chanting and blood sacrifice. The king himself had pierced the end of his penis so that blood fell upon the sacrosanct ground. Baskets of seed covered from the rain and sealed against insects and other pests waited in the fields for planting day. The rows had already been dug and the weeds cleared away. Some areas were left bare for crops planted later in the season. Workers were currently finishing up various tasks required for primary seeding in just a few days. The sky overhead was clear blue but for a few wispy white clouds. The sun was hot, boiling away the morning mist, so the air was humid, as always. It was perfect weather if one enjoyed short, heavy rains, followed by idyllic weather, then interrupted again by rain in a never-ending cycle. There was a perceptible rhythm during the downpours, followed by a musical cacophony of bird calls overlaid by a bass line of insects buzzing. Other strange noises would emanate from the surrounding jungle at regular intervals, as if the other animals wanted to be included in the symphony. The fields had recently been replenished with mud from the marshes, then had been covered with lime to reinvigorate the soil, which would increase the harvest while simultaneously impeding the multitude of ants that would inevitably infest the area, destroying the crops if left unconstrained. The combined smell, far from being fetid, was pleasant, even savory. The planting terraces were built in the swamps by dragging the mud up to create mounds which were allowed to dry, then more mud was applied until it was higher than the waterline during flood season, sometimes as high as 4 men. The pits left behind were turned into water-collecting pools, and these were lined with friezes of the gods of nourishment. This same technique was used to build causeways to the residential areas, and cities were linked by similar roads, some the width of 20 men, their surfaces covered in thick plaster for durability. Over one of the causeways, a young boy came running from the direction of the city. The boy was 10, almost ready to be inducted into manhood, but still had not achieved puberty nor gained his height that comes with adolescence. However, he was mature enough to travel the city by himself. There being no question about his safety, the inhabitants treated their youth as precious since so many did not survive into adulthood. The boy's eyes were brown and his mouth was small with full rich lips. His hair was black and straight, hanging in bangs around the top of this head and the sides around the ears and back shaved. He had animal bones through both of his earlobes and his chin, as was common among his people. He was most proud of the piercing in the bridge of his still child-sized nose, initially kept open from healing with a small dowel that would be increased in size as he grew, ultimately to be replaced by the bone of an enemy warrior he killed himself. Both of his shoulders had simple spot tattoos that would eventually spread to wrap around his arms. Similarly, there were 2 spot tattoos on each of his thighs. Yellow stripes on his cheeks identified his clan. Many of the men he ran by preparing the fields also had yellow stripes on their cheeks, but others had red, green, and yellow-green or yellow-red depending. The boy's hair was bouncing up and down with each pump of his small legs, his bare feet making soft slapping sounds on the pavement. He wasn't breathing hard despite his long run because his body accustomed to endurance. As the boy neared one of the plots of land, he began yelling, "Human, feather, feather." One of the men bending over his work in the field stood up. His face not only had stripes, but decorative scarring too, showing that he was a successful warrior. There was scarring on both his arms and legs, and the bones in his ears were the length of a hand and painted black. The boy's father, named Can, was as formidable looking as he actually was. "Fox," he said his son's name. "What?" he asked, somewhat annoyed. Bax explained in a breathless rush that father was required back at his mother's house. A man had several wives but knew to which one the boy referred. She was his favorite, and was gravid with child. He assumed that was what initiated this request for his presence. He hoped his wife was okay. She was young, and this was her first birth. The man put his tools on the ground and ran after his son back up the path, his sandaled feet hollow on the soft red clay, the sound of leaves on tree branches rustling against his body as he passed. Here and there were puddles of water from yesterday's rain. The boy ran around or through them, but the man easily jumped over. All of the people were thin and fit, accustomed to long work days and heavy physical labor. They passed a troop of men carrying a litter filled with trade goods, another group of substitute bearers marching behind because heavy obsidian, turquoise, and jade required more than one team. The boy and man ran around them. They passed through the nearest village, but their destination was the city, and it was some ways away, still easily within running distance. The man thought about the last time he had run like this. It was as a warrior in a battle to take slaves from across the plain. It was a successful raid with no casualties because no one expected them to run all the way there and back in a single day, forcing their captives to run with them. That was where the man had gotten the wife he was going to see, the one giving birth. He did not know how old she was, but old enough to bleed, hence old enough to breed. He had gotten to quite adore her and hoped she was well, so much so that he would trade his other 2 wives to the gods to ensure her safety. Eventually, they entered the outskirts of the city, but running was more difficult because the number of people increased until there were crowds towards the central core of ceremonial and administrative buildings. This part of the city was built on a large platform under which previous rulers were buried in a necropolis which grew outwards and upwards as new layers were stacked on top. The structures were arranged around a large courtyard, their facades facing inwards, with sculptures outside the entryways indicated their purpose, audiences, receptions, or rituals. The walls were painted many colors, some with murals, others adorned with stucco reliefs. A heavy decoration was possible due to the ease in which raw limestone can be cut and carved, eventually hardening due to exposure to the elements. After passing through, they entered the section of the city containing the many-roomed palaces of the elites. The large residence for one of these nobles required 100 men 100 days to construct. However, a single man could construct a more modest home in the same time period. The structures were made of stone blocks cut by a rope sawed across them using water as a lubricant, and obsidian axes were used to chop away any stray protrusions. Much of the labor was required to manufacture and apply the limestone-based plaster, which was left gleaming white to reflect the heat of the sun. First the lime was crushed into powder, burned at high temperature, then mixed with water to create the coating and also to cement the stonework in place. Father and son completely traversed this area and entered an irregular sprawl of family homes and commercial buildings. The neighborhoods were separated by stucco walls with sculptures indicated boundary corners. The construction was not as elaborate as the palaces of the elites, but they were significantly better than the huts of commoners, which were made from wooden poles and thatch covered in straw-strengthened mud. They turned left, then right, then left again, passing between 2 sculptures of the city's gods that indicated a more prestigious area. Finally arriving at the family house, a moderate home with wooden beams and lintels supporting stone masonry, plumbed to provide water for the kitchen and sweat bath. Its walls were painted a deep red on the sides facing away from the sun, but remained the bright white of the stucco facing the sun. It was also built on a small platform so that it sat over the remains of their ancestors. In the future, Can hoped he too would also lie there among the honored relatives. Can motioned for Box to remain outside, then ran up the steps to the entrance into his home. He opened the door made of thin branches and a frame of thick branches hinged on one side by leather straps, and went inside. Even though the window openings were opaque by curtains of woven grass, there was amply light bouncing off the bright white walls and creating muted shadows. The ceilings were painted with intricate patterns of waving lines and circles, the wind, the sun, and planets. There was a wooden table on which were carved bowls to eat from and clay bowls to hold the food. Around the table were simple flat chairs woven from thick bindles of bound grass. A mural of workers harvesting a field of maize was on the wall in front of the table. Can liked the painting by his abuelo, grandfather, who had kept the family knowledge and passed it down to Can, his chosen one. There were 3 other people inside the room, all standing. 2 were the man's other wives, and 1 was the Tzatzel, Ixchel, a midwife who assisted with the delivery of babies. Ixchel was dressed as a priestess, jade necklace, long earrings of obsidian, silver, and gold. Her face was densely tattooed with astrological signs all the way around her neck. Her hair was shaved, but a headdress of feather took its place. Her breasts were wrapped tightly against her chest, and she wore a skirt of the same cloth material loosely covering her loins. His wives were considerably younger and dressed to accent their fertility, faces only sparsely accented, nose bridges pierced with small jewels, breasts exposed and stretched from suckling children. They wore many strands of long necklaces strung with dried flowers and leaves, and similar chains hung from their waists. Can's wives smiled at him but did not approach. However, Ixchel came closer and motioned him to follow her to the doorway behind where the 3 women stood. She stopped in front of it. Your wife has delivered successfully. A newly created body awaits a spirit to enter. I must evict any other spirits that may have entered your body while you were in the field, she explained in a solemn voice. Ixchel flipped the top open of a pouch she had tied around her waist. Without looking, she picked out the dried bud of some herb Can did not recognize. She held it under Can's chin. Hold out your tongue, she ordered him. Can did as he was told, knowing what was to come and not flinching. Ixchel had a sharp needle attached to a thimble she had on her left index finger. She grabbed the tip of his tongue with her right hand and quickly pricked it, soaking the blood that immediately emerged into the bud. Then she let go of his tongue. Can pressed it against the roof of his mouth to stop the wound. Ixchel wiped the bud all around the opening in the room, then tossed it in ahead of them. Your abuelo's soul under floor of this house will be able to enter through the stone floor, but others will not be able to follow, Ixchel explained to Can. You may go in now. Can entered his familiar bedroom that he shared with his young wife, Expiac. The house had 2 other bedrooms for his other wives, and a communal room for the children of all. Like the other rooms, there was a stone bench used for sleeping on which Expiac was seated, her arms embracing a tiny newborn baby. 280 days before, Expiac had poured a mixture containing tobacco over herself to increase her arousal and fertility. Then she had recited, I am dipping, penetrating with the genitals of your mother and the genitals of your father. You are the desire of the children of the women, the desire of the children of the men, which the gods had accepted so that PN intercourse was allowed, the sticky union. Depicted in art as the 2 sexes facing each other, the woman without clothing but still wearing bracelets and earrings, tilted back with her knees slightly open, and a naked man touching her breast. The house had been ritually purified with sweeping and offerings of maize. After the successful birth, Ixchel bathed the newborn, doused it in incense, and put beeswax on the top of its head so that evil spirits would not approach. She then rubbed salt on the top of the baby's mouth, pushing up on the roof to fill any empty space in the skull that a spirit could hide in, followed by 3 red chilies for heat and to protect the newborn and her mother from sickness-bearing evil winds. If the child did sicken, its hair would be allowed to grow to avoid the tonallies, the soul's departure. Can, my love and lord, Expiac greeted her husband. We have a beautiful daughter, healthy and alert in all ways. The gods have blessed us. Can immediately moved to look down upon the child and his beautiful wife holding it. Her smile made him happy. Can I hold her? He asked. Of course, my lord, Expiac replied, standing to hand the baby over to Can. You have done this before, I'm sure. Of course, he answered, but none have been so beautiful. She is as lovely as her mother. Expiac blushed. It was at that moment, both looking down at the newborn infant in his arms mewling feebly, that Can saw a tonelli enter its body. The tiny one came immediately alert, staring into Can's eyes. They were not the eyes of the child, but were instead the large, deep, dark eyes of wisdom. Did you see? He asked Expiac excitedly. I did, my husband, she replied, in awe herself since this was her first child and the first time she'd seen the transfer in real life, though she'd often heard of it. Can looked from the baby to Expiac. What is she named? He asked before looking back fondly at the child. Eurytzi, Expiac replied. Ixchel told me to name her that. She said the baby had the lightning mark upon her arm, a sign that she's a human manifestation of Eurydice, the moon goddess. Expiac explained, pride in her voice. She said that we are extremely blessed to have conceived such a vessel, one that a god would inhabit for its time here in the realm of the living, and that she is part of the great plan. Cam was pleased indeed because he had aspirations to enter the ranks of the elites, which was rarely possible. Almost always, commoners begat commoners, artisans begat artisans, priests begat priests, and elites were the most protective of their exalted status. Kanzabulo was of the king's lineage, which imbued to Kan's father, who had captured a wife from a neighboring city who was also part of an aristocratic family, from whom Kan had descended. All of his other brothers and half-brothers had succumbed to the death gods, so that only he remained to occupy his family's lands and possessions, putting him on the cusp of raising his status through devotion to the gods, loyalty to the king, and now the divinity of his new daughter. "That is excellent to hear," he told his wife. "We should have her future foretold." Ixchel must have overheard them because she came into the room at exactly the right time to involve herself in the conversation. "The planets have predicted an important future for your daughter, Eurydice," she told them prophetically. "I do not often explain the workings of the cosmos unless I am teaching a new priestess, but the importance of this child's birth cannot be overlooked, so I will instruct you too. This day, the date of your daughter's birth, determines which direction, color, and gods she owes fealty to," the woman began. "There are 5 values of astrological significance: Tricina, day, galactic tone, lords of the night, and the planet Venus. All people born in this Tricina share characteristics and aspects with each other, and each day, of which there are 20, is associated with a specific sign. Today's sign indicates your daughter's life purpose and enlightens us not only of her talents and personality traits, but also her weaknesses. The 13 galactic tones indicate the life path she is destined to follow, each associated with the subconscious, like those that come from the lords of the night, fears, urges, and base desires. Also, there are 4 periods in the Venus cycle, of which this is the second, each carrying a social meaning like her role in the community, teacher, weaver, and in her case, leader." Ixchel's explanation were interrupted by a commotion in the main part of the house. Kan exited the room to investigate. He was pleased to see his neighbors and the wives of his neighbors in the common room talking to his own wives and congratulating them on the new member of their family. His friend, Biax, came up to talk to him. "Ken," he said, "the gods are pleased with you, so many children born and none have passed before receiving a soul." "Yes," Cam replied, "they are all blessings from the gods. I have been told you have a daughter and that she is special," Biax commented. "The baby bears the sign of the lightning bolt," Cam replied. Biax nodded his head enthusiastically, his sharpened teeth inlaid with green stones visible in a big smile. "That is very fortunate, indeed," he agreed. "The gods must have something very special planned for her." Ken nodded knowingly, not showing his unseemly optimism that he also thought that was the case and how it might benefit him and his whole family. The gods were inscrutable in their reasoning and took pleasure in spiteful actions. They might choose to act against him if he showed too much anticipation or ambition. For that reason, all fathers feigned disinterest in their newborns' futures, at least to the outside world, but he would certainly discuss Eurydice's future with Expiac in the conjugal bed where the gods allowed them privacy. Kan was brought out of his contemplation by the abrupt silence in the room. There were 3 priests, their bodies painted blue, standing in the doorway. They all wore ceremonial headdresses, chest necklaces of cacao nuts, and with jaguar teeth piercing their cheeks. It was very intimidating because priests did not attend private parties in public neighborhoods. Priests usually kept to the temples and palaces of the city center. Everyone stood quietly, hardly moving, but since it was Kan's house, he went to greet the priest's arrival. "Welcome, holy ones. May the gods accompany you into this humble abode. How can we serve you?" Kan stood before the priest's head bowed. His status would certainly be improved by their coming to his personal residence. Everyone in the neighborhood probably knows now it was a great honor. The priests were standing with the oldest and most adorned in front, the head priest. The 2 priests behind him were young, probably apprentices. "We have been summoned because it is rumored that your family has newly been blessed with a vessel of the gods," the head priest announced. "How was that determined?" Ixchel must have come out of the bedroom because the sound of her voice surprised Kan when she spoke up behind him. "I sent notice to the temple," she told the head priest. "The child bears the mark of the moon goddess." The head priest must have known Ixchel because he didn't question her authority to do such a thing, nor did he question her about who she was. Other people in the room had been slowly exiting through the door, squeezing past the young priests who moved forward to allow their passage. Biax had nodded uncertainly at Kan on his way out. Now the room was empty but for Kan, Ixchel, and the priests. It was Can's house, and he was an esteemed member of the community, but in the presence of these luminaries, he felt like a supplicant and didn't know what to do or say, waiting for them to specify the next action. He could smell the priests. They had anointed themselves with the essence of zapote flowers. He watched the young priests as they paid attention to everything their mentor was doing. If he scowled, they scowled. If he raised his arms, they raised their arms. Can assumed if he became aggressive, they would provide defense. Can was waiting for the head priest to say something, but it was Ixchel who spoke first. "It is good that you came, for you must bless this special child, the vessel of the moon goddess," she explained. "Her fate must be important to the city's future." "How can you be so sure?" the head priest asked. "Come, see the mark for yourself," she commanded them. Ixchel pushed her way past Can, who was still standing dumbfounded. The priests followed her, and Can stumbled behind. Expiac did not notice their entrance at first, so focused was she on her firstborn. She held the little naked body in her arms, rocking gently to mimic her walking movements when the baby was still inside her so that it was comforted. She also made soft cooing noises like the child heard, the sound of her heart. Ixchel was in charge of the group, but she waited a moment more for Expiac to absorb as much of the postnatal bliss as was possible. Eventually, she cleared her throat loud enough for the preoccupied mother to notice. Expiac looked up, but her smile faded away when you noticed the priests. She made a little surprised sound, simultaneously protective and scared. "Your child, Eurytzi, has gained the attention of the temple," Ixchel said calmly to Expiac. "There is nothing to be afraid of. The priests are only here to welcome it and praise the gods for its safe delivery." Expiac was unconvinced, but she said nothing. "We mean no harm," the head priest said soothingly. "May we view the mark of the moon goddess?" Expiac nodded, and they all came near, including Can, who was still a spectator of the unfolding events. Expiac tilted the small form out in her cradling arms, the lightning-shaped birthmark clearly visible on the tiny outstretched arm. The priests gasped in unison, looking back and forth at each other. "Yes," said the high priest, "it is as we were told. This is indeed the moon goddess vessel, and blessed are we to witness it." The high priest performed the rite of heat's meat, touching the infant's hands with tools associated with gender roles, which would have been a machete if the baby was a boy, but a grinding stone for a girl in this case. A piece of cloth was put on the baby's head, doused with sacred water, then removed to affix the moon goddess soul to tiny body. "Let me tell you the story of Sun and Moon," the head priest said. Sun was very handsome, and he was attracted to Moon, who was very beautiful. But Moon's father wanted to keep his daughter to himself and protected her from all suitors' entreaties. However, Sun would not be dissuaded, and he continued trying to win the attention of Moon. At night, he converted himself into a hummingbird and flew into her bedroom. Moon immediately recognized him even in his hummingbird state, and when he reverted back to his real form, she rushed into his arms, and they lay together for many hours. The head priest looked around to see that his audience was enraptured by the tale as he continued. Moon and Sun were happy in their coupling and wished to be together forever, but Moon's father discovered them and was angry. When the lovers tried to flee, he cast a deadly thunderbolt that struck Moon, changing her body and nearly killing her, but Sun had shielded her with his own body and absorbed most of the blast. Sun's body began to glow and expand into an ever-increasing sphere of light. He got bigger and bigger, rising into the sky where none could look directly at him except Moon, his wife for all eternity. When there is an eclipse, that Sun and Moon had returned to mortal form to consummate their love for one another. Sun knows Moon by the lightning bolt on her body. Later, after all were gone, Expiac and Can were alone in their room thinking about the day's events. They remained silent for a long time, Can's hand tenderly laying on Expiac's shoulder as she cradled their baby, Eurytzi, the moon goddess incarnate, eyes wide open with large pupils, skin still red from birth. Both parents were consumed by their own thoughts, Expiac imagining the girl's future, and Can anticipating being father to the moon goddess. Certainly he would be raised in status to become one of the elite, but he worried that as the girl obtained her years, would she become the head of the household, supplanting himself. Expiac tilted her face up to look into Can's, breaking the trance. "Husband," she said proudly, "our daughter is a perfect child." That simple statement immediately altered Can's thinking about the future. His facial expression must have changed upon the realization because he could see his mate's recognition of the change in his demeanor. "What is it, my love?" she asked, concerned. But he did not answer, instead forcing a smile back on his lips and joy in his eyes. This was not the time nor the place to be discussing unsettling prescience. Chapter 3. Zip. It is not good to lick the spoon, or you will become a gossip monger. Maya proverb. Seattle, Washington, 6 months ago. Seattle, Washington 6 months ago. The North American continent starts at the North Pole where nothing grows and gradually descends a latitude at a time we're approaching midway to equator at the northern border of the United States, on the other side of which is Washington state abutting the Pacific Ocean. Naturally, this is termed the Pacific Northwest, home of the world's most famous temperate rainforests that flourish because it is both cool and wet due to the influence of a vast ocean and tall mountains. These rare forests are home to large, tall trees, specifically conifers that have needles and stay green all year round, like the famous coastal redwood, the world's tallest trees, giants, hundreds of feet high. It is also home of coniferous species like Sitka spruce, red cedar, and hemlock, their trunks covered in luxurious green and brown moss. The forest floor is carpeted in dense vegetation, ferns, mosses, and broadleaf trees like ash and alder. Fallen trees are homes to fungi and fauna, insects, and animals. Obviously, when men sensed the profit that could be harvested from this gold mine of lumber, Seattle was born. Seattle, a seaport nestled along the northwest coast of Washington state, had its heyday during the Microsoft years in the 1990s, portrayed in popular movies, home of grunge music, and romanticized by the song and popular television show Here Comes the Brides. It's always been the state's largest city, even though its expansion is severely limited by the Puget Sound to the west and Lake Washington to the east. It had an initial reputation for logging, iconic leather boots, and flannel shirts, though those now have been adopted by the alternative culture. Even axes were co-opted into the craft brewery motif. It used to be the hub of the aircraft building industry typified by Boeing's dominance, but that fizzled out in the 70s. The silhouette of the iconic Space Needle on anything, hats, plates, posters, signified fresh and forward thinking. However, what was hip and celebrated eventually becomes old and passed to following generations. In fact, they can turn on it, rather than focusing on the best people and ideas, idolizing the excesses of meritocracy and capitalism. Millennials rejected the concept that people make decisions for themselves and reap the rewards or suffer the consequences of their own actions. This ideology sounds enticing at first because everyone is optimistic at heart, at least about their own capabilities, and assume they will be reaping rewards, but unfortunately, the reality is that some significant percentage of people do the suffering. What then to do with all the objective losers? Specifically, the once aspiring winners that failed in their enterprise of individual agency and are now burdens to themselves and their communities. Perhaps they are the offspring of the winners, and many are, but most are immigrants who came to the Pacific Northwest full of hope that went unrequited. Eventually, the disillusioned and discontented, after already traveled from wherever they were to Seattle, came to the conclusion that if Nirvana didn't exist, then they would make their own, and decided to secede from Seattle and create their own nation, which they eponymous named the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, that the media immediately termed Chaz. The city's acceptance of the vagabond lifestyle was a tacit encouragement that attracted a new kind of immigrant, the street dwellers, the indigent, those who wanted to escape society by hiding in its belly. Despite the inclement weather of raining every other day, the downtown sidewalks, parks, and waterfront were a hobble-end of tents left over from Occupy Wall Street Deltantes and now occupied by hardcore down and outers. Every corner smelled of urine, and every loose plastic bag had the potential of being a landmine of feces. Fortunately, the upper middle class people who otherwise lived and worked in the area were either used to the smell and petty crime or luxuriated in the sense of public masochism. It was actually difficult to tell the two groups apart until one got close enough to distinguish between aftershave and body odor. Each alleyway was its own Chaz, but the inhabitants were on the opposite end of the socioeconomic spectrum, so were ignored by the media. The tents inside the alley were so numerous that just getting in and out for a day of panhandling followed by florid alcoholism was difficult. The enclosures farthest in the back at the blind end tended to be more permanent constructions of old pallets and large cardboard boxes occupied by recluses who rarely emerged. Only nearby campers knew what the people inside looked like, though unkempt hair and beards made positive identification nearly impossible, and the smell was so overpowering that it took days of putrefaction before a death could even be detected. It was the ultimate sadomasochism, each member both reveling in their own revulsion and in the revulsion they caused in those around them. Cell phones are ubiquitous in Seattle and are commonly lost, oftentimes as simple as falling out of someone's pocket. The usual way for the owner to try and recover their lost property is to call it and see if anyone answers. The sidewalk in front of the alley was a busy one, so when a cell phone started ringing, the homeless man closest to it, Clyde, walked over, picked it, and said yeah. He was already thinking about the reward, probably $20, at least $10, and what he would buy with the money. Probably a bottle of Ripple, but maybe a Big Mac. He hadn't been to McDonald's in a while. With those anticipatory thoughts on his mind, he listened to a voice instead give him what sounded like succinct orders. Clyde was caught off guard. He was accustomed to people telling him what to do, but that was one of the reasons he chose to escape that life. He'd rather lie unaccosted on the streets than be the pawn of others who considered entitlement to his attention their birthright. However, the voice had suggested $100 if he did as it said, and the Big Mac became Chinese takeout and a case of light beer. Those rewards were enough to convince him that maybe he would be a pawn again just this once, so he gingerly stepped his way around the feckle landmines to the back of the alley and called out. "Hey, guy," he said just loud enough for the occupant of the refrigerator box to hear. "Somebody wants to talk to you." There was no sign that anyone had heard him, and Clyde thought perhaps it would be better to put the cell phone back where he'd found it, but the thought of hot fries smothered in ketchup caused his mouth to water. And an addict is not known for good judgment nor self-control, so he yelled again, this time louder. "Hey, I got something for you." Clyde thought he heard a stirring inside the box. "Hurry, man," he said. "I don't have all day," but of course he did. The rustling got louder, if a homeless man could be said to be impatient. Clyde's expression was a yeoman's example of it, but he waited diligently. A filthy red, blue, and black striped blanket eventually emerged from the open end of the box. Inside was a black beard sprinkled with gray and a similarly colored mane of unkempt hair. Ensconced inside all that fur were two brown eyes of indeterminate age, but they seemed old, or at least had already seen as much of life as they wanted to. "What?" asked a gruff voice. Clyde was somewhat surprised. He didn't think he'd ever heard the scruffy man emit a sense of authority before. It made him almost afraid. "This guy says he wants to talk to you," Clyde responded demurely. "What the fuck are you talking about?" commanded the intimidating figure before him. In response, Clyde gingerly held the phone out for him. The man took it but didn't even look before throwing it to the ground. He stared directly into Clyde's face. Clyde immediately decided that a Big Mac just wasn't that good, turned and shuffled back the way he had come. The man in the blanket was still standing there unmoving when the phone started ringing again. It rang repeatedly. Other members of the encampment began coming out of their tents, turned to stare in the direction of the noise. The man finally noticed. He unwrapped himself from the checkered blanket and dropped it on the phone, muffling the noise, but not completely. It was still audible to anyone within the reverberating walls of the alley. No one else moved. It was a fascinating tableau in a place where the unusual was usual, the oft-times actors now the audience. Though the man's age was indeterminate, his hair color put him in at least his mid-30s to early 40s, and he still stood tall with a straight spine and unbowed legs, easily 6 feet in height. His clothes offered no identification value, probably cast-offs distributed by one of the many volunteer agencies where the managers made a fortune from the altruistic impulses of its supplicants. His fingernails were long. He wore tennis shoes that were once white but were stained the color of mud. He was not a frail man, the opposite in fact. Under the dishevelment an aura of strength manifested itself, which was felt by the other members in his local social order. In an act of athletic prowess, the man kicked the blanket away from the cell phone when it started ringing again, picked it up, and accurately tossed it out through the opening of the alleyway into a large city trash bin that partially concealed the alley. There was a clang inside the bin and the ringing stopped. The man stood statue-like, only his head moving slowly in an arc, his eyes scanning everything around and above him like a radar. His lids narrowed. He stood a moment longer listening, but hearing nothing, he bent to gather up his blanket and re-enter his cardboard abode. Anyone looking into the alley would have been amused and confused. A dozen homeless figures. It was difficult to tell what gender they might be from their clothes and general malaise, stood like meerkats peering toward the box, a recreation of the Africa savanna in Seattle. Suddenly there was a hollow ringing from inside the trash bin. The meerkats all turned in unison, their attention riveted on the sound. Ring, 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 ring. Stuck. Even though the vibrating had stopped, no one moved. Then it started again. Ring, ring, ring. The others started looking at Clyde. He could feel their eyes on him. He didn't know what to do. Ring, ring, ring. Clyde exhibited the ubiquitous attribute among the homeless of folding under pressure. He literally ran to the bin, easily scampered over the edge, losing one tattered tennis shoe in the process, and fell inside the container with a thump. There was some shuffling around, then Side stood up so that his head and shoulders were visible, holding the phone to his ear. "Do you want to die?" a soft voice asked over the connection. Clyde didn't know what to do. He was physically shaking and wanted desperately to have a drink. If he'd had any supply, he would have ran to his tent and guzzled it down. But he didn't, so like a robot he again approached the refrigerator box holding the phone. He stood silently at the box's opening, afraid to talk but also afraid not to talk. Finally, "They're going to kill me," he stuttered in a voice just above a whisper. It wasn't clear if anyone was listening inside the box. Clyde's shaking became uncontrollable. He lost hold of the cell phone and it clattered on the ground, disconnecting to whoever was on the other end. Clyde stood shivering, staring into space. He was startled back to consciousness when the phone began ringing again. This time Clyde was repulsed from picking it up. He instead took a step back. Frightened, he looked out through the alley's opening, expecting to see someone with a gun pointing it at him. He was paralyzed with fear. An arm reached out through the opening in box and snatched up the phone. "Yeah," the scruffy man said into the phone. Presumably the voice on the other end of the phone was talking. "No," the scruffy man replied. There was a long pause while someone was making an irrefusable offer. There was a short pause. Decision made. "When? Where's? Where?" A moment later the cell phone came flying out of the box, crashed against the concrete wall opposite, and broke apart. The snapping sound was like a starting gun, triggering Clyde to run at full speed out of the alley and down the street until he was gone from view. The man from the box pulled his arm back inside. After some scuffling around, its entire contents were pushed through the opening out onto the dirty asphalt, the scruffy man crawling out after them. He picked a coat out of the pile, walked over to one of the audience who were still standing observing the happenings, a youthful-looking man conspicuous for not wearing a coat in cold weather, and handed it to him. The young man took the coat, nodding imperceptibly. The atmosphere changed to that of a wake. Everyone here knew what was going on. It was similar to when one of their number disappeared or died and the belongings were redistributed, except this time the donor was doing it. Piece by piece the man dispensed of his worldly possessions, what few there were: a good pair of levis, a rain poncho, a lightweight backpack, a Swiss pocket knife with a spoon and fork attachment. It didn't take long, each recipient taking their gift with a gracious nod. They all knew they would not be seeing this man again, but they were people who didn't form attachments so they wouldn't have to mourn. Each knew that their time would come, though probably not so dramatically. For this reason, none considered the others friends, not even allies. They were simply flotsam that had gathered here in this instant, and most would separate down different streams of life soon enough. Finished with his charity, without looking around, the scruffy man walked to the end of the alley past the dumpster, though the opening into the real city. No one waved goodbye. Downtown Seattle was where most of the homeless lived because that's where the tourists visited. It was confined into a small area due to being hemmed in on the north and east by hills, the west by Elliott Bay, and the south by tidal flats land. In that confined area was the famous Space Needle and Olympic Sculpture Park with its bizarrely shaped art museum, Lumen Field Stadium, and Pike Place Market along the waterfront with its many alleyways, one of which had just lost a resident. The scruffy man walked past Post Alley, colloquially named Gum Wall because tourists had been purposely sticking their gooey wads to the underpass until the entire thing was vibrant with colorful polka dots. A few years before, overly pedantic city officials had decided it was both a sanitary hazard and a pubic nuisance, and had cleaned off all the gum with pressure washers. But it had caused an outcry from the nearby businesses who used it as a landmark for their customers, and the practice of leaving gum continued unabated anyway. Now the attraction was marked on maps and traffic was kept intentionally light, even though the rest of Seattle was otherwise notorious for its congestion. The man passed and peered up and down Pike Street looking for something, and he saw it. A large black Mercedes-Benz S-Class limousine was coming toward him on the other side of the road. The man stood there as the car waited at the light and turned left to come up along beside him in the sparse traffic. The windows were darkly tinted, but the man knew who was inside without seeing. The passenger side rear door opened up. The man stooped over to slide onto the seat, closing the door behind him. There were two bench seats facing each other in the back of the Mercedes. A man in a dark blue bespoke suit sat on the far side of the forward-facing seat. "Hello, Dorado," he said to the scruffy man who had gotten into the car. The scruffy man just nodded at the suited man, then turned his head to look forward at another man seated across from him. This man was also in dark blue suit, albeit something off the rack from a men's store. "Do you have it, Doc?" the scruffy man asked the second man. "Yes, Mr. Buenaventura." "Doc," a doctor turned an aluminum briefcase on the seat next to him so that its handle faced him, snapped the latches, and opened it up. Inside, cushioned in polystyrene slots, were medical supplies, vials, a rubber tourniquet, and a disposable needle enclosed in an antiseptic bag. He handed the tourniquet to the scruffy man, Dorado. Dorado bunched up his right sleeve and expertly tied the tourniquet around his substantial bicep while the doctor tore open the needle packet, gingerly removed the plastic hypodermic, and inserted the tip into one of the vials. He watched clear liquid fill up to the 5 milliliter mark, then turned to look into Dorado's eyes. "I assume you've been dreaming of this, Mr. Buenaventura." He said rhetorically, not expecting an answer. "We knew this is what you wanted." Doc looked down and tapped the vein in Dorado's cephalic vein repeatedly to cause it to engorge, then deftly inserted the needle and pressed the plunger until it stopped. He again looked into Dorado's eyes, waiting for the telltale iris dilation, which was almost immediate. Other signs of the drug's introduction into Dorado's bloodstream exhibited themselves, some muscles relaxing, others tightening, a slight change in posture. Subtle changes also occurred in his facial features. Eyes become more predatory, lips pursed, nostrils slightly flared. Every neurotransmitter was triggered: serotonin uptake, dopamine production, epinephrine from the adrenal glands. His particular cocktail of molecules was only secretly available to the government because if the formulation ever got into the public realm, social chaos wouldn't be far away. The result on the human psyche was immediate and profound. Dorado Buenaventura was completely and entirely in its thrall, to the point that his life had no meaning without its caress. Drug use is portrayed in the media as a physical addiction, that a single innocent use will establish a lifetime of dependence, and that drug addicts can't help themselves. That is an explanation intended to mislead, fostered by society to protect itself from the simple fact that most people would voluntarily choose to use drugs if they ever tasted the apple. The reality is that drugs provide the exact feelings that we describe as happiness, a relief from anxiety, a renewed self-confidence, paying attention to the sensations provided by our environment, sensory and sensual. People use drugs because it's a shortcut to nirvana. Drug addiction is much more in the mind, a siren's call rather than physical grasping. If the resistance against it ever wavered, it would only be a matter of a generation before society collapsed into a blissful, self-absorbed, contented pile of useless humanity. The atmosphere inside the vehicle had palpably changed. Dorado Buenaventura was no longer a lost soul shrinking away from life. He was a power center, and the other vehicle's occupants could feel it. Finally, the other man spoke. "Captain, it's good to have you back." Dorado looked over at the speaker, but he didn't reply. A man in the bespoke suit had used his rank rather than his name, which confirmed what Dorado already knew. This was to be a mission. Dorado didn't return the greeting. The man sensed that no more pleasantries would be in order and ceased speaking. Only the silence inside the well-insulated vehicle could be heard. Dorado looked out the window, its tint darkening the already overcast skies. They had left downtown and the Mercedes was traveling east. After a few minutes, they headed to the arterial on-ramps leading onto the Lacey V. Murrow Memorial Bridge, Interstate 90, across Lake Washington to Mercer Island. There were no toll booths. The car either had a wireless pass or its license plates were photographed. Out the window, Dorado could see the SR 520 floating bridge carrying traffic west into the city. It seemed to go on forever. Having the choppy water visible so close to the window gave Dorado the feeling of being in a boat, especially because the waves caused the whole vehicle to rock. Dorado had made this crossing before, but he suspected this would be the last time. "We're going to freshen you up, Captain," the bespoke man said. "I need it, Colonel," Dorado replied. Dorado had never seen Colonel Massey dressed in anything but that suit or one just like it. He was an officer in another part of the service that eschewed prominence. The Mercedes exited onto the island and drove a short way to a private airport with only one small hangar and a helicopter on the tarmac, a Bell Nexus hybrid electric. It seemed likely it was for their little group. Indeed, the limo drove in front of the hangar and stopped. Almost immediately, the colonel got out. Dorado got out from the door on the other side, followed by the doctor. "We'll be taking the helicopter to Kitsap Naval Base because it's closest," the colonel explained. "It took a while to find you, but when we did, I had a station set up there for our use." "I've never been there," Dorado answered. "Me either," replied the colonel. "Let's hope the pilot has." With it, the colonel waved at the helicopter's pilot, who immediately started the blades to a slow whirring, getting faster and louder, but obviously electric motors. The colonel got into the craft through the door on the pilot's side, and Dorado on the passenger's. Both sat in the two back seats. The doctor sat in the seat next to the pilot. Even though the helicopter was comparably quiet, it still required the occupants to wear headsets and use microphones if they wanted to talk. All three passengers latched themselves in and donned the gear. When they seemed done, the pilot put his thumb up and looked to the colonel for permission to take off. The colonel returned the gesture, and the helicopter lifted off the ground and into the air, going almost directly up until they were at 500 feet. Then the combustion engine was added to the powertrain. The craft tilted and flew west. Turned out nobody wanted to talk, but the headsets were also noise suppressed, which made the flight bearable. Helicopters are rough rides, but their destination was less than 20 minutes away. Soon the pilot was asking for permission to enter restricted airspace with plenty of time to receive an affirmative before arriving at the perimeter, so they were over the base within a minute of approach. A helicopter headed towards a large vacant landing field surrounded by hangars presumably filled with helicopters of their own. Descent was indicated by the noise decreasing as the combustion engine turned off, leaving only the electric motor. The drop was fast but not uncomfortable, and the undercarriage softly bumped the ground. The sound started to gradually lessen. No one immediately exited the aircraft while the rotors were still spinning, but then the pilot gave the colonel a thumbs up, who then opened his door and climbed out, as did the doctor on the other side. Dorado followed. They all half ran, partially hunched over, out of the helicopter's radius. The three men, the colonel in front, walked briskly along the tarmac towards a cluster of buildings. They could hear the helicopter relaunch behind them, the sound gradually diminishing as it flew away. The buildings were clustered in groups of four surrounded by concrete sidewalks. The colonel followed one of the walkways past the first two clusters to a third. Base operations must have notified the people that they had arrived, because a half-dozen men and women in uniforms stood waiting at tables with the three men entered one of the buildings. Dorado didn't recognize any of the people gathered there. A female corporal walked up to Dorado, handed him a stack of clean uniforms, socks, and shoes. "Showers and bunks are that way," she said flatly, motioning him down a hallway. "Come back here for Miss." Dorado didn't even look around. He simply followed directions as usual. The rehabilitation routine was familiar to him. He'd done it before: arise at 5 a.m., stretches to prepare for calisthenics, then a 5 Kelvin run around a nearby track on the base grounds, back for a shower and low-carb breakfast. He looked forward to it. It had been a while since Dorado had eaten in a mess hall, so he wondered about the food while he was entering, but it tasted delicious. However, he didn't want more, even though his strict protein strength-building diet would have allowed it. He hadn't gained any weight over the last year at 190 pounds, but the fat muscle distribution had changed for the worse, and he needed to reverse it back. When he went, there were other people in the fitness room, including personal trainers, one of which was assigned to Dorado. His routine started light at first, but the discs accumulated quickly, and he was soon doing 5 reps of 300-pound squats. He'd be up to 10 and 350 soon enough. He was also sent for weapons training. There was an indoor and outdoor shooting range, handguns or sniper. Dorado was a marksman qualified pistol shooter, but he excelled at long range and he had the temperament for it. His favorite gun was a Barrett M82 because it was American-made and kept with the naming convention of the year it was released, a little thing that didn't make any real difference, but Dorado liked things to make sense. He wasn't rusty at all, still accurate at 1,000 yards. The equipment he was issued was mostly the same, though night vision had gotten better since the last time he tested it. The daily routine: calisthenics, eat, weights, eat, gun range, eat, lights out to a sound sleep, repeat, was consistent and effective. Dorado found it remarkable how he completely recovered his physique in such a short time, even though he was 40 years old. He knew intellectually that he wouldn't be able to defeat a 30-year-old version of himself, but that didn't stop him for thinking it. It wasn't even a month when he got notified of a meeting. A petty officer marched up to him. "Captain Buenaventura," the PO asked. Dorado nodded. "Your presence is requested at 0800 hours in Building 12. The PO saluted. Dorado nodded back. He was no longer a soldier, hadn't been since he'd been enticed out of re-enlisting by the colonel to join Homeland Security in a special capacity. Since then he had to accustom himself to being addressed as if he was in uniform even when he wasn't. However, he supposed the utility uniform he'd been issued on base qualified. Dorado had been waiting for the call, especially after his second week of body conditioning and weapons refresher had showed his resolve. He couldn't take complete credit for the rehabilitation, though. It couldn't have been done without the doctor's daily ministrations. The tourniquet, the tapping, the sting, then the warm tingling of resolve coursing through his veins. That was the underlying nature of his special status, and was used to leverage his loyalty and commitment. Do as he was told, and the incomparable feelings of happiness and power continued. Don't and they won't. That's what happened last time, but Dorado adamantly refused to complete the assignment. And just as adamantly, the colonel and the doctor were no longer part of his daily routine. Dorado wondered if he'd learned his lesson, decided he still hadn't. The meeting room was functional and unadorned except for American and Washington state flags, and pictures of the base commander and president of the United States. When Dorado was escorted in by a PO, he could see that the others had already been talking about something, and apparently he was next on the agenda. The colonel sat at the head of a long utility table. Behind him was a large blank video screen. On his right side was the doctor, and on the left was a man Dorado had never seen before. The colonel immediately introduced him. "Captain Buenaventura, this is Captain Ximenes." Captain Ximenes greeted Dorado. "You can call me Xavier." "Nice to meet you, Xavier," Dorado answered, lifting his chin in acknowledgement. Colonel Massey spoke again. "You're going to get out of here early." Dorado nodded, knowing what was coming next. "We have an assignment for you in Central America. We know you lived there as a child," the colonel continued. A deep freeze encompassed Dorado's body. His happy and positive childhood memories were his own, and he jealously guarded against them being defiled. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. The colonel didn't notice Dorado's discomfort, so went on explaining the mission. Dorado concentrated on the colonel's lips, the jaw moving up and down, his tongue moving inside his mouth. Though he took in every word and understood what was expected of him, it was immaterial. Instead, he tried to think of something that would numb his reaction, the next injection. There was no one else in quarters while Dorado was getting ready to leave. He'd been issued a large black duffel bag but didn't need the space. He didn't own anything and he didn't want to have anything, so he left it still folded up on the floor. He was wearing the clothes he had on when he arrived, now washed and folded, obviously with fabric softener, maybe even scented. He'd been given money to buy more clothes than anything else he needed when he arrived where was going. The poet told him that the equipment required for the job would be on the plane and that all travel documents for commercial air transport had been prepared and submitted. Everything was checked through. Dorado had also been given a passport in another name. He thought about it a moment. What had happened to the passport he had as a child? After all this time, they didn't look any different, not that he could remember anyway. He used to take great pleasure every time his family had gone through customs and he'd gotten a new stamp on one of the small pages. He'd always wanted to get a stamp on every page. If he still had that passport, he would have. However, if anything, he would rather get no new stamps, and he'd been proving it by his recent living situation. But apparently there is no escaping one's destiny. Dorado looked around the bunk, saw nothing he'd forgotten. He walked out of the building, passing a few uniformed personnel, but he was in civis, so they didn't acknowledge him nor heed him. The fixed-wing airstrip was on the far end of the base, so he walked briskly. It was a typical Pacific Northwest day, overcast and cool, which is what had lured him to this place. Plus, he thought he'd be invisible, and he had been. What made him different was that he wasn't a mental case nor an alcoholic. He was trying to escape the intense desire for the feeling of confidence and euphoria that came from the daily injection. Whether he would have been successful or not was now moot because he would never try again. Approaching the runway, Dorado could see a small civilian air taxi, its propellers spinning, waiting for him. His equipment must have already been loaded and he had nothing else, so the pilot waved him into the back door of the plane. No one else was inside but him, and there was no door to the cockpit, so he was alone again, as always. The plane spun around, waited a few minutes, then accelerated to take off, lifting smoothing into the air. They were quickly above 5,000 feet and climbing, traveling south into the sun. Dorado looked out the window, wondering if he would feel any pangs of regret. He didn't, but he did take comfort in the rucksack over his shoulder filled with needles and vials. Chapter 4. Zots. It is not good to eat in the bath, or your stomach will grow that size. Maya proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. Around 10,000 years ago, I repeated in my introductory lecture like I had done so many times before. Humans gave up their nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle to begin building cities, harvesting crops, raising livestock, developing languages, and establishing a social order. Of the world's 7 so-called cradles of civilization, meaning they arose independently of each other, the oldest in age is Mesopotamia in the Middle East, which was established 5,000 years ago. Then Kerala in Peru, the Indus Valley in India, Egypt in Africa, Urliu in China, Crete in Europe, and Mesoamerica in North America, the most recent from just a few thousand years ago. Geographically, the Mesoamericans settled in what is now the Yucatan in the southern peninsula of Mexico, plus the Central American countries of Guatemala and Belize, and the western portions of Honduras and El Salvador. It was a perfect placement inside a belt of volcanic cones running parallel to the Pacific coast, gradually descending eastward to a mild coastline along the Gulf of Mexico, with the Caribbean Sea to the south. Inside this area is a vast limestone plain. I looked at the faces of the students in my classroom. Perhaps half were paying attention. A camera in the back was broadcasting my lecture to the online students, but chances were none of them were paying attention at all, probably still asleep since this was the first morning class. I continued anyway because that's my job. The Mayas weren't the first Mesoamerican people. When they emerged 3,000 years ago, they inherited some of their culture from the Olmecs, who were 500 years their seniors, primarily remembered for the giant stone heads they carved, now littering the jungle, otherwise mostly forgotten. Maya history is roughly divided into 3 equal periods of time, unimaginatively named Preclassic, Classic, and Postclassic. The most impressive sites are Chichen Itza, Palenque, Uxmal and Yaxchilan in Mexico, El Mirador and Tikal in Guatemala, and Copan in Honduras. But other important cities were Caracol in Belize and San Andres in El Salvador. Has anyone been to any of these ancient cities? I waited to see if anyone would respond. None did. Nobody in internet land replied either, so I went on. Maya city-states, with populations between 50 and 120,000 inhabitants, were delicately balanced in a network of complex alliances and ruthless enemies. People were divided into elites and commoners, though as society grew, specialties developed and a middle class of artisans, priests, warriors, and wealthy merchants developed. Land was held by the elites who shared it with the farmers, servants, laborers, and slaves for part of what was produced. Maya kings were the center of all politics and exerted ultimate control of all facets of life. They were also considered divine mediators between the realm of the gods and mortals, thought to provide special access to understanding and explanation that dictated the cycle of daily living. This power had its downside, though, because they were also expected to provide the food for the gods, blood. Self-inflicted bloodletting from piercing their foreskins using stingray spines. Power was transferred through patriarchal lines. The Maya diet consisted of maize, beans, squash, and peppers. Maize, what we call Indian corn, was the basis of their life. The Maya had few domesticated animals and no pack animals, so all trade goods were carried overland by porters or by canoes on rivers and ocean. They used Stone Age technology, not making the transition to the wheel, though it was even used for children's toys. Heavy loads were transported by barges down the many waterways, then on litters to their final destination. Very heavy items were rolled on logs, without even the mechanical help of block and tackle. However, they developed art, architecture, mathematics, and astronomy. Though there were dozens of different languages, they all used the same Vajrasamal, base 20 numbering system, and were the first culture to use the concept of zero. Their distinct hieroglyphic writing began appearing on the facades of their pyramids in about 300 AD, but the Maya are most renowned for their astronomical achievement. The Maya solar year is of greater accuracy than the European Julian year, recognizing leap year centuries before Europeans, and it's still the most accurate calendar ever in the world. Their measurement of the 584-day planet Venus cycle was accurate to within just 2 hours. They were also accomplished artisans, and the Maya ball game is the oldest team sport in the world. After 2 millennia of habitation, the last major city of Mayapan on the Yucatan Peninsula fell due to disease and other disasters, signaling the end of a once glorious empire just before the Spanish arrived, who defeated what remained. Today there are 7 million people who consider themselves Maya, follow Maya ways, and speak one of the Mayan languages. In fact, Mayas compose 40% of Guatemala's population. Maya civilization was brought to the attention of the world by architect Frederick Catherwood's illustrations during his explorations in the early 1900s, and by popular culture like Indiana Jones. Since the 1930s, archaeological excavation of Maya civilization and culture has exploded, and by the end of the 20th century, both their script and calendar had been deciphered. There are still amazing discoveries even now. For example, in 2020, the capital city of Sac-TZ was discovered in the backyard of a Mexican farmer. Then class ended as usual, with students picking up their books a minute before the clock on the front wall hit 10 minutes to 9, and even though I was still talking, the entire class stood up as a unit and shambled out of the room. It was even more discouraging that they started talking among themselves before getting out the door, drowning out whatever point I was making. Worst of all, I didn't get the feeling that even one of them was interested in what I was saying. In the 7 semesters I'd been at the U of Colorado in Boulder teaching the history of Mesoamerica, even the kids who looked like they might have some genealogical connection there hadn't shown much interest. They took the class because it covered a history wreck, and had the reputation of being an easy. I intentionally fostered that perception because I wanted full classes, and mine wasn't going to be the bee that destroyed an aspiring pre-med's future. All I wanted in return was to spread the news about how amazing the Maya civilization really was. Everybody knew about the Egyptians and the Greeks, but all that school children knew about the indigenous super-civilization on our own continent was the chocolate and human sacrifice, that last not leaving a good impression. Nevertheless, I think my excitement and respect for them was palpable enough to change anyone's opinion that came in contact with me. There was a couple of brothers once that looked the part who were intensely interested, and they made it all worthwhile because not only was their enthusiasm invigorating, but more importantly, they reminded me of me and my brother. We had grown up as kids together, along with my sister in Maya country, and no experience could have been more impactful to all of us, maybe not always for the best. I had chosen to make teaching about it my life, 4 years for an undergraduate degree in archaeology and anthropology, 2 more for a master's, 2 more as a research assistant, and the last 2 to get a PhD of my own. I got hired almost immediately from my resume, and off to Colorado I went. During all that, there never seemed time to find a wife or even a long-term girlfriend. To be honest though, everything else went like clockwork because of growing up in Central America. There were lots of aspiring doctorates of archaeology, most with better connections than me, and certainly more money to attend prestigious schools, but I always seemed to be the one who got the open spot. I applied to one school, the University of California in San Diego, because it was the closest to where my family was living at the time, so I could take a bus there, and got accepted even though I was essentially homeschooled. I did speak fluent Spanish and could get by in a couple of the Mayan dialects, plus my applicable extracurricular activities were perfect for my chosen field of study. I'm a good writer, so my application letter probably played a part, and thank goodness for quota admissions for the poor because I certainly qualified for that. The only money I had when I started was the old-style $100 bill my dad and mom had given to me when we went to Central America in the first place. My father read us the book, Mosquito Coast, by Paul Theroux when we were young, and equated that fictional family with our own, himself as Allie Fox. But rather than recognize the portrayed mania and patriarchy in the cautionary tale, he embraced the whole concept of building a new society in the jungles of Belize. As an adult, I watched the movie and found myself both cringing and obsessing on how Harrison Ford had so captured that mindset in his performance. It must be that my father's eccentricity was not that uncommon because every scene reminded me of him, right down to the end when he died of his own obsessions. My father's infatuation with the concept was not superficial. He followed the footsteps of his fictional mentor and led our family to be raised in Belize. Fortunately for us, it turned out to be a wonderful experience in retrospect, even though at the time us kids bemoaned the lack of video games and Taco Bell. We made it back in time for iPhones and social media, so the hiatus from modern society during our formative years was probably more constructive than retarding. However, our social skills were quite different than those around us. We felt empowered and self-deterministic, while those around us raised in comparative sloth and luxury were timid and indecisive, even the most confident of them. Comfort and security creates soft and pliable people, good for social order but bad if the goal is individual empowerment. None of this affected us kids in a negative way. Kids don't care. They think their life is normal if nobody ever says any different. And I wouldn't have changed my upbringing for anyone's. No movie stars, no inherited wealth, no athletes nor prestigious schooling. As far as I'm concerned, my childhood memories are better than most, and I'm pretty sure my brother and sister think the same way. Even our names have more meaning. My parents named me Mundo, which means moon in Spanish. I'm still money to my friends. My older brother by 2 years is Dorado, which means golden, and he's proof that names imbue character. They named my sister Air, pronounced Ire, which means air, and that fits too. She's the most helpful, most considerate, most determined female I've ever met, and that's even considering my mom, who's an angel in disguise. My sister is a fraternal twin, and she doesn't look a bit like me. In fact, she may have more of a masculine body than I do, but I like to think our personalities are similar. Dor is tall, dark, and handsome, a superb athlete, and has a brilliant mind. Air and I were more determined than athletic, and committed rather than brilliant, and just grasping mediocrity in the looks department. That wasn't something we knew, him or us, until we had matured and moved to America. We thought we were all white gods when we lived among the villagers. Dor was surprised at the attention he received from the opposite sex. He certainly wasn't a sophisticated operator, and treated all his admirers with dignity and respect, no matter their relative appearance. He didn't have any qualms with sleeping around, though. That was common where we came from. Unfortunately, that same lack of sophistication in his clueless siblings meant Air and I had no idea where to find friends nor what to do if we did when we moved back to the U.S. Us 3 kids, being the only white kids, and the only ones who spoke English among ourselves, moved around a lot so we didn't make many friends. This was because our dad wanted to see all the historical Maya sites. They weren't really that far apart from each other, and after we had been someplace long enough to satisfy his curiosity, we would pack up and take a public bus to the next location. Dad would take us with him when he explored the ruins while Mom set up living arrangements and was there to alert the authorities if we didn't come back. Dad always read up about the places before we got there and would study what we found to see if it matched what he expected, then pontificating as if he was the world's foremost expert on the subject. Thor, Air, and I soaked up every word. We were our father's most fervent admirers and apt pupils. What followed was even better. We became an Indiana Jones tag team. Thor even had the hat which he wore whenever we went on an adventure back to the ruins or in the jungle around them. Sometimes some of the local kids would come with us like sidekicks, but they were always frightened of where we were going or what we were doing. That really made us feel like bold explorers and expedition leaders, running through the foliage brandishing machetes, uncovering insects, and yelling back at the howler monkeys who would often follow us out of curiosity or sport. There are Maya ruins everywhere. All you have to do is ask the locals. Foreign visitors are always of the opinion that this or that big complex had just been discovered a few years ago, but the locals have always known about them, and smirk to themselves when the archaeological teams of wide-eyed graduate students started to arrive, followed by the lucrative tourist trade. We learn not to dissuade the newcomers' misconceptions. Everyone wants to believe they're one of the first ones to see some previously undiscovered relic of the past. That may be the case of archaeological digs in the Middle East or under modern Rome, but in Central America, the Mayas still speak the old languages and live near the old cities. Looted Mayan stelae and figurines sold in auctions in the United States and Europe have notified most of the so-called discoveries by scientists who come from there to follow up on the leads. The first thing the new exhibition does is ask around at the first village they stumble across, and the inhabitants are only too glad to take them into the jungle. There are stories of a newly funded research team, all dressed in trendy khaki safari gear, after hiking for days in humid jungles only negotiable with help of a machete-wielding squad at the lead of the caravan, finally sitting down and demanding where the lost city is, at which time the porters indicate that they are sitting on it. We simply went to those places ourselves, brushing clear the vine-covered stones with our hands. Granted, there was way more to explore, but we made a show of it any research assistant would be proud of. We also visited some of the more famous places, but they were highly commercialized for the thousands of tourists that attended them daily and fenced off so it was harder to explore by ourselves. Of course, we did sneak in, but it didn't take long before Dad would complain that most of the place was reconstructed with too much artistic license and that this wasn't the real Maya. Mom made us stay in whatever hovel we'd managed to rent until noon every day and study math, science, history. She had a cache of books we hauled around and she'd either teach out of those or let us read them ourselves. I liked to listen to her talk that Dor and Air would rather read ahead and spend the mandatory class time doing our math homework. That meant I always got outside a little bit after them because I still had to do my homework. Mom also encouraged us to learn about the local region we were in at the time, and it wasn't too difficult to find books in Spanish somewhere in town. Some even had libraries. All three of us would voraciously read everything we could get our hands on. Most of it was repetitive, but when one of us discovered some new fact, we'd excitedly tell the others. There aren't many Maya researchers who were more intimately familiar with their topic than any of us. In fact, we would make money offering tours to the people who came to see the ruins, mostly Americans, but also a smattering of Europeans and even Asians. We were excellent tour guides, expounding with authority about the Maya people, and being able to explain the construction methods, living arrangements, foodstuffs, etc. to a rapt audience who were always astounded how knowledgeable such young children were and how practiced our delivery. Thor was especially liked because he was so good-looking, a sparkle in the eye, smooth voice, and charm oozing out of him. Thor was his namesake, a golden boy. It seemed like things came easy for him, as they do for attractive people, especially if they are athletic and smart. Where I had no female admirers, his menagerie would make Hugh Hefner proud, but he didn't even notice. As is usually the case, lucky and gifted people take it for granted. It's where their sense of entitlement comes from. People like that only become self-aware when they finally hit the wall. For example, when a beautiful woman turns 30. For men, decreasing desirability isn't the triggering event, but recognition that they'll never be rich or famous nor even be noticed. After we came of age, Dor chose the military rather than college. He still kept in touch best he could, considering our family still had no fixed address or phone number. We'd simply make plans on what day, time, and location he could contact us or we him. He even visited us a couple times before he was deployed, where to and what for he wouldn't say and never told anyone. He also got married to Julia and everybody met up in the States for the wedding. He even had 2 kids and a mortgage. It seemed like a storybook life, one I envied and would have replicated if I could. I wanted those things too, but I was in my own head as a young man and online dating came too late to save me, even if it could, which it couldn't. Before hookup culture, there were online dating websites that actually had aspirations of introducing child-rearing partners to each other. That's what marriage is really for. It wasn't originally intended to be a way for men to become financially responsible for women. Back then, when I looked at a woman's bio, I just assumed they wanted to become the matriarch of a family. So what I was searching for was a hint that they might also want to raise children unconventionally like I was. Something so precious yet no one seems aware of. Yet, I'm awkward by society's standards, but I felt like I'd already accomplished something with my life before most people even get started. Unfortunately, the women who would list missionary work, which was as close as I could come to an indicator, usually had the word devout Christian prominently listed. It's not that I'm against religion. For example, I respected Maya beliefs. It's that those too close to faith are less open to intellectual challenge. For my part, I used codes, likes to travel, adventuresome, intellectually curious. Unfortunately, my looks weren't a drawing factor, so it was difficult to match. A couple times I did get a date were a disaster. There probably needs to be a significant ramp-up time before, would you marry me and move to Guatemala? Africa would be okay too. I also tried dating clubs which were in vogue at the time. I have to admit I acted as if I were desperate, and perhaps I was. Speed dating, blind dates, bars where you notified other tables via messaging that you were interested in talking to them. Pretty much anything fad that came along at that time when the dating environment was switching over from male to female domination. None of those attempts generated any potential mates or even girlfriends. When guys are lined up in a smorgasbord, what would seem like incidentals, like height and looks, become of paramount importance, and not in a reasonable way either. At 5'10", I was average male height, and an average-looking guy who kept himself thin. The problem was all the women wanted and expected that top 10% of guys upon whom nature had bestowed its bounty. Women friends reassured me that's not the case, that women didn't care about those things, that what they really wanted was humor and a great personality. I would stop them mid-dating advice and ask if they thought I had humor and personality. After an awkward pause, even the most well-meaning of them said that indeed I was one of the most humorous and well-adjusted men they knew. My counterexample didn't change their minds, though. Every one of them kept insisting that the gal who appreciated me for me was right around the corner. But I learned not to believe in fairy tales. My brother Dorado, the golden one, the man who had everything, lost everything. I don't know why it happened or even when it happened, but in what seemed like an instant. Doors leaving his job, divorcing his wife, and disappearing from contact with the rest of us. Julia was the first one to tell me. She called in tears saying Dor had come to the house, told the boys he loved them, withdrew $5,000 in cash from their account and told her to divorce him. No explanation, no hint of what was going on, just poof, gone. We were used to Dor being absent for long periods of time, so at first it didn't seem real. When he was in the military, it was only for weeks, but when he went to the new job, whatever it was, it could be 2-3 months at a time without contact, then he'd pop up at the front door. "Honey, I'm home." Julia got used to it. I assume they must have talked about it, or not, I guess. She was left to raise their children alone. That I just couldn't understand. I guess Dor thought somebody else would do it, or maybe he knew that would be me. When Dor first disappeared, we thought it would be okay. A human imagination can provide all sorts of possibilities to explain something we don't want to be true, but we just couldn't come up with many ideas that fit our knowledge of Dor. Maybe he was involved in something dangerous and felt guilty exposing his family to retribution. Julia worried about another woman, but I knew that wouldn't be true. Even if there was another woman, Dor would just come out and say it. Any explanation that involved blackmail or mental illness was equally unlikely, so for the first couple months we just waited for him to contact us and explain himself. It was in the 4th month, longer than Dor had ever remained incommunicado, that I began to really worry. He had withdrawn another $1,000 from their joint account via a bank transfer, and I traced it to a branch in Seattle, Washington. Julia asked if she should close the account out of fear it wasn't Dor withdrawing the money. I told her that if that was the case, the thief would have taken way more money. A few months later, and after a second withdrawal, a letter came from Dor to Julia explaining he would try not to take any more money other than what he truly required. There was still no explanation of what was going on. I finally gave up hope and asked Dare what she thought. I'd kept her out of the loop only because she had enough drama in her own life, and this wasn't that much different than the previous 10 years of Dor's here and gone activities, just longer. Air was always the one I discussed my problems with, which is perfectly predictable considering that we experienced all of our formative years together as twins. There's no bond tighter than that. It was one of my greatest prides, having a twin growing up, especially since we didn't have much else that was tangible. Sometimes I wished we were maternal twins so we would look the same too. However, us being twins left Dor out of our exclusive club. Plus him being older meant I idolized him rather than being close to him. In fact, Air was closer to Dor than I was. Probably because there was no male competition between them, but that's just speculation on my part. I don't really know why he'd keep confidences with her that were never allowed to me. It hurt my feelings some, but I had enough understanding and compassion at the time to know he felt the same about my relationship with Air. It does make a kind of sense from an emotional standpoint. They would talk together for hours. I would have to ask Air what Dor was doing. It's always puzzled me why she didn't keep close to his family like I had. I just figured it was because of all the other chaos going on in her life that even as her twin she didn't talk to me about. I might have thought Dor's love life odd, but my sister's was even more bizarre. For a while she thought she was gay, and maybe she was. I don't have enough of my own experiences with love and sex to know. Perhaps her attraction to women was a reaction to not having much contact with them when we were kids, except our mom. Plus, she was always with Dor and me, and acted like Dor and me, so maybe what happened is that she was young and naive when she moved to Southern California, and women there seemed alluring. I'm also guessing that Air, average looking like me, wasn't disadvantaged by that when females came knocking. She even got married to a woman for a short time, but I never met her spouse. I never met any of Air's girlfriends. I don't even know if there was only the one or several to choose from. I wonder if she was embarrassed to tell me. She should have known I wouldn't care. I would only be happy for my twin sister. I certainly would have wanted to go to the wedding, but it was over before I even knew. When I did find out, I asked her the basic questions, like, when did you know you were gay? She said, I'm not gay. Confused, I asked, how do you know? I like dick, she told me matter-of-factly. She didn't elaborate any further. That's why I think it was just something circumstantial. I certainly didn't interrogate her about the dick she was experiencing. Next thing I know, she's marrying a man. At first I was kind of jealous she found partners so easily. Apparently, it's simple for an average-looking female to get men. I was even invited to the wedding, an antiseptic affair at the courthouse of some tiny hamlet in Maine. No one else came, but I'm not sure if anyone else was invited, and Dor was off somewhere at the time. We were scheduled for the ceremony room, the last time slot of the day, so spent a few hours sitting in folding chairs lined up along the back wall, waiting. What's his name? I can't even remember, was in the first chair, then Air than me. I didn't want to bring up any topics because it was her day, and she didn't bring up anything either, so we all just sat there silently sweating. I served as witness but didn't say more than a sentence or two to the groom before they were driving away to see the fall trees on their honeymoon. That was another thing that triggered a bit of envy, her going on an adventure with someone else. I remained an adventurer, but I always go alone. I thought it would be nice to have a partner like it used to be with Dor and Air. However, the marriage turned out to be one of convenience for Air, who wanted kids, but when they didn't have any after a couple years and didn't want to go through the involved process of adoption, the marriage evaporated. Air and Dor weren't doing anything to inspire me to try harder for my own mate. Air, following in Dor's footsteps, also joined the military, the one place where having a man's looks and build are an advantage. From what I could tell, she impressed her fellow male soldiers and was respected and well-liked. I also intuited that the feeling wasn't mutual with the other female soldiers, but I don't know the social machinations that go on inside large government institutions whose goal is to kill people. I asked her if she was going to try for some kind of special forces. She said, I couldn't make it. The females who try are doing it out of narcissism, and if they do pass, it was because of affirmative action or blowjobs. The service is even talking about lowering the physical requirements so that women can pass legitimately, but that undermines the whole idea of exceptional capability units. Wokeness has destroyed the military esprit de corps. Anyway, I'm more of a twitcher, she added. As kids, we never played video games. We just didn't have any access to them, and when we finally did, all the other people our age had years of practice on us, so it was simply too embarrassing to compete. For me at least. But Air didn't feel the same pressure to be on par with her peers, and played like a fiend. She called it twitching. I always imagined it was because her eyeballs skipped around the screen. What? I asked, knowing but not following the reference. I qualified as a marksman, which made me eligible to become a drone pilot, she explained. They get launched out of a plane at high altitude, then glide into local airspace, and that's where I take over. I get to wear a head-mounted display and everything. Shoot missiles at bad guys, she winked. You ever kill anybody with one? I found the macabre of her job curiously fascinating. Video games for real. I can't tell you details, but yeah, she replied nonchalantly. I missed having a family of my own and even considered marrying some single mom desperate for a provider male, but after one abysmal date where the woman I'd been set up with did nothing but talk about her kids, I gave up on the idea. However, the main reason I moved to Colorado was to fulfill that role when Dor couldn't because he was away so much. I would schedule my classes so I could be at the Dor in Julia's house when the boys needed me to be, and looked forward to seeing their happy faces when I arrived a few times a week. I was Uncle Money, and I filled in his father figure in all but the bedroom. I was there when each of them was born. I was at all the birthday parties. I went to the school parent-teacher nights. I coached t-ball. Most people would assume I was their dad, and I did get into awkward situations where people would be suspicious of the relationship. But there was never a problem among the three of us. When Dor was home, he did all those things, and Julia was happy. That was until Dor went off the deep end and disappeared. Then she became stoic. My schedule with them didn't change, but after a year of being gone, the boys knew something was up with their dad. It wasn't up to me to say anything to them. That's their mom's purview, but I did my best not to be in the slightest way different, and was always available for them. When Dor first introduced me to Julia, she was in her mid-20s and a stunner, the beauty of youth. At the time I thought I wanted to find a girl just like her, but I wasn't attracted to her per se. It was the idea of her, the chance that someone was waiting for me to discover. I would look around at the women shopping in the grocery store. Did I think they were attractive? And if so, what are the chances they would be attracted to me? Then there would have to be at least some kind of personal compatibility. I didn't even know how someone determined that. When people are young, they don't have a fully formed personality, so two people can grow together, but when the naivete dissolves, that's a much harder adjustment to make. I just couldn't see the possibility of a long-term relationship being real. The odds were too much against it. Unfortunately, women especially have to take age into consideration. As Julia aged, like all women, the bloom went off the rose. I was only casually aware that she was gaining weight and letting her hair and clothes suburbanize. She had Dor's income, but she still worked as a waitress in a chain restaurant. She told me tips were good and she got a lot of flattering attention, and that seemed like reason enough. The kids were in school much of the time and active socially themselves. That's why I was surprised when out of the blue, while we were making plans for taking the boys out for pizza after a game next week, she asked if I would marry her if she divorced Dor. Honestly, the thought had never crossed my mind. I was stunned for an instant, but didn't want her to be uncomfortable thinking I thought she was betraying Dor and trying to seduce me, so I simply blurted out no as a stopgap while I thought of more to say, to explain myself better, to tell her I loved her in a brotherly way and could we keep it like that. But nothing came out. My mouth opened and shut several times, but my tongue wouldn't move. I must have looked ridiculous standing there wide-eyed, gasping like a fish, completely stymied by the situation. People who have children have different concerns than those that don't, mostly to do with refocusing their innate selfishness onto their kids. What that means in practice is that they make decisions based on what their family needs above their own wants and desires. It's why the basic family unit is socialism writ large, and why it's so important to teach students independence and agency in schools and church. A single parent has the impossible task of filling all the roles a family requires, which is why maintaining a nuclear family is so important. To her defense, Julia was just trying to do that. It was maternalistic. Her kids needed another parent. I was already acting the role. Might as well lock in. I should have known it was coming. It was obvious. I could have warned her early, but I just don't have enough external self-awareness to know how to control what other people think of me. I resigned to live a single life, as are many of the other men I know in similar situations. The malady has become so prevalent that there's even a name for it, red-pilled. Someone who is red-pilled, man or woman, recognizes that all the women think they deserve and can get the top 5% of guys, what are called chads after the common name of preppy, while all other men are essentially invisible. What makes this so bizarre is that obviously the chads take full advantage of this situation. They have all the bedroom fun they can handle with no intention of committing or settling down with any one woman, especially the less attractive ones. Those are just for sport. All women to them are easy conquests without obligation, but women conflate the blame to all men, the 95% that would be good husbands if they got the chance. This is compounded by a feminist mindset that women can be as promiscuous as they like and think that when they finally want to settle for second best, that the lucky man shouldn't care. Heaven forbid an interested male should inquire the future mother of his children's body count. That's sexist misogyny. The result of all this modern sensibility is that women are forced to raise their fatherless chad children on their own. After all, they're strong and independent and don't need no man. There are actually places in the world that are considered man deserts because children have no daily contact with any male, let alone a father figure, not even in the schools. They grow up effeminates who are confused about their gender, justifiably so. It doesn't take much imagination to predict a future where these people are in charge. I'm pretty sure I don't want to see it. Chapter 5. Tzek. It is not good to look at the clouds, or your work won't progress. Maya proverb. Lakim Ha, today known as Palenque, 1683 A.D. Eurydice's duties as the moon goddess incarnate often took her to the temple sitting atop a magnificent pyramid, its stepped sides climbing into the sky. Pyramids were built in groups of 3, a dominant one flanked by 2 smaller inward-facing ones. They were all oriented to the west to track the solstices and equinoxes. The walls of the pyramids were strong, filled with lime cement, with freestanding arches to support the upper facades, which were decorated with mosaics of intricate geometric patterns of lattices and spirals. Inside the temple was an interior stairway that accessed several different levels. It was almost vertical and led to doorways carved with faces, monsters, and sky deities identifying which of the supernatural realms they opened into. The gods' characteristics and association varied according to the celestial bodies they were associated with, and each deity had 4 manifestations according to direction: north, south, east, west, and also a day-life versus night-death aspect. The city's rhythm and all its important events were dictated by the priests who interpreted the desires of particular gods. Ceremonies and rituals could only be performed at specific times, so a priest's understanding was important guidance. Since the birth of Eurydice, the years had been good in Lakim, the city had grown, the crops had become more plentiful, and there had been no war. Indeed, there was no doubt they were a chosen people, and everyone knew that was because the moon goddess walked among them in the flesh. Eurydice had experienced the passing of 12 years, no longer a child but not yet experiencing the attributes of a woman. She had always been precocious and preternaturally wise. Her parents, Can and Expiac, treated her more of an equal than a child, and the other children had also perceived her as an adult since the time she could talk in sentences. Eurydice's personality was the perfect expression of her day sign foretold by the astrological cycle. Each day is part of the cycle, starting with the first day sign and ending with the 20th. Eurydice was born on day 5, so she was associated with the east, meaning as the sun rises, so she too was accepting of new ideas. Bold, innovative, and assertive, ready to lead the way, not afraid of challenges, and liked to be active and start new things. Her gemstone was rose quartz, the flower sign, gentle, loving, nurturing, and caring. She was also genuine and curious about people, liked to connect with everyone and make those around her feel welcome and comfortable. She could sense other people's emotions and anticipate their needs. Childlike in nature but intelligent, organized, spiritual, sensitive, and good at taking care of others. Along with all those special attributes, Eurydice was growing into a beautiful girl, not surprising considering the handsomeness of both her parents. She was taller than her mother already, thinner than most, and had long, thick, black hair. She had gotten a silver ring to put in the septum of her nose on her 12th birthday. The piercing was still red and sore. She had small dark jade stones in the lobes of her ears, and tattooing on both hands and her feet. Her hair was interwoven with grass so that it stood in a tower atop her head while hanging long and free at the sides and back. Her fingernails were long, which would not have been possible if she worked in the fields, but as servant of the gods, she could afford such self-indulgence. Her own ambition was to live with her family and friends, apprentice herself to a midwife or perhaps the weavers, but the celestial bodies preordained Antherpath. She gathered her courage, for she was courageous, and she went with the attendants to the temple. The warriors, young and old, gazed on Eurydice with covetous desire, but she was not yet of marriageable age, and they were too cowed by her superlative status in the community. More importantly, she had the eye of the Biasie Chak, the prince Kinishkan Bialam II royal heir. He was also an Adja, an elite, one among several because the city was large with many districts, each with its own Adja, but soon he was to be the Kayuhol Adja, the paramount ruler, above even the nobility, second only to his father, the Kalan, divine king providing direct contact between mortals and the gods. So Bialam's life was filled with ritual much as Eurydice's was, and they met often in the temple and ceremonial events. Of course, Bialam had caught Eurydice's attention. He was an extremely handsome man. He was taller than his father, but with the same muscular physique. He wore a jaguar cloak and his teeth were filed to points, inlaid with jade, a practice of the nobility, setting them apart from commoners. His body was painted black because he was unmarried, which would eventually be changed to red when he ultimately found a mate to produce the royal heir. His arms and legs were adorned in a manner specific to the royal line, feathers, obsidian, and jade dangling from bands that encircled them. Eurydice and Bialam had first met when she was age 4, and he was 6 at his initiation ceremony when he experienced his first bloodletting. Etulak, the soul, existed in the blood. It was passed on to future generations through blood, and used for important events: the consecration of a temple, dedication of new buildings, birth of an heir, changing of seasons, preparation for battle, and as a thanksgiving for victory which provided blood sacrifice of captives. Other than that, the nobility were expected to supply the blood which was let from the most sacred parts of the body: the tongue, source of speech; the earlobes, source of hearing; and for extremely important events the king would make an offering of blood from his penis, the source of life. Even though Bialam was still young, that didn't stop him from performing his duties as a war leader, an expectation placed on all presumptive rulers. His father had brought back many captives for slaves and sacrifice, and many trophy heads hung from his battle belt. In paintings of him on pottery and murals, he was depicted standing over his many humiliated conquests. Bialam aspired to live up to the accomplishments of his father, and strived to excel in all he did, and to continue the royal line with superlative breeding. That is why he paid particular attention to Eurydice. What better than to mate with a god? One could tell just by looking at her. But everything had suddenly changed. Bialam's father, Kainish-Janab Pakalai, having miraculously lived to 80 years old, serving as king for 68 years, suddenly died. Bialam was heir to the throne, but since Pakal's father was a lord but not the king, other noble families in Lakham claimed they had more of a right to becoming ruler than Bialam. In response, Bialam was advised by the priests to establish his father's superior claim with expansive celebrations in his father's honor. For King Pakal had significantly increased the city from relative obscurity to a great power during his reign, increasing its inhabitants' prestige and power. King Pakal was buried in a colossal sarcophagus in the largest of the pyramids, Bial-Yej-Tina, House of the Nine Sharpened Spears. He was posed in death to indicate rebirth, wearing a jade mask and bead necklaces, surrounded by sculptures and stucco reliefs depicting his transition to divinity. On his breast was the turtle ornament indicating godhood. Beneath him, carved on the pedestal, was the head of a celestial two-headed serpent framed by the open jaws of a funerary serpent, indicative of the realm of the dead. Around the edges of the lid of Pakal's sarcophagus were carved cosmological signs: sun, moon, and stars, and the graven heads of 6 named noblemen of varying rank. The tomb also contained a great quantity of earrings, bracelets, and necklaces, and a high-quality jade bas-relief. The colorfully painted walls would not to be seen again during the lives of those present at the funeral, because the tomb was closed off by a stone slab and plugs were pounded into the access holes. The most important consideration was the disposition of the king's Chol, his inner soul, his life force composed of 13 parts centered in the heart. This essence is placed in the embryo at conception by ancestral deities and is inherited from the grandfather, not the father, because, after a person dies, the soul remains at the gravesite for the same period of time as the person lived, which in Pakal's case was 80 years, longer than any king before him. And once the Chol has been placed in the new grandchild, he or she becomes a KX substitute for the departed ancestor. Everyone in the Ka, the community, is the continuing soul of their ancestors. Like a crop of maize replaces last year's crop, so are children replacements for their forefathers. Anyone could see that this is the truth because everyone could recognize family resemblances. Breath is the rarefied essence of Chol and continues after death, so if a person's death is caused by the war, accident, or murder, the Chol stays at the gravesite, reintegrating any fragments that may have been spread over the landscape, and when it is again complete, it joins the souls kept by the gods to eventually be used again by a newborn. A white plumeria flower is placed in front of a dying person's mouth to absorb the Chol so that they may be offered to the gods as nourishment. That is why when speaking of the dead it is customary to say Cha Usak Nikmal, diminish the white flower. Chol is most potent in the blood. The gods received their nourishment from blood, and though the blood from any living creature is sacred, the blood of humanity, man, woman, or child, is preferable, which is why the most important rituals culminate with human sacrifice, but only the most high-status prisoners of war or best specimens from the population will suffice. Along with the extravagant interment of his father, to further confirm Bialam's royal claims, the priests came to his chamber and told him that a human blood sacrifice would be required for his ascension to the throne. Bialam agreed and stated his intention to form a raiding party to procure multiple captives from another city, preferably royalty. However, the priests had another suggestion, one they said would transcend a prisoner's sacrifice, even multiple ones. There was a better candidate in Lakham itself, a person of such high stature there was no one else who compared, so high in fact that such a sacrifice would ensure his imperial claims. Dread descended upon Bialam. "Surely you are not talking about whom I suspect," he pleaded. The priests, more than 20 of them, all nodded in unison. They looked like a flock of birds, painted blue, their heads bald, bands around their arms and legs. When they were like this, all standing together in unity, they were overwhelmingly imposing, even though many among their number were young, barely out of adolescence. But the older priests in front, the wrinkles in their faces combined with intricate tattoos making them seem extremely wise, were the most frightening. These ones, the head priest at their lead, communed with the gods. Surely they knew what the future foretold, what fate assigned each of their roles. Bialam could not speak, and the priests too were mute in solemnity. With his father dead, Bialam desperately wished his mother, Sacrificio, were still alive to provide him counsel. She had always been his father's primary advisor, never disloyal, always wise. Bialam had always assumed his wife would be the same, and knew there was only one who could possibly fit that role. But the priests were adamant, and there was truth in their argument. With a heavy heart, he nodded his head in acceptance, sealing the fate of the one person in all the world who could fulfill his destiny. Iritizi's father, Can, had entered the ranks of the elites on the strength of the status of his daughter's semi-divine lineage. He was comfortable in both life and business. His plantings had increased, and he had taken 2 more wives, though Expiac was still his favorite even though she was older than the new ones, and had 2 more children. How could she not be his adored one, considering she was the mother of Iritizi? He had even put her in charge of the many slaves he now owned. They had remained in the same house, but he had taken possession of the 2 buildings next to it to house his harem and ever-increasing family. He even had a grandson and many more to come. He also had good health, though the gods could intervene at any time, and if they chose to take him tomorrow, he would pass into the realm of the dead satisfied with his life. While he was relaxing with his newest young wife, he was told that the priests wanted him to come for an audience in the temple. It was usually the father of the bride who was asked for the hand of their daughter, so he naturally assumed that with Bialam's ascension to the throne, he would also take as his wife Iritizi. Everyone knew this was the case. How could it not be otherwise? She was the vessel of the moon goddess in the land of the living. Everyone could clearly see that. So with gladdened heart, Can climbed the side of the pyramid and presented himself to the priests, awaiting their request. When Can returned to his home, he stood outside the entry for a moment with heavy heart, still in a daze. He knew he had to tell Expiac, but desperately didn't want to. Marshalling himself, he walked into his house. Expiac was perched on her knees, weaving palm fronds and grass into a mat, looking beautiful even in old age. She looked up at him and smiled, but the smile left her face when he did not return it. "My love," Can said softly. Can's tone of voice made Expiac concerned. She stood up, approached him. The 2 were standing across from each other just inside the doorway, him standing a head taller than her, so Expiac had to look up, desperately searching Can's eyes for a hint of what he was going to tell her. He saw her anxious anticipation and tried to lead into the news gently. "The temple summoned me." He began, not knowing what to say next. "They, them, her," he jumbled the words, couldn't get his tongue to say. He wanted to be kind and sensitive, but instead blurted out, "The gods have dictated that Iritizi's blood usher in the new king." Expiac's eyes and mouth opened wide in astonishment, knowing what he meant by the cryptic statement. "Aye," she wailed. Can stared helplessly at her. He felt the same way. He reached out, grasped her, pulled her close. She did not stop her lamentation. "Aye, now," Can tried to comfort her. He hugged her tight, then held her out from him at arm's length and shook her slightly. Expiac quieted at her man's physical insistence. Can tilted his head so that he was looking down at her eyes in entreaty. "The priests know what's right even when we can't tell the reasons because the future is obscured from us," Can explained, hoping that the gods would support his words by making her understand. Expiac only sobbed, then her and Can stood together in silence for a long while before she tried to debate the situation. But she was to be the mother of the new heir. She tried to deny the news. Then her face sparked in anger. "They cannot do this." The anger faded to supplication. "Take me instead," she tried to bargain. "Oh, we are lost," she whispered as depression draped over her. During these stages of Expiac's grief, Can had remained attentive but quiet. Slowly he could sense she was accepting the path of fate, no matter how inexplicable it seemed. "You will have to tell our daughter," Expiac whispered, tears filling her eyes. "I cannot. It is my duty," Can agreed. "As her father, I'm the one to give her away, whether it be to a man or to the gods." "Where is she?" "She is fetching a new firebrand to heat the bath," Expiac replied, still stunned but with the quiescence of the Maya for such things. Can waited in the main room until his daughter returned with the coal wrapped in palm leaves that would start a new fire in the furnace under the water storage cistern. By his solemn demeanor, Iritizi knew what he was going to say. "Don't be sad, father," she comforted him. Can looked at his daughter. She had been such a joy to their family, and raised their status in the community just by her presence, not even considering how comforting she was to be around. "I have something to tell you," he started. "I know," Eurydice interrupted him. "You don't have to say it," she said soothingly. "Who told you?" Ken asked, surprised. Eurydice looked up at her father, lovely, innocent, serene, the perfect manifestation of a god on earth. Her sincerity in the face of adversity was palpable. Ken couldn't help but be enthralled. The conversation was surreal. "I could tell, or perhaps the moon goddess whispered to me," Eurydice explained. "But it seems obvious that only my sacrifice will elevate Bialon to his station without conflict." Cam looked at the calmness displayed by his daughter even in light of her impending demise, and he was comforted by it. She was indeed blessed by the gods, and if they saw fit, he must accept that this was the plan all along, and that the time she had spent with them in the living world was a glory to be cherished, not regretted. In that unnatural quickness that sensational rumors travel, every citizen and every slave in the city heard the news of the impending sacrifice of the beautiful young moon goddess. None were surprised. In fact, they were exhilarated. Never before in their lifetimes had such an event occurred. And because it was the first time anyone alive had served under a new king, given that old King Packle's reign was so long, the two events seemed equal to one another. Indeed, they thought Lackemma and its people were watched over by the gods, who took a direct interest in everything they did and made their lives meaningful and happy, and all they required in return was to be fed blood. The more elevated the status of the giver, the more the gods appreciated and enjoyed it. The gods had deserved their request. Almost everyone had seen the moon goddess at public rituals, but few had ever talked to her, and that added to the symbolic nature of her selection. Those sacrifices were regular and common. Normally they were performed on captured soldiers and sometimes children, but rarely not from among their own number where family members would be present. There was even a kingdom that existed for the sole purpose of providing royalty for sacrifice. A committed belief in reincarnation meant death was transitory, and whether one was sacrificed in their previous life was a badge of honor and uniqueness, not something that was feared, especially if one was a goddess. Everyone intended on attending the ceremony, not for ghoulish reasons, but because it was going to be a spectacular once-in-a-lifetime event. All felt lucky to even be alive in this era for the experience. It must have been their own fates, they thought to themselves in self-congratulation. Even children were excited. All were counting off the days before its occurrence in anticipation. The mass hypnosis produced a euphoria so that as the event approached, every day seemed better than the last. The sky was bluer, the air was fresher, food was more plentiful and tasted better. Hunting was successful. Slave-gathering skirmishes into neighboring cities were productive. Even more babies were being born to be available for souls to occupy. It was 5 days, then 4, then 2. The very air was becoming electric. The day before was made a holiday. No one was required to weave, make pottery, or go into the fields, not even the slaves. Families were encouraged to spend the time together feasting. If their neighbors could join them, all the better. Children rushed around together in swarms, laughing, screaming, making their own memories of the event. The day turned into evening, which turned into night, and still few went to sleep, many awaiting the rising sun of the new day, the Sacrificio day. These things had all happened at the Can household too, but the feelings were muted, and the joy and celebration were lacking. They did all eat together, and none slept, but for the entirely opposite reason: they couldn't do to dread. Expiac spent the night with Eurydice for one last time, her arm around her daughter's shoulders the whole time. She used the opportunity to tell her everything she could think of how her grandfather tricked her grandmother's father so that he could visit her in the darkness of night after a festival when all were asleep with drunkenness, and laid with her, and the next day was killed in battle. The result of the coupling was Expiac. Therefore, Expiac was also the product of fate, likewise subject to it because now she was losing her own daughter. Expiac told Eurydice how she had watched her become beautiful and strong, tall as a stalk of maize, muscle on her bones, and plenty of precious blood in her body. Expiac admired how Eurydice had taken the path of the jaguar, walked in truth, and spoke accordingly, that Eurydice was fit to sit beside the throne of Lackemma, to wear jewels and be adorned with feathers, but the moon goddess had intervened and taken her body for this purpose. Instead of supporting her king and continuing his royal line, she was to facilitate his becoming a king. How inscrutable life is, Expiac thought, hugging her daughter even tighter. In the morning, a neighbor came into and said the priests were within sight. Expiac and Eurydice stood and went to meet Can outside the house to await their arrival. The priests approached slowly, marched up to the entrance, and bowed deeply to Eurydice. With them were female attendants who surrounded Eurydice. They wove flowers into her hair and looped many necklaces of jade over her head. They painted yellow patches on her cheeks and sprinkled her with the sweet-smelling essence of flowers. When they were done adorning her for the journey back to the temple, they stepped away, leaving Eurydice standing alone, elegant and serene, no doubt in anyone's mind that she was indeed the moon goddess. The priests surrounded Eurydice to escort her to the Keana, God's house, placed atop the central pyramid. They walked along the wide causeway, under beautifully carved arches supporting stone roof cones that extended to the top of the temple, each acting as a pedestal for monumental statues. They climbed up the many steps and through the temple opening. They passed by a column of stelae, each paired with a low circular altar stone, then past limestone relief panels picturing village activity and also decorated with sculpture. They went by many shrines, each dedicated to important patrons who wanted to deify their ancestors, and finally they were at the edge of the coronation platform that extended out high over the city. The gods called on Eurydice to have courage, so she took every step with dignity and honor. She wondered if perhaps her ancestors were descended from rabbits, the signalers of the true path of life, death, life. Folktales told of rabbits in league with crickets that were at war with jaguars. That's how she felt, having the lifespan of a rabbit that could not look ahead because life was too short to have a future. No court official was alive at the time of Pakal's elevation, so all were concerned about performing correctly, and the enthronement of a new king required a highly elaborate ceremony involving a series of arcane acts. Besides, Eurydice on the dais was the Agile Sagi, the war captains, the feared ones. There was also the Tzie, the royal scribe, an exceptionally gifted member of the royal family who was recording the events as they took place. Directly on the other side of the platform was the Achl Hun, the keeper of the holy books. Standing before them all was the Lord of Fire, the Yaja Keak, spokesman of the king, who mimed for the crowds far below what was happening. Prince Bialam, naked but for a loincloth, was seated on the throne atop a cushion made of jaguar skin, where he was expected to remain until the proceedings were over. Next to him was the head priest, holding the symbols of royal power. First he placed a headband sporting the jester god carved of jade on Bialam's scalp, then a headdress adorned with quetzal feathers, and finally the priest handed the prince a scepter carved to represent the god Keawiel. When the Yajel Keak mimicked this act, the crowd below erupted in cheers. Eurydice was quietly escorted to sacrificial altar. She had accepted her fate. How could she not? The moon goddess had been born again into the mortal world for just this occasion. It all seemed so clear now. Who else could have been the blood sacrifice at Bialam's raising? Only she was qualified. The moon goddess knew this when her soul was accepted by Eurydice's body. Eurydice was handed a beaker adorned with water lily blossoms because within it was a highly concentrated extract of the flower that would quickly put her into a state of communion with the underworld. She sipped it curiously, having never tasted it before. It was bittersweet, exactly as she felt this instant, so she swallowed it down in 2 gulps. Almost immediately the living world receded, and her vision was tunneling towards what she assumed was the world of the dead. Eurydice was gingerly lifted by the attendants and placed on the sacrificial altar. She was not held down. This was a sacrifice of love. The crowd below became silent in anticipation. The world was still for a moment, then the Nakam, wielder of the sacrificial knife, plunged it under Eurydice's rib cage. She did not cry out. So lost was she in the potion, she didn't even move. There was no pain, even when the Nakam reached through the chest incision to cut out her heart. Eurydice was vaguely aware of everything happening to her, but the psychotropic drug she'd been given was also an analgesic, so she felt nothing except the moon goddess' soul and her own spirit passed peacefully from her body, after which Bialam, successor to Pakal, became the rightful king. Chapter 6 Zul. It is not good to throw away your hair, fingernails, or teeth, because if you don't find them upon your death, you will regret it. Maya Proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. Though I don't participate much in online socializing, I'm a voracious consumer of YouTube. I probably spend a combined 2 hours a day watching anything about everything. I love the fact that YouTube has algorithms that show me videos it thinks I will like, but I never would have uncovered myself. One of the things that the algorithm knows I like is videos about Central America because that's where I grew up and that's where I did fieldwork for my doctorate. Today YouTube had a lot of suggestions, apparently some kind of bizarre murder. I was mildly surprised when I saw it had occurred in Palenque, a large Maya archaeological site in southern Mexico. I knew the location intimately. Dor, Air, and I acted as makeshift guides there for a few months. It's not a hotbed of international crime and intrigue. The title said, Maya's Sacrifice. There was even a picture of an altar with what looked like bloodstains on it. I know those video cover pages are just intended to grab your attention and may not actually be a real story, but it worked on me. I couldn't start playing the video fast enough. The story was macabre to say the least. The victim, described as a male citizen of the U.S., had been discovered by the first tour group of the day splayed out on the sacrificial pedestal in the Temple of Inscriptions complex, a place I could remember well. The details of the murder were graphic, not the kind of thing that would be found in an American periodical. The man had his heart removed through a hole cut with a knife below his ribcage while he was still alive. The article didn't describe the operation in any sort of detail, but I knew what the Maya would have done. He also had an unknown substance in his blood. I would guess an analysis would determine it is the psychodysleptic agent obtained from water lilies. Whoever had done this knew exactly what they were doing, at the very least a student of Maya culture, if not of direct Maya descent. I tried to imagine it being the local people, because the usual ritual required 4 men to hold the victim, arms and legs. It's not that locals couldn't do it. They were passive but not afraid of brutality or blood, but that they wouldn't because it would affect tourism. And more importantly, the reputation of the city, already concerned about being considered barbaric due to their history. Plus, how many of them actually knew the old ways in such detail? It seemed more likely to be a drug cartel kill staged for maximum terror benefit, which would have been my first guess except the killer had left behind a manifesto. I'm one of those people just after read manifestos by presumably crazy people. Will the words betray an imbecile or a genius? Will they be a psychopath or monomanic? Most were obviously the creation of mental illness. Reading it, I was anticipating something along those lines when my blood turned cold after reading the familiar opening paragraph. I recognized it as my father's words, but my father and mother were dead, killed in a quixotic endeavor that only they would pursue. My parents had been gone for years, and as far as I knew, the only people remaining who were familiar with his thoughts were us, me, Air, and Dor. When I realized the implication of that fact, I couldn't move, only stare blankly at the words. My father's beliefs, though not new, were original to him. He did not simply repeat things he had heard and agreed with. My father pondered outside-the-box ideas incessantly, not just about social issues, but science, religion, and man's purpose. Us kids, not having any other adult male role models, thought all dads were like ours, that all men were sage and introspecting, and that when we grew up, naturally we would be too. I cannot understate the disappointment I felt as I matured and eventually found out that most, if not all, of humanity are sheep, and that my father was an exceptional man in all respects, but especially his curiosity. There was also my regret and sadness of taking my father for granted, never being able to tell him what I had learned, that he was something special and precious and rare. I know Dor felt the same way. Dor, being an older brother and perhaps more insightful due to his added responsibilities, was aware of our dad's intellectual prowess. Dor would often explain to Air and me how wise our father was, and that's why we lived in the jungle when no one else did. Dor could recite our father's litany word for word in our father's voice, and we'd all laugh. Society is coddling for weaklings and a cage for the strong was one of his favorites. He was also fond of, there might not actually be lizard people controlling everyone, but there might as well be. I later found out that was a real thing, that some people actually believed some kind of lizards disguised as humans ran the world. It's remarkable how much sense that makes now for such a ludicrous idea. Dad wasn't crazy, we wasn't even especially eccentric within the lifestyle he'd chosen for us to live. He simply had considered his options and chosen the best one. In retrospect, I applaud his innovation and resolve. In fact, I worry I don't have it too. I know Air feels the same because we talked about it after the accident. She told me, I want to be like Dad, but I don't think I have it in me. I agreed. The reality was I was waiting to act. I just needed a chance. Sometimes I would dwell on the song by Pink Floyd with the line, "No one told you when to run, you missed the starting gun." Dad was definitely not a conspiracy theorist. He was highly cognizant of the fact that other people considered him odd at the very best, and that they felt uncomfortable in his presence. This, he explained, is because they were resentful of his embracing life and doing whatever he wanted, not tied down by other people's expectations. If what you do is influenced by what others think, then they control your life, not you, was one of his most common retorts when I complained about how we were sometimes taunted and ostracized by other kids, especially visiting Westerners. Unfortunately, my life was controlled by my own sense of inadequacy and lack of resolve. I didn't have a clear goal, let alone a monumental one. I didn't even know if there was a starting gun. The manifesto had all my father's ideology right there for everyone to see. It even quoted Dad on Who Controls Your Life. The facts were staring me right in the face, but I was experiencing a textbook example of cognitive dissonance. I just wouldn't believe Dor could do this. I began to doubt the whole story. It was probably a psyop of some kind. That seems to be the majority of the news nowadays. Yes, I thought, Central America is no stranger to international intrigue, especially concerning America, and what I was seeing was a misinformation campaign to initiate a coup or perhaps direct intervention. The CIA was always running some kind of operation there. They probably had permanent stations with outrageous plans to manipulate the government and public opinion. The more I considered it, the more it made sense. My flimsy excuse made me feel less apprehensive, but there was a nagging part of the scenario that I'd built up in my head that wouldn't go away. How did the evil conspirators parrot the words of my father? Perhaps. I expanded the explanation in my mind. Dor was part of the operation, helped plan it even, and he wrote the script. He was involved in clandestine activities for a living. At least that's what we believe, because he never discussed his work nor revealed anything, not even hints, and if asked would just say he didn't want to talk about it. Maybe he did whatever he did for someone else for a good reason. However well my theory explained the situation, reason eventually set in. Given enough time and motivation, anyone can explain anything post hoc. That's why science requires that a hypothesis come before an experiment, not afterwards, because people are experts at fitting facts into all kinds of bizarre explanations and make it seem plausible. Once I'd come down from my flights of fancy, I knew in my heart the story I was hearing about a ritual murder in a familiar place was not a fanciful cover story for an alien invasion, or even anything mundane. This was real. The words were my father's, and Dor was a modern-day Ted Kaczynski. Kaczynski was a legitimate child prodigy who became the youngest assistant professor in UC, Berkeley's history. He became fixated on changing the world, all detailed in his book-length manifesto, Industrial Society, and its future was truly prescient, exactly describing society's alienation of people. In it he argued that technology separated humans from nature, and that the human race as a whole should return to wild nature, the end of science, and left his teaching position to live in a trench in the ground eating only bags of rice for years. So persuasive was his commitment that he convinced his younger brother, David, to live in a trench nearby. Kaczynski didn't know what one man could do to prevent a dystopian future, but he tried his best, as self-deluded as his actions were, by killing people with letter bombs. So instead of being an eccentric public intellectual sounding an honest alarm, he became known as a domestic terrorist, escaping capture for a long time, 16 years. The Unabomber became a sensation of Jack the Ripper proportions. During the frantic manhunt, he sent his manifesto to the New York Times and Washington Post offering to end his deadly campaign if they would publish it. They did, and he did. It's unclear if he would have been caught, continuing his reign as national bogeyman indefinitely, except David turned him in. He recognized his brother's ideology in the Unabomber manifesto, knew for certain who it was, and went through what I was going through. Some people, like my father, dance to a drummer so different that normal conventions don't apply. Well, ye thought, how could something like this happen twice? How is Ted Kaczynski living in a trench in Montana any different than my family living in the jungle in Belize? The fact is, I felt empathy for the man because I understood him and his motivations. At least I had a role model, because what David Kaczynski did was contact the FBI. I thought about it for a while before deciding just to take a look. I Googled and had a choice between local field offices or the main number on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. It was a national story, so the D.C. number seemed the most appropriate, but they must get a lot of crank calls. I went to the web page and looked at all the options, none of which said turn in your brother. There was also no leave a message or even an email address, definitely an indication that they must have a lot of spurious inquirers. I sat there thinking for a while longer, then finally got up the nerve to call. After a few minutes navigating the automatic messaging system, I waited to talk to a real person. It told me I was the 11th caller and they were sorry if the wait was an inconvenience. It was but I turned on the speaker and put the phone on the counter next to me while I fiddled around in the kitchen. The hold music paused and a female voice said, "This is the FBI outreach line. My name is Joyce. How may I help you?" I didn't waste any time on niceties, but simply blurted out, "I'm Mundo Buenaventura, and I think my brother is involved with the murder in Palenque yesterday." I didn't have any more to say. I actually felt quite foolish now that I'd voiced my suspicion supported by nothing but coincidences. The voice of the phone didn't seem surprised by my lack of detail, nor did she ask for anything further but my contact details. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Buenaventura. We will have an agent contact you if appropriate after evaluation your information." After hanging up, I couldn't help but wonder how such an evaluation would go. I put my phone back in my pocket and looked around my kitchen and living room. Things looked and felt odd, but I couldn't explain why. Apparently, I'd been sweating because I could feel coolness in my armpits. I didn't know what to do next, so I opened the dishwasher to empty, but it hadn't run yet, so I turned it on. Next, I opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of beer, twisted off the top, and took a long guzzle. The beer tasted bitter. I didn't know if it was supposed to be or if it was me. I had another guzzle to check. Yep, bitter. I was starting to relax, walked over and plopped into my overstuffed chair, the one I splurged on when I was furnishing this place after moving in. It totally paid for itself right now. I sighed, took a slow sip of beer, contemplated the universe. The question hanging just outside my grasp was, what's going to happen now? Is someone going to call me back? If not, am I done? I did my part. There's nothing more, right? But what if they did contact me and wanted more information? I didn't have any. I told the woman on the phone everything I knew already. All I could tell them about was the coincidences. They'll probably think I'm a nut just like everyone else who tips them off about some family member being a spy or something. Either way, the apprehension was the same. I had an inspiration to reminisce. One of the few pieces of furniture in my apartment was an old-fashioned hutch that contained the few remaining family heirlooms. On the main shelf were silver and wood-framed photos of our family that local photographers had taken of us in various tourist locations over the vagabond years. Aaron and I on a donkey with Mom and Dad standing at each end, us standing in front of a Maya pyramid, us in the ocean, a blue dolphin putting its head in Mom's lap. I opened a drawer and took out a small photo book. One day in homeschool, the project, Mom always gave us a project, was to make a scrapbook. It ended up being nothing but photos. We used all that we had, which weren't many. Each kid got a third and glued them in. Mom told us when they were taken and what they were, and we captioned them. The writing by Air and me was childish in comparison to Door's expert lettering. When Mom had passed, I got the book, Air got the wedding rings, and Door took Dad's writings. Nostalgia flooded over me. Tears welled in my eyes sitting there holding the book open on my lap, staring into the happy, smiling faces of everyone I loved. A past that had almost faded from memory, but was bubbling up again. I found myself looking intently at Door's pictures, so handsome, confident, so self-controlled. I could definitely see our father in his face, especially around the eyes and in the set of his jaw. Even as a boy he was a man, but as a man he had achieved another level. An enigmatic one I didn't understand because I had never been able to achieve his understanding of humanity and his place in that hierarchy, even though I was formed by the same forces that formed him. The thing about Central America is that if you live there, you learn a great skepticism of government, specifically how much U.S. involvement got things the way they are. It's openly accepted that no president can be elected without Yank assistance, and if the opposition does somehow prevail, they don't last long, either through coup or assassination. Now that I live in the States, it seems like all of that has subsided or no longer exists because there's just no news of anything untoward happening. But my Spanish language news sources are more frank about reality, something Americans are separated from. The fact is, no matter the tourism propaganda promising otherwise, Central America is a dangerous place right under the surface, and if you scratch it, even now, you'll find out. That's what happened to my father and mother. The official story is that they died when the boat they were on sank, but the reality is that it was sunk from mortar fire. Us kids had already dispersed into colleges up north when we got the news our parents had been killed by clandestine right-wing government forces in Nicaragua. A friend of the family, a guy who often hung out with my dad, called. He'd been given our contact information for just such an occasion because we always dreaded something like that would happen. My dad, with Mom in tow, had crossed the line a little too far and were traveling with a group of suspected rebels, who were really liberal university students going to talk to real rebels so see what their grievances were. My dad was probably holding court on deck, explaining the meaning of life to apt listeners when the missiles hit. My father was a fervent communist in only the way a privileged white Westerner can be, but I only learned that after I started my own privileged white Westerner life. He wasn't a real communist because he'd never lived under communism, and my parents' lack of ownership of anything had almost everything to do with our transient lifestyle than ideology. We had no wealth because any extra money went towards Dad's next adventure. He believed that money was only valuable in the instant you need it and had no utility in a bank. The idea of inheritance for us kids never came into equation, a feeling I still have to this day. Money is imaginary, but the experiences we had were not. Avowed socialists conveniently ignore the atrocities of the Stalin's Soviet Union, Mao's China, Pol Pot's Cambodia, or any of the other opportunistic monomaniacs who use the desperation of the people to overthrow and take from the productive members of society. That's not the same as supporting tin pot dictators who think the assets of their country are their assets, or royal families who think God gave them everything. Communist tyrants and truly owning nothing or another matter entirely. It's much easier to incite old resentments, envy, and malevolence than it is to calmly explain the advantages of a free market society, and frankly, most destitute societies can't get there from where they're standing anyway. It wasn't that we were communist, it was simply compatible with our lifestyle, and since our family was extremely egalitarian, as all families should be, its tenets didn't conflict with our goals. I can only make that observation in retrospect because now I'm repelled by the concept of from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. It's interesting that the distinctly American definition of liberty, people making decisions for themselves and reaping the rewards or suffering the consequences of their actions, is so thoroughly embraced by me, an expatriate who became a patriot. People who grew up in the U.S. take liberty for granted, but I've seen the handiwork of socialism, where elites tell everybody what to do. Whether those elites are an aristocracy or elected or put in charge through meritocracy, it makes no difference. Nobody knows better than you about what you want. The whole idea of socialism is based on the fallacy that somebody wise can determine what's best for everyone, but nobody can tell the future, and what may be best for you may not be best for me, and vice versa. Utilitarian founder Jeremy Bentham's greatest good, the most good to the most people, sounds reasonable enough, but good is a subjective word. A better goal would be most liberty to most people because it's measurable. Liberty equals opportunity multiplied by freedom. The first term is self-explanatory, and freedom is the ability to pursue it. Both parts are required for liberty to exist. For example, if you were alone on a desert island, you would have 100% freedom but no opportunities, so no liberty, and if you lived in a totalitarian country, you would have lots of opportunity but no freedom. Dorr was the one who had explained these concepts to me. He's a combination of philosopher-logician. None of us kids adopted egalitarian ideals, probably because we were immersed in the dichotomy of everyday life where we had to be independent and individualistic. In fact, Dorr and Eyre would be categorized as libertarians, but I'm more practical because if liberty requires opportunity, and opportunity equates to money, then concentration of wealth is concentration of opportunity, so if the goal is actually most liberty to most people, then the money needs to be spread around, not just a lot. Taking from the rich while they're alive is a violation of their liberty, but redistributing the wealth at death would probably solve the problem. However, I'm introspective enough to recognize that might cause as many problems as it cures, like increasing entitlement among people who already have too much, thinking that someone else's money should become theirs and exulting in the death of others. I wondered where Dorr is exactly. Is he holed up in a motel room drinking himself to death? Dorr was never a drinker in the early days, but as he matured and we approached middle age, he became a rum drinker, probably because we developed a familiarity with it growing up along the Caribbean. He was a one-per-night guy when he was home from his mysterious job, but I noticed near the end, before he disappeared, he was looking longingly at the empty glass, like he wanted another but didn't want other people to know. Maybe he had another family. That idea was ridiculous. I stopped speculating because I was looking for motivations, and as anyone knows, if you're looking for a reason why someone does something, you'll always find one, no matter how unlikely. I decided to call Eyre. We'd spoken about Dorr over the years, but only danced around his long absences and reserved behavior. He wasn't erratic and never lost his temper. In fact, he's the storybook stoic male hero, so neither of us wanted to intimate otherwise. It seemed like a betrayal or disloyal. But real life isn't representative of popular imagination. Two quiet men are just as concerning as two boisterous ones, and eventually something gives. But I'm not a psychologist, and I distrust people who pretend to be. Neither can I read people's minds nor tell the future. Simply put, I didn't insert myself into Dorr's business just as I wouldn't want him doing it to me. But now the situation has become critical and I feel it's within my purview to act. I just didn't know what to do. The phone was still ringing at Eyre's end, and I was trying to compose a voicemail in my head that didn't sound frightening when she answered. At first I was relieved, but then I didn't know how to start the conversation. The pause was unnaturally long. "Money, is that you?" Eyre asked over the phone, thinking maybe we had a bad connection. Yeah, it's me," I hurriedly replied. "Anything up?" she asked, sensing something was. "I called to talk to you about Dorr," I responded, relieved to get my intentions out. "Anything specific or just in general how fucked up things are?" She commented, "Both. Something weird is happening." I told Eyre about the murders in Paylink and how there was a manifesto that sounded just like Dad. "And you think Dorr did it?" Eyre asked hesitantly. "I don't know," I replied with the same inflection in my voice that she had used. "Tell me what you know," she asked. I described the scenario as I remembered from the news article, especially where, how, and the parts of the manifesto that she would recognize from Dad. It didn't take long, and the phone was quiet for a bit after I was done. I was about to speak when she did first. "I think he did it," she responded flatly. That unequivocal statement surprised me. "You do?" I asked, curious on why she was so certain. "It's the type of thing Dor can do," she explained. "How many people have you met that even have anything close to his capabilities? And if Dor's demons, whatever they may be, got out, this is the kind of thing he would do." "But why?" I asked, confused. "Why does Dor do anything? Didn't you tell me he was living in a motel in Seattle?" "That was just a guess. I don't really know what he's doing there." Air began talking. "Thor is the most capable man I've ever known. It's because I judge all other men to him that I can't find one of my own who lives up to my expectations. I sometimes wonder how the circumstances we grew up in created men like Dor, and maybe I could look around for a man with a similar background, but when I do, they're always disappointing. I'm thinking now that it was simply chance that Dor was an exceptional male who happened to be our older brother, and growing up like we did just tempered him." I hesitated to respond. "Convince me, but how does that make him into the Zodiac Killer?" "The Zodiac Killer was never caught." Air let that last statement simmer. "I'll let you know if I find out anything more," I said in way of pausing the conversation. "Love you, Money," she replied, expecting to talk again later. "Love you, Air." After I ended the call, it dawned on me I hadn't told her about me contacting the FBI. I wondered for a moment if I had truly forgotten or was subliminally hiding that information from her because I didn't want her to know I was turning in our brother. That got me thinking about betrayal. Was I betraying Dor? In a way, yeah. Brothers shouldn't be turning in brothers like sons shouldn't turn on their fathers no matter what they do. They should walk away, but what if I could save Dor's life by being an advocate for him? If people who would otherwise kill him on sight had some knowledge about him as a person, would they be so quick to shoot? Such internal conscience sparring wasn't good for my mental health. Here I was trying to tell the future and speculating on a fact pattern with barely any information, even though I often cautioned others from doing the same thing. I was more embarrassed than chagrined, causing me to resort to nihilism. Nobody cared if Dor was a murderer. Nobody cared if I was a snitch. Nobody cared that Dad was a commie, and contacting the FBI didn't mean anything. The world could end tomorrow, and nobody would care if nobody knew it was coming. Finally, I just shook my head thinking whatever is done is done. If the FBI ever did call back and I still felt like this, I'll just tell them, never mind, I was off my meds or something, and get back to living my own life. I had student papers to read, that's always a chore. I also had to prepare a midterm and take the boys to their soccer game. There were plenty of reasons to simply abandon this avenue to destruction. I was not my brother's keeper and certainly not his stoolie. The very idea that I would be involved in hurting Dor was abhorrent. On the other hand, if I could help Dor in some way, I wanted to. The quandary was too much to make a firm decision. I decided to just let the cards fall as they may. I didn't need any interruptions in my life, which brought up a whole other line of thought. Perhaps I did need my life interrupted. It certainly wasn't going anywhere now, but I kind of liked it. No hard decisions, minimal stress, coasting all the time. I could almost be described as slothful. Somebody who is always busy but never productive. Usually someone who plays video games, works out, and listens to music or watches movies multiple times. I wasn't quite that. I accomplished something, maybe a lot by sloth standards, but it wasn't what I was expecting. Again, another concerning avenue of consideration. What was I expecting? I thought back to my formative years. I didn't want to be an athlete, policeman, or astronaut. I don't think there was anything I hoped to be except perhaps to follow in my father's footsteps and do whatever I wanted the very instant I wanted it. I'd been plopped down in my Barcalounger for at least half an hour when my conscience brain finally took over again. I was staring into the painting hanging on the wall across from me, a traditional rendition of Maya imagery and colors, an abuela, grandmother, with long black hair, working in a field of maize. She had on a colorful poncho and was bent over studiously working the soil. I'd brought it back with me on my last visit to Central America. Most of the other decor was supplied in the same fashion. I'd bring something back from each of my trips and hang it on the wall or put it on a shelf. Anybody coming into my apartment for the first time would think I was Meyer obsessed, and rightfully so. Otherwise, the house was sterile. I had my childhood memories, and that was about it. I noticed the rug under my feet also had a mestizo motif. I smiled to myself, somewhat embarrassed and chagrined that my life was defined by things I had no control over. It wasn't like I was searching for acceptance. There was no club I wanted to join or honor I was looking to receive. I didn't collect friends like knickknacks to look at and admire how many there were. In fact, if the definition of friend is what I think it is, I don't have any at all. That was a realization I didn't like thinking about. All of this contemplation laid bare a fact that I had intentionally not considered before, that my exceptional start in life had not blossomed into something even better. Instead, I had become an NPC, a non-player character is what they were called in video games, where everything I did was scripted. The things I had done yesterday were the things I would do tomorrow. Now that I'd let the cat out of the bag, I knew it couldn't stay that way. From now on, the blatant mundanity of my life would blare out every time I performed one of my parts. Whether or not Dor was guilty of anything, his doppelganger had already destroyed my life because there was no way I was going to continue going on living a play-acting life with no deviation except my infrequent trips to the places I'd grown up in. The excuse I'd always used was research, but more likely, I was simply trying to recapture my meaning and purpose. Middle-aged crazy is a term used to describe what a lot of men went through when they have to admit to themselves that they weren't ever going to be a sports star, or president, or wealthy, or make any impact on life at all. No mature individual can survive that kind of realization, especially one with no chance of ever being any different. That's when they blow up everything in one last fling. They quit their job, go into debt, neglect their family responsibilities, and instead buy a sports car, date a woman half their age, and drive to Las Vegas and press their luck until it broke. I definitely didn't want to be that guy, but I suspected there was a chance I was going to be. Chapter 7. Yaksk. It is not good to go forward and back while walking because this will cause abnormalities in your testicles. Maya proverb. Chalchuapa, 200 AD. The great city of Agueca, even with its formidable defenses, was overrun and the royal palace burned. The elites abandoned their homes or were captured, their property left to be destroyed. Afterwards, when the attackers had left and those who had escaped reoccupied the land, the experience dominated every aspect of their lives. New warriors trained regularly in exercises and drills and were very disciplined. Every male was expected to fight, and some childless females. War leaders were appointed, and everyone knew how important defense was. Even those who usually tended to the fields expected to be called to battle if needed, realizing it was better the croplands be left untended for a while than to be plundered again. Agueca recovered. The merchant quarter of the metropolis was the largest and the busiest it had ever been. The trade plaza was arcade style, a succession of contiguous arches, each supported by a colonnade of columns separated into parallel aisles between permanent stone foundations for the market stalls. The plaza had its own officials, enforcement, and Lakem tax collectors who took a portion of every harvest, artifact, or game. Cacao was also an acceptable currency, but one had to beware of those who would counterfeit it by striping the shell from the pod and stuffing it with discarded avocado rinds. Everyone knew that to be a merchant was to be brave because they traveled into dangerous foreign territories, so went heavily armed because their best defense was intimidation and fear. Some merchants even implied they traded with the underworld. Their patron deities, black as ebony, carried backpacks of goods to the living, so merchants painted their skins to match and dressed elaborately as nobles. Their most valuable commodity was salt, but others traded in ceramics, baskets, blankets, and food. Obsidian was eagerly sought after because it was easy to work due to its brittleness and would break in predictable ways. Sometimes there were axes and bells made of hand-formed copper. The most successful merchants trafficked in slaves, peasants captured from the villages of other cities, and sometimes captive warriors if they were young enough. The true fighters were usually ceremoniously sacrificed. The city had been doing well, but the priests had said the calendar indicated that it was time to plant the fields. For that they needed good rain, not too much and not too little, at the gods' discretion. But the gods required nourishment too, and only blood would sate them. That was why a war party was required. The danger was that this area they intended to raid for victims was protected by another great city, Chalchuapa, whose own warriors would presumably be on patrol, setting traps and ambushes of the unwary. The warriors selected to conduct the mission, their bodies painted in varying shades from brown to red depending upon their rank, locked in file, the war leader in the front, a seasoned warrior in the rear, and new recruits protected in the middle. Even though the trail was clear because it was often used by traders, it was overgrown by the jungle. But the fearsome men could not afford the time nor the effort to clear it, especially not the noise it would make. The last thing they wanted was to notify others of their passing. The war leader, Cadmail, wore an elaborate headdress of ichixyl feathers inserted in a carved wooden right that marked him as an elite. Plugs in his earlobes caused them to hang clear to his lower chin. At his raised hairline were bumps where smooth stones had been inserted under the skin to accent his high forehead. Scrollwork was tattooed around his mouth to represent sacred breath, the ability to speak with the gods. His face was densely covered with ceremonial scars, both for beauty and to strike fear into his enemies. His arms were also covered in elaborate scars depicting momentous events in his life. When he returned from this engagement in victory, he expected to add to the rich tapestry. The upper parts of his arms were protected by hardwood rings, and his armor, he wore a shawl composed of small, elaborately carved tortoise shells stitched together in a flexible covering. It was well made and moved silently without binding his limbs or causing him to expend much extra energy. He was not a tall man, but the headdress made him appear so, and he was not a muscular man, but the armor similarly increased his appearance of strength. Plus his sandals had high heels that made it more difficult to walk but gave him extra height, adding to the illusion. In his left hand, he carried the leadership scepter that he used for signaling his troop. He used his right arm to hold back the overgrowth so that the warriors could travel more stealthily. Cadmiel's second in command was the renowned warrior, Eloi, who had participated in every battle and brought home trophies for all the young boys during the years as encouragement to become great warriors themselves. He wore a nosepiece molded out of latex made from tree sap, the bridge extending to the top of his forehead, giving him the beak-like appearance of the bird god. His skull had been elongated as a newborn when his head was placed between two small boards, one on the back and the other on the forehead, compressing the cranium tightly to mold it while still soft. This is done because the ancestors were told by the gods that if their heads are thus formed, they would appear handsome and wise because the head is the seat of the soul. At the peak of his narrowed skull he wore a helmet made from the skull of a jaguar, with the creature's teeth-filled jaws hanging down as a necklace. 3 more teeth were inserted symmetrically under his lower lip. The bridge of his nose was transfixed with a bone. Attached to either side were leather strings that held the ends of furry flaps of jaguar hide that were suspended over the top of his ears. He wore sandals made from the feet of the same jaguar, one he had killed as a young hunter and was still the largest anyone had ever seen. His skin was covered in black and red stripes, the coloring of the most successful warriors, and he carried a massive club in his right hand. Common warriors carried either a bow or a blowgun, with many arrows or darts in a pouch tied around their waists. The older warriors wore armor of quilted cotton that had been repeatedly soaked in salt water and allowed to dry, making it impenetrable to darts. They also held shields constructed of animal hides over wooden frames adorned with quetzal feathers. The most fearsome carried a macuehuitl, a 2-handed wooden sword inset with sharpened obsidian shards around the perimeter. It was as long as a woman, as tall and as big around as a man's upper arm, and could cut an opponent in half. Other warriors carried a hulch, spear thrower, a stick the length of a man's forearm notched on one end to launch a missile at many times the force that a man alone could muster. The butt end of a spear was placed into the cup, then thrown with an overhand wrist motion. All warriors carried an axe on their belt, either with stone, obsidian, bronze, or jade heads. The sharp edge was used to kill, and the flat to maim in order to capture their opponents. The youngest warriors carried a kayech, a grenade filled with hornets and wasps. These acted more to frustrate the enemy than injure them, distracting and stinging them during an assault. This was Ajsak's initial war party, the first time he was allowed to go out with the other men since his coming of age. Several of his friends were with him, Cox and Itzemna. The rest of the men in their party were seasoned warriors with at least one sortie with an enemy war party. The 3 novices walked casually in line, pretending to each other that they were nonchalant, that this day was no different than any other. It might have worked among themselves, but others in the line nudged one another and pointed with their chins, snickering at the awkward newcomers. Ajsak had a bone through the septum of his nose and another protruding below his bottom lip. His hair was shaved back high on his forehead, which was burned so that the hair would not grow back. Both cheeks were scarred with the family glyphs. In his earlobes were plugs made of carved hardwood inlaid with shells. Around his neck he wore a multitude of necklaces made from cocoa seeds, and his shoulders were covered with leather pads that his mother had made him, decorated with jade to deflect glancing blows. His hair was long, black and sleek, pulled back behind his ears. He wore his dart pouch slung over his left shoulder for easy access with his right hand. His back was tattooed with large designs of spirals that represented bravery that he intended to prove this day. "Are you afraid?" Cox asked, the most frank and open about his feeling among Ajsak's friends. Ajsak didn't want to admit he was, but he also didn't want to lie, so he composed an answer that he hoped would be sufficient to solve both requirements. "I would have been before I was a man," he answered carefully. Cox took his meaning correctly. "Me too," he replied, relieved. Itzemna was behind them, but within hearing. "Me too," he answered without being asked. Both Ajsak and Cox turned around to look at him and nod their heads in unison. Itzemna nodded his head back in male camaraderie. The 3 of them had been together since childhood. All were raised in the same section of the city, and all were born within a year of one another, which is why they shared this first mission together as warriors. Itzemna was the tallest, but Cox was the broadest, and Ajsak the most skilled with a blowgun, as well as being the most athletic and fastest runner. I feel the gods will protect us, Itzemna said. Ajsak and Cox again nodded back in unison. I already know which tattoo I will have when we return, Cox said. Stop. Don't say that, Ajsak warned him. Don't get presumptuous with fate, or it may do the opposite just to spite you. Then the stern look fell from his face to be replaced by a large smile showing that he was simply mocking his friend. All three boys smiled and continued to nod their heads in unison. The warrior in the line directly ahead of them turned to stare at the boys. The stern look on his face intended to remind them to remain silent. The boys were duly chastened and continued on stoically. Cadmiel, who was at the beginning of the line, held up his scepter for the warriors to stop their march. He did not turn around nor speak, but instead kept looking ahead, listening for several moments, then turned to face his warriors and signal for them to squat in a resting position. All were practiced in the maneuver and comfortably rested flat-footed, their heels supporting their buttocks. There was no places to sit in the jungle that weren't inhabited by ants, spiders, and snakes, some of which whose bites could kill if a person was unaware or too preoccupied to watch where they were going. The concept of a chair didn't even occur to them. That would just give the denizens of the jungle someplace else to live. As new initiates, Ajsak, Cox, and Itzemna were grouped together, which worked well for them because they found every aspect of this adventure intriguing and exciting. The threat of death seemed impossibly far away. The older warriors around them squatted in sanguine anticipation. The three new warriors pretended to be the same and hoped they would not betray their raw novice demeanor. In this they were unsuccessful, but the seasoned warriors did not take notice. The young warriors watched intently for what was to come next. The war leader was listening and sniffing. Minutes went by, more, without even the sound of breathing from any of them. Finally satisfied that they were alone and unnoticed, Cadmiel whispered to Eloi squatting next to him. Eloi carried a medicine bag which he took off of his shoulder, pulled open the drawstring, and reached inside to get the ingredients to perform Sikar, the ritual of smoking Kayuts, tobacco. They had earlier spread tobacco over their bodies to repel flying insects, of which there were legion. It was also used an antidote for snakebite, spread in fields before sowing, and even as a cure for asthma. Tobacco was so important that it was used as an offering to the gods. Two of the older warriors took pipes out of their waistbands, filled them with tobacco from Eloi's pouch, and lit them with hot coals they carried in a separate sachet. When the smoke was bellowing, the men blew smoke into the faces of the other warriors to give them courage and strength. The same older men were also carrying gourds of Zakotl, the bitter water, a drink made from cocoa beans used in ceremonies and rituals. The beans were extracted from pods, crushed into a mash, and mixed with honey and chili peppers, then fermented into a cow alcohol, a gift from the god Hanapu that he had given to humans after they were created from maize by the divine grandmother, Ixvicane. This beverage was also mixed with tobacco powder. The resulting combination was psychoactive. The gourds were passed from warrior to warrior, each taking a gulping swallow, or sometimes two. Ajsak had never taken the battle potion before, but he had heard about it since childhood and was eagerly anticipating its effects, which were almost immediate after he swallowed. The glow spread over him, and in his heightened state of awareness he remained perfectly still, his war paint camouflaging him in the dense jungle undergrowth. Even when an ant began a slow, meandering climb from his sandal, over the top of his foot, up his ankle and onto his calf, Ajsak did not flinch nor fidget. Part of his calmness came from knowing that the red and black stripes just below his knees that would halt the insect from climbing any further due to the paint's bug-repellent qualities. But mostly he was numb and carefree due to the state he was in. He felt more giddy than concerned, and couldn't comprehend why he was apprehensive of battle just minutes before. Even though Ajsak had never been in battle before, he had been hunting many times with the master hunters of his tribe, some of which were with him here today as warriors. So he knew the rustling sound coming from further down the trail was too noisy and too syncopated to be an animal. It must be the enemy. Ajsak became even more excited and enthusiastic, but he still did not twitch a muscle. Closer and closer the sounds came. Amazingly, he could even hear whispering. Ajsak didn't know if that was normal or if his hearing was heightened due to his intoxicated state, but it seemed out of place in the jungle. Then he could see the first of the enemy warriors coming through the foliage, unaware that Ajsak and his lethal cohorts awaited them. More became visible, a file of them. Cadmiel, himself almost invisible, slightly wiggled his forefinger, signaling his men to bring their blowguns to their lips. Ajsak did so and could taste the blandness of the wood when he placed the tip of his tongue on the end of the dart inside. They waited. When the enemy was passing by on the trail, totally unaware of the imminent danger, the war leader suddenly made a chopping motion with his scepter, and Ajsek puffed his dart at the man directly in front of him, striking him in the neck. The prefect hit. His victim grabbed the dart, impaling his throat, pulled it out, and blood began to flow. The man attempted to staunch the blood by wrapping his fingers around the wound. Preoccupied with his injury, the warrior was undefended when Aloy stepped up from the side and smashed him over the head with a war club, splitting the skull of the enemy, killing him instantly. Such lopsided carnage occurred all along the ambush line. Catching the enemy unaware and vulnerable, it was complete annihilation. All the enemy warriors near Ajsek were killed almost immediately. He looked around for another to attack, but saw no one standing but his fellow warriors. His friend, Cox, his face covered in blood, was smiling back at him. A few paces away, his friend, Itzamna, was bending over his victim to remove a spear from the enemy's chest. All around him, the other warriors of his tribe were beginning to quietly celebrate their stunning victory, nodding their heads, congratulating each other with eye blinks, and a couple were cutting the war necklaces off their defeated opponents as trophies. They were all still in their drugged state. Ajsek had the same feeling of pride and euphoria as he was walking towards Cox and Itzamna when Itzama jumped forward and grunted in surprise, his eyes wide as he looked down. Alarmed, Ajsek could see the sharp point of a spear protruding through his friend's chest. It must have entered from the back with great force to have penetrated through a whole body. Itzama stood for a moment more, then collapsed, eyes still open, dead. Fighting was breaking out between Ajsek's warriors and another group of the enemy who had counterattacked from down the trail, not noticed behind a turn in the dense undergrowth. Ajsek's companions had begun to celebrate too soon, and now they were the ones defending themselves from being surprised. Adrenaline again coursed through Ajsek's blood, but it failed to reignite his drug-induced fighting spirit, which had apparently exhausted itself in the premature self-congratulations, but other warriors in his party were engaged in violent combat. One or two besides Itzama were down, but so too were some of the enemy in the fierce fighting with clubs and spears. The great warrior Aloy had crushed another skull with his macuaguidal, but he had a severe wound in his shoulder and could not raise it again. As Itzama watched, an enemy speared Aloy from behind. Aloy turned, jammed his own spear into the attacker's heart before they both fell down dead. Cadmiel, as war leader, stood ominous and threatening, his hulch loaded, fending off 3 attackers by himself, knowing that when he killed one of them the other 2 would kill him, but the choice was taken from him as a net was thrown over his head, pinning his arms so that he could be captured. Ajsek quickly put another dart in his blowgun and stepped behind a tree for cover, looking for an enemy to impale. He did not have to wait long before 2 ran down the trail towards him, though not taking note of his presence. Ajsek stepped from behind the tree, shot a dart into the face of the closest enemy, then quickly reloaded to fire another dart at the one that remained coming towards him. But Ajsek was not fast enough to beat the onrush of the enemy, and was forced to step aside before firing to prevent himself being impaled on an outstretched spear. In that instant his enemy's arms were extended, and Ajsek used the opportunity to slash down at them with his own arm. The hard contact was extremely painful for him, even insulated as he was by the narcotics, which also added to his strength. The blow had the effect of severely injuring his opponent, perhaps even breaking one of his arms. Ajsek wasted no time. With his heightened reflexes, he jammed the shaft of the blowgun into the attacker's left eye and pushed with all his might. The hard tube went in easily, liquid squirting out the open end until it hit the back of the man's skull. The surprised look on the man's face etched itself into Ajsek's memory before the body dropped heavily to the ground. Still excited by adrenaline, Ajsek looked around him. His heart was pumping at a tremendous rate. The pounding in his ears was like a drum. His mouth was dry, his hands shaking. He twitched his head this way and that, taking note of the dire situation. The warriors of his troop were being overwhelmed. Already many were captured under nets. Ajsek had so far escaped that fate, but he saw 2 more of the enemy approaching him, each holding a side of another net, intending to ensnare him too. Ajsek sprung backwards, turned and ran through the jungle. The 2 enemy warriors followed in pursuit. Breathing fast, his legs moving as fast as he'd ever run before, Ajsek zigzagged through the dense undergrowth, leaves and branches slapping him in the face so that his eyes watered and cheeks stung. When he came to a wide stream, he didn't even slow down but jumped completely across it, his feet slamming against the ground on the other side. The strap broke on one of his sandals and it flicked away, slowing down his escape. He quickly threw off the other sandal too, but he was getting tired and could not keep up the pace he'd started with. His leg muscles were beginning to cramp and his side hurt. He was breathing so hard he could not catch his breath. Finally, he was forced to stop. bent over, gasping. He intended to only rest a moment, but just before he was ready to again begin running, he was tackled roughly from behind. 2 against 1, in his exhausted condition, Ajsak was unable to put up more than token resistance. Defeated, he allowed his hands to be tied behind his back and a noose of cord woven from long grasses tightened around his neck. With a jerk he was pulled back in the direction which he had come, feeling utter despair, demoralized and dispirited. His 2 captors talked quietly among themselves, congratulating each other on capturing him after such a long, fast pursuit. They did not speak to Ajsak, already demoting him in status from feared warrior to at best a slave. The walk back was a long one. When capturers and captured finally got back to the site of the battle, Ajsak could see many warriors dead or dying, laying on the ground. The enemy dead were loaded onto litters by their comrades, but they left the dead warriors of Ajsak's troop where they lay. Ajsak recognized and mourned for all, wishing he were among them. Somewhat surprised, he saw that Cadmail was also among the captives, trussed as he was, standing in a dejected line with 4 more surviving warriors. Cox was not among them. Ajsak's rope was tied to the others, and they stood together there almost unbelieving, waiting to be ordered what to do. When the enemy finished gathering their dead, the captives were forced to carry 2 of the litters as they marched away. The city of Chalchuapa was the most dominated in the area. Ajsak had never been to it, but he had heard how big it was compared to Agueca, which he had trouble imagining because to his mind, how could a city be bigger? He had also heard that Chalchuapa was the region's ceremonial center, though their culture was more similar to the Maya Highlanders than his own Valley Maya culture. As soon as the city's profile could be seen on the horizon above the treetops, Ajsak knew that everything he had heard was true, maybe even more so because the amount of pyramids whose tops were visible was difficult to count, and the causeway leading into the city was wide enough for 20 people to walk side by side. There was a lot of foot traffic too, but it seemed light due to the immense area of the road. Up ahead, Ajsak could see a large group approaching them. The most apparent thing was their disc-shaped hats made of woven reeds dyed black, indicating they were priests. As they got closer, he could also see they also wore heavy necklaces composed to shells strung together and spiraled into a circle covering the upper part of their chests. And around their waists they wore orange-dyed cotton skirts with intricate patterns of white thread embroidery. The priests marched in lines 3 abreast and 6 deep. Their steps were synchronized. When the 2 groups met, the caravan of captives was stopped and the priests split into 2 groups, one in front of the line of prisoners and an equal amount following, escorting them along the causeway into the city, still marching in unison. When the entourage passed into the city proper, a group of young girls carrying paint buckets rushed over to the captives and began brushing blue paint onto his body, the color of sacrifice. Trussed up as he was, his hands tied behind his back and noose around his neck, he couldn't resist their ministrations but was able to keep out of reach when they tried to paint his head. He could see 5 pyramids in front of him, 2 still under construction as evidenced by the wooden frameworks that surrounded them, and the workers on platforms, their bodies covered in the white crushed lime they used in the mortar, stucco, and plaster. The 3 completed pyramids had a structure on top. The largest was obviously the temple. Crowds of people, all with their right arms raised in salute to the gods for this success in battle, impeded the troops' progress but eventually made a path towards the temple for the reluctant walkers who no longer looked for rescue or escape and were now resigned to their fate. They passed long poles with the rotting heads of past sacrificial victims mounted upon them, men, women, and children, some still with ornaments braided in their hair, and marched past the front of the pyramid with its steep steps, instead following a ramp on the side. As the tethered train of captives arrived at the summit of the pyramid outside the temple, they could see the thousands of spectators all gathered to witness the upcoming event. Then they were taken inside the temple, walls covered with symbolic designs and sacred murals depicting past sacrifices. Looking at them, Ajsak shuddered at the thought of what was going to happen next. Even though intellectually he knew his fate had been sealed, he still held a slight hope that the gods would intercede, that somehow his life was important enough to save. Perhaps one of his descendants was destined to greatness, so the progenitor's life had to be preserved. They were led to the courtyard of the temple where the sacrificial altar sat on a platform at the top of the stairs. Ajsak was second in line behind his war leader, Cadmail. The rope attaching Cadmail to the rest of the captives was cut and he was dragged to the sacrificial altar. His headdress, indicative of his elite status and therefore the value of his blood, was forcibly removed and his top knot cut off so that his hair fell disheveled on his shoulders as an expression of shame. Without a headdress, he was without power or protection. 4 attendants representing the 4 compass points grabbed him by the arms and legs, then carried him to the altar, placing him on his back, and held him down. Behind the altar, the king sat on a throne carved from a single block. It had a high back, double the height of a person, covered in glyphs laid out in a waffle pattern, each representing a member of the royal lineage. The king wore a decorative cape comprised entirely of brightly colored feathers from tropical birds, quetzal, cotinga, macaw, and parrot, covering his shoulders, hanging to his knees. On his head was a matching feather headdress, the longer one sticking straight up. He was bedecked in jewelry of jade, obsidian, and polished cocoa beans, and his face was painted black with white lines drawn on his forehead, cheeks, and chin. He was smiling, his teeth wickedly sharp, at the providence the gods had provided his city, for the blood of royalty was worth 1,000 mere mortals. Standing to the right of him was the Chilan, high priest, wearing a colorful, intricately carved wooden mask representing the god of death, Ehaukin. The mask had a thick mane of blue-dyed stalks of grain sticking from the top and down the back. He had a necklace of rectangular glyphs, each representing one of other gods, Hurakan the storm god, the sun god Kainish-Ahau, and Nakan, the god of war. A priest standing next to him also wore a mask, but not as elaborate. On his chest were tattooed the glyphs of the gods, and impressive ornaments of sculpted obsidian hung from his earlobes. Another priest had no mask, but wore a tiered crown of cylinders decorated with jade and turquoise. On his chest was a large, stark black and white circle containing the symbol of the royal lineage. In one hand he held a ceremonial knife, and in the other a sword. The fourth priest on the stage, bigger and more muscular than the rest, wore no mask nor headdress, but he did wear a large bejeweled necklace which was covered in blood, as was his chest, arms, and hands. From that point on, Ajsek watched the torture in rapt attention. First Cadmail was beaten, then burned, and his fingernails were pulled out. Miraculously, Cadmail did not resist nor cried out during the gruesome ordeals. The priests, witnessing his restraint and self-control, were duly impressed, knowing that the blood of this noble would surely be pleasing to the gods. The fourth priest took the knife from the holder and held it over Cadmail's chest, looking him right in the eyes, waiting. Then at the king's urging, he plunged it in, slicing it back and forth. The knife welder then reached into a hole he had carved and pulled out Cadmail's still pumping heart, handing it over to the Chilan, who smeared the blood onto a statue beside him of Tekembalan, the great bird sent to break the bones and rend the muscles of the human beings who displeased the gods. Using the sword, the executioner priest chopped Cadmail's head off with one slice. The four attendants then threw the body down the pyramid steps, watching as it rolled down haphazardly until being snatched up by assistants who cut off its skin, though they left the hands and feet untouched. The skin was brought back up the steps so the Chilan could put it on as a cape to perform the ritual dance of rebirth. It was in that instant that Ajsak knew the gods had forsaken him, and that his fate was sealed, that it had always been sealed, but he was too young, immature, and foolish to have known. Perhaps that's the strength of humanity, the naive optimism that keeps them going against insurmountable odds, because even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival, if all thought they had that chance, then one would indeed survive. But Ajsak knew it was not to be him. He was more surprised than anything else. It did hurt, but less than he had expected. The pressure on his chest was the worst, but he soon couldn't breathe, mercifully passing out of consciousness, and so ended the life of Ajsak without passing courage on to offspring of his own. Chapter 8. Mole. It is not good to lie or hide anything from your parents because you don't know what they will change into. Maya proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. The winds of fate brought a FaceTime call from a number that said Washington, D.C. When I saw it after looking at my phone because it was vibrating, a cold chill tingled down my body. For an instant I couldn't decide whether to accept the call or let it go to voicemail. Luckily, I'd already decided I'd go wherever those winds blew me, so I tapped permission for the camera and peered into the phone. There was a Hispanic-looking man staring back at me. "Hello, Mr. Mundo Buenaventura?" he asked me. "Yes," I replied, waiting for the man to direct the conversation. "My name is Special Agent Xavier Zimez. I'm an investigative officer, and I'm following up about a call you made to one of our agency personnel a few days ago." "Yes. Could you please tell me what you told our information desk?" he commanded. I repeated my story almost word for word to Special Agent Xavier Zimez. He was obviously watching my face and listening to determine how real I was. I was also examining him closely. He seemed to be seated in front of a wall that contained diplomas and licenses like doctors and lawyers put up in the offices to reassure clients. I suspected his positioning was intentional for similar reasons. He was average-looking, shaven, no scars, at least 40. His hair was stylishly cut. He was wearing a dark blue collared shirt and black tie. His ears stuck out a little and his head was melon-shaped. If I was to guess, I'd say he was mestizo, a visage I was very familiar with from my travels. He'd fit right into a Central American village. That's what I said when I called. I finished. I must have passed the flake test because he didn't make a quick goodbye. Instead, he nodded. Is there anything else that makes you think it's your brother? Special Agent Xavier Zimnes asked. I thought about the personal things I'd discussed with my sister, wondered if I should tell them. It seemed a little too much intrusion on our family's privacy. I stuck my toe in. My dad used to say the things in that manifesto, but he's dead. So's my mom. Besides my sister and me, my brother, Dorado, is the only one who could repeat those concepts so accurately. Have you asked your sister if she thinks it's your brother? The special agent asked. She doesn't know, and probably condemns me for calling you in the first place. It's good that you called us. If it is your brother, your information might help us resolve the situation without more bloodshed, especially considering your brother's safety. I didn't say anything. I wasn't looking for a pat on the head for being disloyal. Special Agent Zimnes must have sensed my internal confusion because he softened his tone. Were you close to your brother? He asked with more sensitivity. I didn't answer at first because I didn't know anymore. After an awkward pause, I finally said, yes, when we were kids then he went his way and I went mine. I still see his kids, my nephews, a couple times a week. So he's married. Yes, for over a decade. Can you tell if it's a happy marriage? Agent Zimnes eased the question out. As happy as could be considering he was gone most of the time and has been completely absent for over a year. Have you talked to his wife about your suspicions? The question surprised me because I hadn't even thought about asking Julia. No, Agent Zimnes didn't ask why not, which is good because I couldn't have told him. Instead, he hesitated a moment as if deciding what to say next. There is something you can do that would help your brother, he suggested, his voice more conversational now. I took the bait. What? They're putting together a task force in Paylink. I'll be on it, he explained, and some other specially trained personnel. I was more uncomfortable than reassured. Visions of Waco came to mind. Specially trained. I questioned. You mean snipers? Agent Zimnes didn't respond immediately, but then I could see him nod on the phone. Now I was getting really alarmed. That sounds like some Ruby Ridge shit, I said accusingly. That's where you come in, to prevent that kind of thing, Zimnes assured me. If you would join the task force too, come down to Mexico, you could help us find him before the situation escalates. You know him, you know that place, you'd be the most valuable member of our team. Zimnes stopped talking. He stared at me out of the phone. I was caught completely off guard. I don't know, I stammered. What could I do? You guys are professionals. I'm a college instructor. Advise us where to go, what to look for, strategize, Zimnes explained. Thoughts were racing through my head. First, I wasn't completely sure it was Dor. Second, I had my own life. I stopped on the second thought. What kind of life? Wasn't I just thinking about this? When things are too coincidental, they're not a coincidence. I immediately started imagining how I could help. I probably could predict where Dor would feel most comfortable. I did know how he operated. If it was him, I could find him first and talk him down or whatever it took to keep him safe. I found myself saying, okay, but I've got to wrap things up here. I didn't have a lot of money in the bank, certainly not enough for an extended stay in Central America, and my teaching job wouldn't wait for me if I was gone for more than a few days. I wondered why I'd agreed so readily and was about to backtrack when Zimnes spoke. We'll pay you a year's wages and send a letter to your provost asking for an extended leave of absence. Extended? I asked, alarmed. Well, most likely not too long, but just in case. We don't want to be going back and giving them a chance to modify the conditions. I didn't know what to say. I'm sure I had questions, but they weren't springing to mind right this instance. Give me your bank information and we'll wire you the money in the next 48 hours, Zimnes continued. I looked up my bank routing codes and texted them to the number he was calling from, all the while frantically trying to come up with things to ask or say, but I was still blank. I guess, as odd as this seems since the situation is so out of left field, it was a straightforward choice. Did I want to help or not? We'll contact you tomorrow with time, place, preparations, etc., Zimnes told me. So is it going to be a week or a month? I asked meekly. Zimnes didn't answer aloud. He just shrugged his shoulders over the phone. Getting everything set up to go was embarrassingly easy. I got a sub for my classes, called Julia, made sure all my monthly accounts were automatic withdrawals, and emptied out the refrigerator of perishable items. There wasn't much else to do. I didn't have anybody else, nor any commitments. I didn't even have a cat. I checked my self-awareness to see if this was all right to be so unconnected. Yes and no. Yes, in that it made my life convenient, but no, it wasn't much of a life. That was the real realization. I was unsatisfied with my life but didn't know it. As promised, I received the itinerary from someone via text. I noticed when I replied with a confirmation that the phone number didn't say who it was from. I was told to buy the tickets to Guatemala City Airport, then a connecting flight to Villahermosa in Mexico, which was closest to Palenque where the murder occurred, and I'd be reimbursed. There were only a few flights that didn't have atrocious layovers and only one that lined up. I made sure I could rent a four-wheel drive vehicle there before I relayed my plan, but when the approval came back, it said someone would be there to pick me up. I only had a few hours before the plane lifted off, so I Ubered over to the Denver International Airport. All I had was a carry-on, so there was no waiting in line. Nostalgia washed over me when I landed in the Yucatan. In fact, it had started when I looked out the plane's window as we were nearing our destination and saw the endless forest threaded through by narrow roads, rivers and clearings, but it really kicked into high gear when I actually stepped off the plane into the oppressive heat and sticky humidity. The smells were also familiar, an underlying odor of compost tinged with the acrid overlay of human occupation. But I was accustomed to both by the time I'd walked across the tarmac and through the double sliding doors of the airport, which was thankfully well air-conditioned. It was sparse inside. There weren't more than 50 people on the plane, an aging Boeing 707. Most of those headed for the luggage pickup, a square marked out on the floor, but I simply walked the 30 steps from the back of the terminal and out through the same kind of sliding doors in front. The heat instantly returned. I wondered if I'd made the right choice wearing shoes, long pants, and a dress shirt. Normally, I would have been in flip-flops, shorts, and a rayon short sleeve, the first couple buttons undone. But I was supposed to meet someone, and I wanted the first impression to be better than that of a slacking tourist. It was the right choice. The man who approached me from the crowd waiting outside was familiar. It was Special Agent Xavier Ximenez, and he was wearing a suit, for Chris sakes. Either he had already acclimated to the climate or he was forgivably uncomfortable. I couldn't tell. "Mr. Mundo Buenaventura," he said as he walked up to shake my hand. "I'm Xavier." I was somewhat surprised he had introduced himself casually with his first name while shaking my hand. It was the right move. If we were going to work together, we would need to use friendly salutations, but I preferred using last names. "You have no luggage?" Ximenez asked. "Travel light," I answered, shaking my head. Ximenez seemed to agree with that, and he motioned I follow him. "Let's get into the car. It's air-conditioned," he said invitingly. I couldn't agree more and anxiously followed. Walking behind Ximenez, I took note of his short but stocky frame, maybe 5'5", 140. His hair jet black without a hint of gray. He didn't seem like the kind of guy who would dye it, though he wasn't wearing a wedding ring, so maybe if he was trying to attract the young girls. His steps were bold, so we traveled quickly, and it wasn't far to what was apparently his vehicle, a Mercedes GLS. Ximenez beeped it unlocked, and I climbed into the passenger's seat, impressed by the comfort and layout. It would be perfect for the climate and road conditions. When that first blast from the air conditioner hit my neck, I was even more impressed. "I got you a room in the city," Ximenez said. "If you had any luggage, I'd stop there and let you drop it off, but unless you're hungry, I thought we'd go out to the site for a look around before we come back. That way we'll be on the same page when we talk about it. We can eat dinner at a place I like then." "No, I'm not hungry yet. I can wait, but I'm looking forward to the food down here again." Ximenez took off his suit jacket, folded it neatly, and laid it on the seat behind him. Then he messaged someone on his phone. "Just letting people know you arrived on time and okay." He settled into his seat, put the Mercedes into gear, and backed out of his parking spot. Then we exited the small airport parking lot and headed towards the city. At least that's what I figured, since that was the direction where the three-wheeled moto taxi were going to and coming from. It was a scene I knew well. We traveled slowly through a small but busy city center, bustling people, shops and ramshackle stalls selling everything from house goods to clothing on both sides of the road. The asphalt started out smooth, but there were more and more potholes until it ended completely and we were driving along a mud road. There were still some stalls selling food, but those diminished in number, as did the traffic, and soon we were driving through cleared fields, but even those ended and we were in the jungle proper. Apparently Ximenez was familiar with the road because we had virtually no visibility and barely avoided colliding with the occasional moto taxis that were coming the other way, or that we passed because they were going too slow. It was certainly familiar to me too. I'd driven this same road, though as a passenger on local transport, cabs or buses usually. Palenque is a famous archaeological and environmental tourist destination, and rightly so. In fact, the road we were on, as decrepit as it is now, was once part of the first freeway system in the world during classical Maya times. The jungle we were in had the highest concentration of jaguars in the world, and is the last refuge of various bat and bird species. Most incredible, there are so many pyramids that together they are the greatest mass of such constructions in the world. I was feeling comfortable, both physical and mental, so I looked at Ximes and started asking the questions I prepared on the flights down here, the first one being, "Are you sure my brother is involved in whatever's going on down here?" "Oh, we're certain it's Captain Buenaventura," he replied confidently. "How?" I asked. "There's some very specific indicators," he answered cryptically, not expanding on his explanation. "Like what?" I insisted. "He knows the area. His skill and background is unique. He killed a team of highly trained men who didn't even got a shot off," Ximes replied somberly. "But you don't have a picture of him here nor any eyewitnesses?" I asked. "No, except for the peoples he's killed," Ximes answered. "Then how do you know it's him?" I insisted. "We know for certain the man who got his heart cut out," Ximes hinted. "Who's that?" I asked. "His name wasn't identified in the news articles." "It was Colonel Richard Massey, your brother's former commanding officer," Ximes replied matter-of-factly. "That was pretty good circumstantial evidence, but certainly not proof." I tried another avenue of questions. "What was my brother doing here?" I asked, suspicious. "I'm sorry, but that's classified," Ximes said, shaking his head. "Who did he work for?" Ximes looked over at me, shook his head. "I'm sorry, but that's classified too. Is there anything more you can tell me that's not classified?" I asked, expecting the answer. "No." Ximes remained quiet for a while then. "He's going to kill people until we stop him." "Who?" I asked. Ximes just looked at me, not saying out loud that information was classified. "You're going to kill him," I said accusingly. "Is that why I'm here? As bait?" I sneered. Ximes didn't respond verbally, but I could tell he'd answered the question in his head. Palenque is one of the most impressive places I've ever been, and I could recognize some of the ruins to either side of the road leading into the ancient city. It had changed little since I'd been there last, on a field visit acting as a research assistant for one of my colleagues. It was a busy tourist attraction, a fact that generated a lot of revenue for research study and site improvement, though I knew of people who considered the site sacred or should only be accessible to elites. That wasn't me. The more the merrier, I thought, as long as it was managed correctly. Ximes parked the car in the bus section of a large gravel parking lot, and we climbed back out in the heat. To my chagrin, he took the jacket out of the back seat and put it on. Just watching him made me start to sweat. We started walking towards the visitor's entrance. "What do you know about this place?" Ximes asked midway there. In the 1950s, Alberto Lulier, a true-life Indiana Jones, removed a stone on the back wall of the Summit Temple and discovered a hidden stairway leading to a room with fabulous sculptures, wall decorations, and death offerings, inside which was the long-hidden, carved stone sarcophagus of King Pacal. I gave a quick synopsis from one of my popular lectures. Everyone loves Indiana Jones. Ximes squinted at me, wondering if I was trolling him. "Are you trying to be entertaining?" "Yeah, I guess you could say that." The attractions were visible as soon as we were inside the gate. We had walked right through, nobody even asking us what we were doing there. Ximes did a 360 scan of the impressive architecture surrounding us. "I've never taken the tour. Lay it on." He asked me to continue in guide mode. The city was originally called La Cama by its people, but the Spanish named it Palenque, which means City of Runaway Slaves. I began. "It's a medium-sized site, smaller than Tikal, Chichen Itza, or Copan, but it's more extravagant. It has the finest architecture, sculpture, roof combs, and bas-relief carvings of any minor archaeological excavation. It existed for over 1,000 years before being sacked by the realm of Tanana in the 8th century. I pointed to the tallest building along the skyline. That's the 4-story observation tower adjacent to the palace. The palace is the largest building complex in Palenque, about 100 meters long by 75 meters wide. The Temple of Inscriptions is on top, inscribed with rituals and patron deities. It is a long hieroglyphic stairway recording a couple hundred years of the city's history from the 4th through the 12th Kayakan, specifically the reign of Kainish Janab Pacal, the city's most important ruler, whose tomb the site is famous for. I was getting animated, my passion taking over. "The lid of Pacal's sarcophagus is a wonder," I continued excitedly. "It shows the king in the guise of the maze god emerging from the maw of the underworld. The tomb is also the only one with a psychoduct, a hole in the stone covering over the entrance of the chamber, which allows for the king's soul to escape. Plus there are ducts within the temple so the sun can shine on the tomb. The tomb of the Sac-Kayuk, wife of Pacal, is nearby. Her sarcophagus was covered with red powder made of cinnabar. The palace is surrounded by buildings and courtyards all sitting atop a terrace constructed over 4 centuries. It was the center of society and served not only the aristocracy but the public with ceremonies and entertainment. Within its walls are numerous sculptures and carvings, and it also contained many large baths and saunas which got their fresh water via an ingenious labyrinth of ceramic plumbing under the paving stones. Many of the buildings used mansard roofs and shaped corbel arches which required a large amount of masonry but are limited to a small opening, which explained the characteristic high ceilings and narrow passageways throughout the city. I pointed to one of the ornate corbel arches some distance away. That's the Temple of the Skull. I pointed near it, and there's the Temple of the Beautiful Relief with its elaborate carving of a jaguar seated on a throne. I pointed north, and the Temple of the Count, named that because the explorer who lived in it claimed to be a count. There are also a great number of elite residences, tombs, and even more temples. I paused for a moment, soaking in the feeling of awe and admiration even though the majority of the city was not restored. A lot of it was still part of the jungle, trees growing right through the exposed structures. The old passion was back. Teaching is nothing like doing, and here I was doing. I wondered how I'd ever go back. What about where they performed sacrifices? Simon asked, getting to the point of our business. I looked at him. Was he testing me? Obviously he knew the location of the crime scene. At the peak of the palace temple, underneath the carving of the god of death, I answered. It's a Chacmol sculpture, a reclining figure with its head facing 90 degrees from the front, leaning on its elbows and supporting a bowl on its chest to collect the blood. Is that where the body was found? Indeed it was, Simon answered flatly. The blood had dried by the time I got there, but they hadn't cleaned it up yet except for taking the body. I saw pictures of that. Simon looked at me, wondering if I had the same proclivities as my brother, perhaps wondering if he should be careful around me. Are we going up there? I asked. Not today, Simon answered. It's quite a climb up all those steps. Plus, forensics have the place blocked off and have been collecting evidence. Unfortunately, lots of tourists are being disappointed and the government is pressuring us to finish and clean up so they can get back to normal. I nodded. I didn't know what information I could glean about my brother from a murder site anyway. In fact, I didn't exactly know what value there was of even coming to this city. Did they think Dor was watching through binoculars, would see me and wave? Subconsciously, I looked up at the surrounding tree line. It was starting to get dark early, as it does so near the equator. No door. Simon also sensed the visit had exceeded its usefulness. That was very informative. Thanks, he said. You are certainly an expert. Let's head back into town and talk about it some more over dinner. It had been a long day and my energy was running low, so it was okay with me. Simon dropped me off in front of my hotel, obviously the one rich tourists used because clearly local people could only work in the place. I'll park the car, then meet me in the lobby at 6. I'll take you to dinner, he said. I asked the desk clerk for a key. It was still an old-fashioned one, not a plastic card, and got directions to the far wing of the second floor. The door to my room opened easily, and the furnishings were familiar to how I decorated my own house. Faux Meyer art on the walls, and painted oranges, browns, and dark reds. The decor in the bathroom continued the theme. The shower was tiled with familiar-looking glyphs, though I didn't bother trying to decipher them. I took a quick shower, changed into my Central America clothes, which alleviated my hot discomfort. Then I turned on the room's air conditioner so the temperature would be ready for me when I got back to bed. I took the toiletries out of my overnight bag and left it on the chair. I hung the clothes I'd worn on the plane in the closet, looked around the room once, grabbed the key and headed back downstairs. Simon was waiting for me. He hadn't changed, probably hadn't even have gone to his room considering how prompt I'd been. You hungry now? He asked me. Yes, I assured him. Simon looked me over. I can tell you know how to dress down here, he commented. I can tell you don't, I replied sardonically. Simon smiled and gave a quick grunt, said, let's go. He walked out the front door ahead of me, but waited to walk side by side to a restaurant just across the street. You know the food here, he asked me as we walked in. I'll let you know after I see the menu. I don't want to be a know-it-all. We waited to be seated. The odors and noise of the place filled me with recollections. Sure, I hadn't been in exactly this restaurant. I knew the food. I'd grown up on it. There'd be guacamole, of course. That's literally a Mayan word meaning avocado sauce. It would be served without even asking, along with some free corn chips to snack on. And chocolate, another Mayan word, that would be served at the end of the meal for free too. We were seated at a small table for two by a waitress who brought along the guac appetizer and placed it in front of us. She said she'd come back for our order. There was a menu on the table, but I didn't need to look at it. Simon, however, picked it up and scrutinized the pictures. His eyes were tracing back and forth. Obviously, he could read Spanish. He looked up and noticed I wasn't doing the same. You already know what you want without looking at the menu, he asked curiously. I nodded. There'll be corn tortillas with shredded chicken or pork on the menu, and tamales smothered in hot sauce made from local peppers. I'll probably have a plate of tamalitos. They're like tamales, but the corn isn't made into masa and cooked. It's ground up instead, along with habaneros, and roasted inside the corn husk. My mouth was already watering thinking about it. And pak chuk, also a Mayan word, salty thin pork slices marinated in sour orange juice and grilled, then smothered in a generous helping of dog snout salsa, though there are no dog snouts involved, just an oranger species of habanero called Exenipec in Mayan, which means running nose. I don't have to wonder if they have puico pibil because I can smell it. Pibil in Mayan means buried because after the pork is marinated in Seville orange and annatto, which gives it a distinct orange color, and wrapped in banana leaves, it's cooked over hot coals in the bottom of a pit for hours. The dish usually comes with sabanek, a peppered stew covering chicken wings that's poured over quinoa, which isn't Maya but it is Inca. Simons looked at me in amazement. Why don't you just order for both of us? I nodded again, signaling for the waitress with a gesture. When she came over, I went through my list, speaking in Spanish. It wasn't any use specifying how to cook the meat or the amount of spiciness. It would all be the same. They weren't going to cook just for us. The waitress was skilled. She wrote nothing down, but instead smiled and thanked me for my order. I looked over at Zaimez, trying to keep the smugness off my face. I failed. That was impressive, he said, sincerely. I assume it's family style. They put the food in the middle and we share. Probably more than we can eat. I don't know about you, but I can't eat like I could when I was young. Nowadays, it's tough just not to gain weight. Same here. I do the low-carb thing. How much of this is low-carb? The meat. Everything's corn-based here. You'll need to watch your portion size. Zaimez looked at me, considering. Do all college instructors act like you? He asked, not insultingly, simply curious. I hope not. That would be depressing. Zaimez caught the humor in my self-deprecating response and smiled back. I would guess you're the opposite of normal, he commented. I could tell that was meant as a sincere compliment and an olive branch of friendship, so I decided to give it a try. As you know, I grew up around here and places like here. It makes a different kind of person out of you. My parents immigrated from Mexico when I was young, so I kind of know what you're talking about, Zaimez responded. But my father was a laborer and my mother was part of the women's circle. I had a pretty traditional upbringing, really. Pinatas, that kind of thing, I asked. Oh, sure. Had a brother and two sisters and kids from all over the barrio hung out together. We recited the Pledge of Allegiance in English in school and said our catechism in Spanish at home. That was when multiculturalism meant keeping your individual culture while everyone was American together. I don't know exactly what they mean by melting pot, but I always suspected it meant those times, Zaimez reminisced. I had a different perspective. That's when I was here to us. The U.S. was the big boogeyman that caused all the wars and upheavals all around the world and especially in Central America. Zaimez made a skeptical face. What? The U.S. is the leader of the free world, a beacon of freedom. My indignation boiled up at the mindless repetition of state propaganda. The U.S. has been interfering in the affairs of Central America for over a century. It's always couched in the narrative of liberty versus collectivism, but it was really supporting fascism. Private Western interests exploiting the native culture. Anytime the local people had had enough and rose up against their masters, the CIA got involved to put down the so-called communist uprising. When my father was growing up, there were coups supported by the U.S. against populist movements in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. It was so outrageous, Colonel Oliver North ran a covert operation to supply weapons to right-wing death squads out of the basement of the Reagan White House. Do you know about that? Zaimez shook his head. Barely, he admitted. I laid it out for him just like a college instructor. The U.S. government secretly sold arms to Khomeini's Islamic Revolution Iran, which was under an embargo, and used the money to finance the Contras in Nicaragua, violated their own laws and prohibitions. The socialist Sandinistas, having thrown off the yoke of foreign robber barons, were finally in control of their own governments, and the U.S. was financing their overthrow, going so far as to term the terrorists freedom fighters, when in reality they were the exact opposite, a 1984 level of newspeak. Reagan always denied knowledge of the operation even though he was a vocal supporter of the rebellion, but the only rebels had to be paid to do so and would only act if prodded by Washington. The documents revealing the operation were mysteriously destroyed by the Reagan administration, and Reagan suffered no ill consequences, even going so far as to crow about his involvement under the false pretense of taking responsibility. Many administration officials were eventually convicted, including the Secretary of Defense, but they were pardoned by Bush, Reagan's vice president and successor, who was also implicated in the affair. Zaimez looked thoughtful. My parents hadn't immigrated yet, but I learned a little about it in school, he said. My parents were loyal Americans and definitely believed in the American dream, so anything they told was against the communists they were for. I will say, when I heard the story as a student, it sounded pretty shady. I wasn't done yet. Before that, in the 1930s, the U.S. Marines invaded. Odious types of limited intellect but a firm sense of manifest destiny, one such being Chesty Puller, nicknamed that because of his habit of aggressive chest-out stance. He started massacring civilians under the guise of being guerrillas in Haiti, for which he received a Navy Cross. Then he was sent to Nicaragua to put down the Marxist-leaning Sandinistas. He received another Navy Cross for leading 5 successive engagements against superior numbers, meaning destitute farmers, with no casualties of his own. Then he was awarded another Navy Cross for slaughtering their horses. He ended up being the most decorated Marine in history with 5 Navy Crosses. The peasants didn't get anything. And before that there was the United Fruit Company. In the late 1800s, the Costa Rican government borrowed heavily to construct a railroad connecting San Jose, the capital, to the port of Limon to ship their bananas, but they defaulted, so in exchange agreed to give 800,000 acres of tax-free land and a 99-year lease to U.S. interests, who eventually controlled bananas for all of Central America. By the mid-1930s, they owned 3.5 million acres, the largest employer, and held a major role in the national economies of several sovereign nations, even providing their mail service. Of course, with exploitative power like that, they were exploitative, which led to serious labor disputes and the formation of trade unions numbering over 100,000 peasant workers. But the United Fruit Company refused to negotiate, using ever-increasing repressive tactics to put down strikes. Frustrated, the duly elected civilian government of Guatemala expropriated unused company land to landless peasants, and United Fruit responded by lobbying the U.S. government to intervene against communism, even making the U.S. Secretary of State a stockholder of their company, who then directed the CIA to depose the government and install a military dictatorship sympathetic with the Secretary's new portfolio. This is where the term Banana Republic comes from. I finished triumphantly. I forget you teach this stuff, Ximenes responded, intimidated. About this modern history, I corrected him. I learned that in university in a class on history of the Americas, but it sunk in because I had a personal connection to the place. How come I'd never heard of any of that stuff? Ximenes responded, I'm from Mexico and I went to college. Had to take a class named something like that to fulfill general ed requirements. It's probably the school you went to combine with when you went, I hypothesized. History is told by the winners. For the longest time, certainly up to the end of the last millennium, all generally accepted histories were whitewashed to show the U.S. as a bastion of freedom and democracy, and for the most part it was, but there's a lot of room for greed and avarice by people in powerful places. If you went to a conservative-leaning school during the last century, then it maybe never came up. And it sounds like your parents only wanted you to feel positive about your adopted country. Ximenes considered that explanation. Maybe, he said, or maybe it's not real. I looked back at him. That was certainly an insulting interpretation. To the instructors, I heard it from as well as to me personally. I decided not to pursue his education in U.S. malfeasance in Central America's past. I just kept quiet. Ximenes noticed I didn't respond and must have recognized his slight. Hey, that didn't come out right. He apologized. I was just saying that if I did hear something like that, I probably didn't believe it. In fact, I probably thought it was justified. I'm pretty gung-ho when it comes to projecting American power and influence. So you're a neocon? I asked. I think I know what you mean, Ximenes responded. Yeah, you could call me a neocon. It's probably what attracted me to the job. Can't say we have many political views in common, I replied. Neocons haven't been good for Central America. Chapter 9. It is not good to hide food from visitors because it will turn into worms. Maya proverb. Palenque, today. I signaled the waitress and we left the restaurant after Ximenes paid with local bills in his pocket. He didn't wait for change. There's a bar I know that's not too far. I'll buy you one, he offered. He flagged a moto taxi. There was a line of them outside the restaurant. It was just a motorcycle with a carriage for 2 passengers instead of a back wheel. We got in, him on the one side, me on the other. There was too much noise in the street and jostling around to talk, so we rode in silence. We traveled through the busy streets, the driver expertly navigating among other moto taxis crossing into our lane, pedestrians, dogs, and other obstacles like deep ruts in the roadway. Normal Westerners would have been frightened, but obviously Ximenes had done this before, so showed no concern, and I was used to it from days past. After about 15 minutes, we pulled up in front of an area busy with sidewalk traffic waiting to get into the many restaurants that line the street. However, we'd stopped in front of a bar which didn't have a line, so walked right in after Zymnes paid the driver. The place was exactly how I remembered it, even though I'd never been here before. Cheap tables and chairs, gaudy signs, cheap prices listed on a chalkboard on the wall opposite the door. It was self-service, so we seated ourselves at an empty table waiting for a waitress. I would have normally went to the bar myself, but Zymnes seemed to know how the place operated, so I sat there patiently with him. Zymnes used the opportunity to ask questions. "Does your brother share your views?" he asked. "Is that why he chose here to proclaim his manifesto?" I thought to myself that that was a good question. I hadn't followed the facts through before, not really believing the carnage was my brother's doing. Even though the facts were convincing, I wasn't ready to admit that it was definitive Dor was the culprit. But accepting that it might be true, I shifted to considering his motivations. Seeing as how the guy who gave him orders was down here too, I would say there's a lot more to it than a manifesto, I suggested. It seems more likely your guys were involved in some kind of regime destabilization, went over the line, and Dor thought it was time for some payback. Zymnes scrutinized me. "I hope you're joking, because that borders on treasonous." "Hey, you invited me down here to give my unvarnished opinion. That's it," I said, almost snarling. Whoever it is, I think he was settling old scores that probably needed to be settled. Dorado is an honorable man, unless the circle is wider than the people he already dealt with. He's done. Zymnes just looked at me. At first I thought he was going to chastise me for justifying my brother's actions, but after the pause became pregnant, it dawned on me what he was really thinking. "There are more, aren't there?" I asked suspiciously. "Dor didn't finish off everybody who he thought had done wrong, and you already came to that conclusion. You think he's going to continue killing." Zymnes didn't respond for a while, which was response enough, but finally he said, "Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves with conspiracy theories." That admonition didn't set well with me. I felt myself perfectly capable of discerning a true conspiracy from paranoid thinking or intentional disinformation. It wasn't something I was born with. Everyone's innocent and naive for a while, believing in Santa, Daddy knows everything, or that people are basically honest. Hopefully, the realization of such fallacies comes gradually as you mature, and not the result of some gut-wrenching exploitation or abuse. Girls are especially susceptible to both, which is why their parents need to keep a close eye on their well-being. Boys have some fear of that kind of thing, but in my case at least, there were no life-changing naivety-enabled events. I didn't mention I was actually attracted to conspiracies, something I think most boys are. I would initially embrace cockeyed theories like chariots of the gods, then do my own research to separate the cock from the bull. There were books full of supposed true flying saucer abduction stories that were so repetitive I could tell it was the same story told by different people. The worst were the books that listed extraordinary events and people that seemed so fabulous until with just a little bit of research turned out to be exaggerated or outright fabrications. Especially in Central America, where myth intertwines fact, everyone knows a spell or love potion, and stores sell fetishes next to toothpaste and soap. I can remember hearing that people used to believe the world was flat, but it didn't take much reading to debunk that claim, even though trolls still do it today online to get views. The moon landing was fake conspiracy was the first one I really sunk my teeth into, because they had a list of supposed proof I could go through one at a time. Granted, nowadays I could have looked up a debunked page in a minute on my phone from people dedicated to uncovering quackery, but back then I had to look up each claim separately in the public library. After I'd discredited the first, which was usually their best argument, I'd know the rest of the list was going to be bunked too. Some facts I could ignore just thinking about them, like the U.S. flag was fully outstretched even though there's no wind on the moon. What rube would even be fooled by that? When the 9-11 was an inside job theory prevailed, it seemed more substantial, seeing as how it was from a #1 selling book in France. That seemed to give the claims more validity, and I couldn't understand why it wasn't immediately disavowed by the French government if it were false. That is until I learned how a large portion of the French population don't like the United States and choose to believe the worst about them, no matter how bizarre the assertion. It's easy to find out that the steel beams in the skyscrapers wouldn't have melted due to burning jet fuel. They even tested it. Why say otherwise? I still meet people today that no matter if I pull up a YouTube video of unmelting steel, they insist the situation was otherwise. We're talking about clerks in grocery stores who chose their own opinions over thorough investigation. True conspiracies have learned to successfully hide behind popular conspiracists. It was because I had so much experience determining one from the other that I felt comfortable with my opinions on what was real and what was fiction. When I lived in Central America, I just assumed the United States ran the world. It certainly seemed like that from there. When I moved to the States, it became clear that though the U.S. was the cudgel, powerful elites actually pulled the strings, and they weren't even necessarily American. Obviously, unimaginably rich people had some part in ruling the world, but either they were too sly to let their collusion to be known, or the main control was coming from someplace else. But I couldn't imagine where or how they coordinated. In whispers I heard about Jews owning the world, the Rothschilds in particular, that they control the central banks in every country in the world but Cuba, North Korea, and Iran. For example, the Rockefellers and the Morgans own the U.S. Federal Reserve. Supposedly, only 13 families own 99% of everything. As compelling a simple answer like that is, there just wasn't enough evidence for any more than a bad novel. However, a much more likely candidate of where the permanent political class comes from is publicly acknowledged but clandestine organizations of elites like the Bilderberg Group, or worse, the World Economic Forum, run by a James Bond supervillain appropriately named Klaus Schwab, which brings together a likely group of suspects to the Switzerland every year in the city of Davos, which is now synonymous with the conspiracy. There's a lot of evidence that this is indeed the epicenter of control because the themes they embrace today become the headlines of tomorrow. And there's been a gradual but undeniable drift towards accepting their narratives, primary among them that the world needs to be unified and more equal, leaving the elites in place, of course. Their weapon is fear, climate change, racism, nationalism. The fact that their slogan is "you will own nothing and be happy" seems clearly prophetic and megalomaniacal. I got my skepticism from Dor. Whenever I'd excitedly tell him something I'd just heard on the news, like the Illuminati, he stopped me and say, "Don't repeat before you think." At first I didn't know what that meant, but he was my older brother who was always right, so I held my tongue and tried to think. But I didn't know what he wanted me to think about. I was confused why he didn't want to hear the newest salacious thing everyone was talking about. A couple times I told Air anyway, but I felt guilty about it, so I just got into the habit of not repeating what I'd heard from the popular press. As I got older, it finally crystallized what Dor was saying. I was able to make out a pattern in how news was reported, and it was very suspicious. Everyone said the same thing, like it was scripted. You'd think different news channels would have different news and different opinions, but it was too uniform not to be coordinated information. Also, as I got older, it had become apparent to me that everybody was out for themselves. My family was unique due to our father and mother's integrity and sincerity to the point of naivety, but other people, and especially those with political power, were completely corrupt, altruism not even playing a tiny part in their actions. What Dor meant was to assume everything we were being told was intended to control what we were supposed to think. Sometimes that might accidentally be the best, but most often it was to pursue some goal we could only speculate about. When I figured that out, I would ask Dor what he thought of a new hot topic in the news, and we would discuss it rationally, at least as rationally as two kids in the middle of nowhere can discuss anything. Our conclusion was to always be distrustful of the public narrative. People down here think the U.S. is just one big lie, that everything we say is intended to influence them to their detriment and our benefit, and the all big events have ulterior motives that take from us and give to them, I said. Simons looked at me, a guarded expression on his face. "Is that the way you think?" he asked suspiciously. "Mostly," I answered him honestly. "This whole thing, my brother supposedly being involved in some kind of weird murder, me coming down here for I don't know why. There's definitely an agenda here that I don't know what my part is. Just guessing, I don't think it ends well for Dor, and you're trying to make me a party of that ending." We squinted at each other like two roosters in a ring, neither backing down. I could see the clench of his jaw, the veins in his forehead. I suspect he could see the same resolve in me. "You're like a walking conspiracy theory," Zymnes told me disgustedly. "I don't want to discuss it anymore now. Let's go. We'll talk again tomorrow." "You go. I'll stay here," I told him. "I need to unwind after the trip and all the pressure." Zymnes stood, looked at me for a moment, trying to decide if he should go or not. "Okay," he decided. "Then I contact you in the morning." Zymnes turned and walked away without further ado, presumably to go back to the hotel. After Zymnes left, I moved to take a stool at the bar. The bartender approached me right away, and I ordered a shot of tequila after asking him in Spanish if there was any made locally. It was then he reached under the bar for a bottle that looked like it had been reused many times. That was something they did down here with small distilleries. Actually, it couldn't technically be called tequila because, like champagne, tequila was relegated to a limited geographic area, 5 states in west central Mexico. What we were drinking was also made from a mash of agave plant, but was technically mezcal because it was made here in Central America. Most people didn't know such esoteric conventions and said tequila, but every bartender knew to serve what they had. I'd even heard calling something mezcal was going to be restricted too. Mezcal ancestral, as it is now called, uses traditional, rudimentary production techniques, roasting the cactus like agave in pit ovens, crushing it and mixing with water to form a mash, fermenting the combination in hollowed tree trunks, then distillating by boiling the liquid in clay pots over open fires. If the resulting high-content alcohol is not aged, it's called plata, silver, and if it's blended with previously distilled alcohol that was allowed to age in wooden barrels, it's called oro, gold. Sugar syrup in caramel color is added to oro to further enhance the difference in taste between the two. Anijo is aged for at least a year and is not blended, only drank on special occasions because it is much more expensive. Alcohol of any kind is still the best drug I've ever experienced. As long as I don't shoot my shots, instead intentionally sipping them, I get the high, a good night's sleep, and no after effects. I haven't had a hangover since I was in college. I like it like that. Get the buzz, feel the exuberance and optimism, then go to bed to wake up in the morning ready to go. It might even be the secret of Western dominance because the effects were easy to obtain, powerful but dissipated quickly so they didn't lose multiple days of productivity like other cultures that used narcotics for recreation. When I lived in Central America, there was a lot more to choose from. The indigenous people imbibed naturally occurring hallucinogenic substances derived from plants and amphibians that thrived in the area. Archaeological research has shown that Mesoamericans used them for therapeutic and religious rituals. Even today, psychoactive plants are considered entheogens because they're used to communicate with divine powers, and shamans still use them to solve crises and seek wisdom via transformational insights, but unfortunately, the experience impairs the participants for days afterwards and is highly addictive. It's interesting to consider that cultural success is more a result of the drugs the citizens imbibe than any other single factor. I, for one, didn't ask for or want anything more than the mezcal I was sipping. In my inebriated state, I examined my surroundings more closely. One of the motifs that local bars and restaurants employed was Maya decor, paintings on the walls, menu covers, reproductions of Mayan stelae covered in glyphs. There was a miniature one on top of the counter just in front of me holding coasters. During downtime on my field studies, I learned how to read them somewhat. CHLM, the language, is divided into blocks arranged in a grid separated by spaces. Each block is composed of multiple glyphs, of which there are about 500 different ones. The story of how they were deciphered is incredible. After a century of not being able to understand Mayan writing, a 30-year-old Russian, Yuri Norizov, writing without any actual field study, decoded the mysterious language. Needless to say, he infuriated the powers that be, and even though he was provable in his deductions, his breakthrough would not be recognized for decades, the perversity of vested interests being what it is. Norizov made the correct assumption that the Mayan carvings were logographic, made up of about 500 glyphs, half of which representing a complete word or phrase, and the rest being phonetic syllables of longer words and concepts, just like Egyptian hieroglyphs. Unfortunately, he did not produce much translated text, not having any source material, but nonetheless he was right. There is evidence that the Maya wrote many sacred codices on amatl, paper made from tree bark, but few examples remain. Much of what they recorded were the dates of important events, which is why Maya history is so specific down to the year. The dates were numbers written vertically, a dot to represent 1, a bar for 5, and a shell for 0. The value of each numeral was determined by its position. Each line above the last was 20 times larger. Top to bottom, the symbols on the stele in front of me were dash, dot, dot, shell, dot, dot, dot. That would be 5x 8,000 plus 2x 400 plus 0x 20 plus 3 equals 40,803. I don't know what that date referred to. Perhaps it was simply random decoration. After linguists decoded the writing and math, the discoveries just kept on coming. When LIDAR mounted in small planes was used to survey the jungle in hopes of discovering some long-lost Maya constructions, it caught even the most optimistic archaeologist off guard because what emerged was a complex interconnected habitation covering 33,000 square miles. From the Bay of Campeche to the Guatemalan border, over 500 newly discovered ceremonial sites too large to recognize from the ground covered by centuries of thick jungle. The surveys also revealed tens of thousands of irrigation canals, plazas, and fortresses, finding that the Maya civilization was much more extensive than anyone imagined. I got looking around the restaurant to see how many of the customers might be of Maya descent. There are still a lot in this part of the world living on their ancestral lands, the origin of mestizo culture, and indeed most of the people in the bar were some mix of Spanish. People of pure Maya descent are relatively easy to spot if you'd grown up with them. First of all, They're short. Most men are barely 5 feet tall and women half a foot shorter. Their noses are large, their faces long, their cheekbones high. Oddly, they consider being slightly cross-eyed attractive, so did not correct it in their young. I did not see any obviously full mire in either room. In fact, I didn't see any white people either, even though they're 20% of the population. This was a building full of normal height Spanish-speaking locals, probably the more well-to-do judging by the prices and quality of furnishings. Most public eateries in predominantly mire areas are little more than shacks with dirt floors and rough-hewn furniture with seats of woven grass. I guess that's why Zymnes brought me here. He felt more comfortable with his Western sensibilities, and he was probably on a company credit card. Personally, I like my restaurants rustic and cheap with regular customers who would wave the next time you come in, plus I spoke enough Mayan to order my favorites. I couldn't help but overhear the boisterous conversation at the table behind my stool. They were discussing a football, soccer, game as is so common in Mexico, and all the Americas too except the US. I found myself fascinated because since I don't follow sports, I was learning how the season was going for particular teams, some of whose names I recognized, or at least the cities they played for. It seems obvious that football is a direct descendant of the ancient ball game the Mayas played, but was probably created by the Olmecs a millennium before. There were some differences, being able to use feet in football for example, but the playing field, large rubber ball going through a goal, and not being allowed to use hands were similar enough to be recognizable. After a few minutes, I bored of that conversation, so moved down a few stools to within earshot of another table. These people were discussing Chiapas politics, something else I knew very little of, making the topic interesting enough to eavesdrop. They were talking about government programs to employ people and successful efforts to electrify since the Zapatista uprising a couple decades ago after NAFTA threatened the common people's livelihood. Apparently, there were also efforts at road building, water treatment, and getting trained teachers into the schools. One man seemed particularly proud of the accomplishments of his organization and that they were even getting help from the local drug cartel. Another man agreed, and a third man began telling of his successes to modernize the community. It dawned on me that very few women were in the restaurant and only a couple in the bar. When I was looking around, I made eye contact with one of them and smiled when I was caught staring. That was probably the wrong thing to do because she was obviously a prostitute and I had just invited her to join me. I recognized my faux pas immediately when she smiled back at me, got up from the table she was sitting at alone, and came towards me. It wasn't that I had anything against prostitution. I'd even considered it more than once. And isn't a girlfriend who you only see for sex similar to a prostitute except you have to call her in the morning? I didn't have time for further rumination because she was standing next to me. Hola, she greeted. She spoke in Spanish and I answered that I was sorry to give her the misimpression that I was interested in a transaction, that I was a visitor and did not realize what I was doing. She seemed satisfied with that excuse and told me I sounded like a local. That compliment pleased me because I always thought I had a tinge of Mayan accent. We talked for a bit longer, mundane things like the weather and how the food was in the restaurant. It was apparent she was still trying to ply her ware even after my dismissal, so I made the typical excuse that I had to get back, paid my bill and hers, and headed back out the door while ensuring she did not again misinterpret my actions. There weren't any moto taxis in front of the restaurant because they'd all been taken by leaving customers. I saw the last two load up and putt-putt away. I waited for a minute. The temperature had cooled and things had quieted down so much I decided to walk back to the hotel on my own, maybe a half hour away if I lollygagged. The thing about Central American cities is they all look the same or worse. What I mean by that is either they have the veneer of modernity with the old ways just behind the mask, or they didn't bother with the facade and were proudly decrepit. Paylink fell in between because the tourist areas looked western, but the locals who lived just out of the main district lived much as they always had in mud brick buildings with thatched roofs and dirt floors. The local people also dressed like a painting of old Mexico with baggy, shoddily made clothes, raggedy straw hats, and worn leather sandals. Another thing that always amazed me was the amount of stray dogs, some of which were vicious. Why these people put up with such an issue has never been fully explained to me. One person told me that all the dogs had owners, but there was little evidence of that. The dogs roamed the streets scavenging trash, defecating on the sidewalks, barking incessantly, and generally acting in a wild pack-like manner. Luckily, I didn't see any dogs on my walk. They were probably tired from their day of rampaging and were now quietly fornicating in the darkness. I made it back to my room without issue and much relaxed from the exercise and vacuous thoughts. I was already awake but had not gotten out of bed yet when Zymnes knocked on my room door. "Money," he yelled through it, "It's me." It was rather early and other guests might still be sleeping, but he didn't seem to take their comfort into mind. Another black mark on the Zymna's humanity scorecard. I didn't want to yell back, so I went to the door, opened it a crack because I was still in my underwear. "Hey, I'll meet you in the breakfast area," I told him. He nodded without answering and turned back down the corridor. I went into the bathroom. Mexican showers are also all the same. Tile walls with mildew-discolored grout that was sloppily applied with tiles missing on the corners. The water was low flow and wouldn't get very warm. It didn't have to. The day was already heating up. Tourist hotels all had air conditioners. It was almost mandatory, but hotels for the locals forced the guests to sweat it out. Because it was cooler outside in the shade than in the stiflingly hot rooms, those hotels were virtually empty during the day except for the sweltering desk staff and housekeepers. I let the water run down my head for a while. Palenque wasn't like the rest of dry Mexico that was in perpetual drought, where water used by hotel guests was water the peasants didn't have to drink. I dried off, performed toiletry duties, dressed in my sensible in this heat shorts and shirt, then headed down for huevos and tortillas. The heat just beginning in the hallway told me what the rest of the day would be like. I could see Zymnas waiting for me by himself at one of the tables that could seat 6. Still plenty of room because only a scattering of hotel guests were taking advantage of their free breakfast. Personally, I always selected a hotel with breakfast if it was up to me, and most establishments had got the message, especially at tourist destinations. I walked over, greeted Zymnas with a good morning, and sat down in a seat across the table from him. A waitress immediately appeared, asking in English if I wanted any coffee or tea. "Cafe," I told her. "They only bring one dish, eggs," Zymnas explained, "and you have to tell them if you don't want it." "Oh, I'm famished for some eggs," I replied. "Fruit juice too, I hope." "Yeah, guava mixed with something, baby pineapple." "I like that stuff." I nodded in approval of the taste. Zymnas was done with the small talk and used our brief exchange to start a deeper conversation, one he'd probably been percolating on since he came to my room earlier. "Do you have any guess where your brother could be or where he will go?" he asked. The non-sequiturness of the question caught me a wee bit unprepared. Not that's immediately popping into my head. I improvised before forming some rational reply. Believe me, I've tried to suss out his motives and intent. I just don't know enough about what's been going on with him the last few years. While I was considering what else to say, the waitress arrived with a plate of steaming tortillas, rice, and scrambled eggs, all rather bland but accompanied by a serving tray of hot sauces, any one of which would be too much for most of the people I knew back home. I, of course, ladled them on, a spoonful for each item on my plate. Zymnas looked at me appraisingly, but he didn't make any comments. Instead, he blasted along his original line of questioning. "Do you have any suggestions where my people can watch for him? Would it be someplace like last time?" I shrugged. "If you mean Maya ruins, there's quite a few archaeological sites relatively nearby, some both he and I have gone to before." I told him honestly, "If it's him we're looking for, I'm still not convinced." Zymnas didn't respond to my skepticism. "Tell me where," he ordered, "and tell me something about them." "Well, let me think." I decided to humor him. "Mayapan's close. It was the last city standing before the Spanish came. Yaxchilanan is on the border of Guatemala, along the Usumacinta River. Ekbalam is a very popular tourist attraction, and it has an underground cave to hide in," I noted sarcastically. Zymnas sat there listening. I thought for a moment more, tapping my temple. Deep in the jungle of Quintana Roo is Coba. He's probably not going there because nobody else is. At its peak, it had a population of 50,000 people, but you can barely get into the place now. Bonampak is on the Usumacinta River. It has a nice collection of murals. Cholum is relatively small but has nice beaches, and Dor likes to swim, I responded, finishing in a desultory smile. "Anywhere else that you've been?" Zymnas asked, ignoring the travel brochure descriptions I'd given so far. "We were at Uxmal, which is the most preserved and expertly restored at huge expense. Dor was a guide there as a kid. And Calakmul has the largest of all pyramids in the world, but we just hiked in to look. And, of course, there's Chichen Itza, one of the new 7 wonders of the world. It has the Great Ball Court, murals in the Temple of Jaguars, and the Synod of Sacrifice. That's where I'd place my bets if anywhere," I finished. Zymnas looked me thoughtfully without speaking. I could tell he was trying to determine if what I told him had any utility. I didn't think so, but I had answered as knowledgeably as I could. But what did I know about manhunts? What Zymnas could do with the information, I also couldn't figure out. Put more guards at the sacrificial sites. Protect the potential victims, whoever those were. It really got me thinking about Dor's motivations, if it was Dor. Why would he kill anyone in such a dramatic fashion? And who were these people that needed their deaths to be an exhibition? People who had done him harm. The only part of this whole, perhaps fabricated story that felt true was that if Dor was out for vengeance, and the people were evil enough, and the message was important enough, I could imagine this would be the place, but why now? Apparently, Zymnes had no more information than I did, and was at as much of a loss about what to do next. That information is relevant but not operational, he told me. We'll reconnoiter those places to get some more intel. Spread your brother's photo around. Warn local police to be on the lookout. But I don't know what more there is we can do. I simply nodded. If it's even him, I added petulantly. Again, Zymnes didn't respond to my troll. You stay around here for a while to see if anything comes up you can be of further assistance with, but otherwise, do what you want. Everything that is except assist your brother in any way, and, of course, let us know if he contacts you or you'll be in as much trouble as he is as an accessory. Remember, the sooner we find him, the better chance we have of saving his life. On my own, I spent the next couple days playing until I'd seen and done every touristy thing available. Bored, I was taking notes for a new paper and even started the outline of a potential book. But I got antsy and couldn't do any more without some prep back at the university, so after another day I told Zymnes I was going home. He didn't argue. It was a stretch you'd be able to do anything, but we wanted to take the chance. Your father's life is at stake. He tried to weakly justify his actions. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was more bait than snitch, that Zymnes wanted me walking around town in broad daylight to see if anyone approached me. Probably his entire scheme from the beginning was to get me down here invisible, hoping to smoke outdoor. In fact, I bet that I was under surveillance right now and had been since I'd arrived. There might even be a bug in my room or on my phone. Certainly there was a guy watching me through binoculars from somewhere nearby. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I was just a patsy, and nobody wanted or respected my expertise except as cover for their operation. But I didn't express any of this supposition aloud. Zymnes had his ulterior motives, and I was starting to get some of my own. Chapter 10. Yaks. It is not good to be lazy when bringing in firewood, or you will fall. Maya proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. The apartment felt like entering a desert or prison after experiencing so much complexity. I looked around at the artificiality of it, the attempt to recreate in a sterile environment the richness of reality. My trip back to the land of my youth had reminded me what it was like to be alive, and now I didn't think I could live dead anymore. I must have stood motionless in the doorway for at least half a minute. My thoughts paused, but maybe it was half an hour. I couldn't tell. The concept of time had temporarily escaped me. Finally, I walked over, dropped my bag on the floor, and plopped down into the Barcelona. Time might be standing still, but my brain was running full speed. I wanted to do something to help Dor, especially before the government found him, because it was clear that they were not interested in rehabilitation. They weren't looking for another legend in prison like Kaczynski to remind people he existed. But I couldn't immediately see a way. However, if there's one thing I have, it's persistence, and I determined to myself that I wasn't going to get out of that chair until I had a plan. Having decided on that, I started to formulate one. I was embarrassed how little I knew about my brother. I didn't know where he hung out or who his friends were or if he even had any. He wasn't around much, and when he was home he fiddled around his house, trimming back the trees, organizing the garage, playing with the boys. He worked out that he did that at home. The one place he did consistently go was the gun range. I'd been with him a couple times, mostly to watch, but I'd also shoot targets if there weren't a lot of other people around because I'm not very good at it. Dor was really good, so good in fact that the people who worked there knew him. I got up out of the chair and drove out there. It was only about 30 minutes away. The place looked just like I remembered it, so even though I'd only been a couple times, I knew where to park and what the layout of the inside of the store was like. There was a small retail section in front, and the whole rest of the building was the firing stations. The entire place was made of concrete, but they'd paneled the store part and hung guns everywhere, rifles on the walls, handguns, and a long glass display counter. A bell had rung when I walked in, so the guy at the sales counter was watching me. "Hello," he welcomed me. "How can we help you?" I wasn't quite sure what to say, so I stammered a bit. "I've been here before with my brother, Dorado Buenaventura. Do you know him?" "Oh, yeah," the counter guy replied enthusiastically. "The guy's a legend around here. He's a legend with me, too, and he's been missing for a while now. I'm trying to track down people who might know where I could search." Counter guy looked concerned. "Geez, that's too bad," he said, sounding sincere. "I don't think he's been in here for a long time. Is there anybody who'd know?" I asked hopefully. "Well," counter guy considered. "He was friends with the guys from the militia. That caught me off guard. I didn't even know militias existed in Colorado, let alone around here. I didn't want to show my surprise, so I nonchalantly asked for some contact information. Counter guy gave me a name of an organization. People's America, he said. You can get in touch with them on their webpage. I nodded in thanks and started back out the door. I hope you find your brother, Counter guy yelled after me. So did I. On the way back home, I thought about militias in the car. I was born long enough ago that I believe in truth, justice, and the American way, which dates me because those things are gone now, and there was obviously a cabal behind their demise. I'm not the first one to draw this conclusion. In fact, if Donald Trump's defeat in the 2020 election was an indicator, there are at least 85 million people who think that way, plus a lot more who don't vote out of principle. It certainly can't be healthy for a third of society to be suspicious of their government, and I understand that if my tribe should regain political power, then there's another third entirely opposite of my thinking who would feel the same way, regardless of which of us are correct. No nation can survive with that many people at each other's throats. It's not like there's any mystery. People are naturally resentful and perverse. It's an evolutionary trait. Whoever's on top has to employ their supporters. Enemies are free, but friends you have to pay for. This is because if someone else is the center of the universe, how can you be? And all goes back to when we had more fur and less to eat, where merit filled the tribe's bellies and an ineffective leader needed to be replaced. Half the species has a natural daily 10 milligrams injection of testosterone that made them perfect tools for survival, while the other half without the intense ambition, aggression, and anger that comes from testosterone could raise the upcoming generation and pass on customs, culture, and traditions. It was a perfect symbiosis, millions of years in the making, all blown apart by the simple introduction of birth control. As women became more aware of their voting majority, they began working in an organic conspiracy to take over the world, and they've been successful so far. Most men don't even seem to notice that all the levers of power have slipped from their grasp. It's not organized, it's independent cells working for a common goal, and democracy is their weapon. Others are by their very nature authoritarians due to running a household, so children grow up accustomed to accepting that someone else is in charge telling them what to do. Society has to push back against this predisposition, but in recent decades it's actually swinging more in that direction. Censorship, mandates, and narrative control is all becoming more and more commanding. Socialism is authoritarianism by government, and fascism is authoritarianism by private interests, especially when they are in cahoots with government. It's facilitated by women in positions of authority who see benefit in using state violence to force men to take care of them. They recognize that masculinity is their biggest obstacle, so it is demonized, called toxic. Boys are kept out of the male dominance hierarchy, bullying is prevented, interactivity with mature males is limited. The result is boys who never turn into men. They remain stuck in puberty, boy men, girly boys, trans women. The short-sightedness of this emasculation of society is either lost on the women perpetrating it or simple perversity. It's their turn now, and who cares if the whole system goes down the toilet? It's better than always being second place to real men. I dillied around without entering the webpage I'd been given into my phone. I decided I'd do it on my laptop at home, and even when I was sitting in front of the larger screen I hesitated. I was reluctant to get myself involved in things I didn't understand. I knew if I began this quest, I wouldn't just stop or back out. I'd go whole hog. The irony didn't escape me of being willing to get in bed with the government, which I certainly didn't trust. But being afraid of contacting people who probably felt the same way I did, I finally just tapped away with my fingers. The site was nothing special. It certainly didn't fit my preconceptions. I suppose I expected a picture of an assault rifle in the background and field pictures of overweight guys dressed in camouflage standing in front of the American flag. The flag was there, a small one in the upper left corner of the screen, but the rest of the page could have been an introduction to a Lamaze class. There was a brief paragraph dedicated to freedom, and a quote by Benjamin Franklin: "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a temporary safety deserve neither." Everything was benign, certainly nothing to be concerned about. I was looking for an email address or phone number when a chatbot popped onto the screen. Again, harmless enough, I typed in contact info. The bot immediately provided a physical address and a meeting schedule. I would have preferred to do my talking semi-anonymously, but there didn't seem to be any way of contacting anybody except to meet in person. I guess militias, like every organization, have to decide whether they wanted to exist in social media land or IRL in real life. Right now the revolution was happening online among keyboard warriors, but when the SHTF shit hit the fan, only face-to-face friends could trust each other. I've never met anybody in a militia, wouldn't even know where to look. All I know about them is how they're demonized by the left and satirized in the media. I don't even know who joins militias. I'd never even considered if I'd join one or not. I wasn't really a joiner of anything. Thinking about it now, I didn't even really know what brought those people together. Did they all think the U.S. was going to collapse and like-minded patriots needed to be already banded together to protect each other? It seemed more reasonable than plotting an insurrection. There's the story about some militia members trying to kidnap a female governor, but that turned out to be a glowy setup by the FBI, real fifth column stuff. Supposedly, it was militias that entered the Capitol building, but it turned out to be regular people simply protesting, and they were waved in by the police and exonerated in court. As far as I could tell, the word militia was utilized as a bogeyman by the media, that there really weren't that many of them, that the groups weren't very big, and most of the joiners were LARPers, live-action role players, just pretenders with live ammunition. They hadn't actually been involved in any real malfeasance that I'd heard of, it was only implied. Anybody who questions the leftist narrative was painted with the same brush as somebody stupid, a danger to themselves and those around them. That itself made me suspicious that the truth would be the exact opposite. Everything involved with the left's assault on American values had the stink of projection. Whatever they said the right was doing, they were the ones actually doing it. I considered why militias existed. Was it purely political, or were they some kind of survivalist mechanism? It seemed likely that at least at some time during my lifetime some kind of cataclysmic event would turn society on its head. What that means exactly is vague, but probably a combination of food shortages or at least rationing, as well as disruptions to people's ability to work, and the subsequent financial hardship that might entail. Capitalism is exceedingly hardy, so it would take something gigantic to cause a breakdown in the supply chain. Without government intervention, new supply chains would spring up to replace the old ones. However, regulations could and maybe would stop the economic body from repairing itself, and government could be captured by interests whose goal was to actually destroy the U.S., or more probably, the values it used to have. Communism is always a predictable draw for people who think life should treat them better, or more insidiously, those who are resentful that other people seem to have a better lot of it. It's human nature to be narcissistic like that, and why perversity, the voluntary determination to hurt your own best interests, as long as it hurts another's, is one of the primary motivating factors of life in politics. Militias might be the last-ditch reaction to that threat. The people who see a train wreck ahead and no way to stop it, so they're planning for what happens afterwards. At face value, that seems a naive idea, that people with food and shelter could hold out against masses who would simply take it. But I guess I'll go and find out myself. The meeting I chose to attend was convenient because it was the next day and I found myself looking forward to it. I got up in the morning earlier than usual, got ready, had a cup of coffee, and planned my route to the west side just outside of the Denver suburbs, probably as close to me as I could have hoped, but still an hour's drive away. The traffic was as usual, heavy in the city, then gradually thinning out until I was tooling along on a two-lane with only an occasional car passing the other way. The weather was clear but crisp, and I was enjoying the countryside when my phone told me I had arrived at my destination on the right. There weren't any other buildings around with a parking lot, so even though there wasn't a sign outside announcing its presence, obviously this was the enigmatic people's America. I sat in the car for a minute considering my next move. I figured walking in like I owned the place would be the best tactic. If I wasn't supposed to be there, somebody would say something, and if I was, things would work themselves out. I just hope I didn't get shot. Apparently, this was the time and the place because there were a couple dozen other people there that I could see, and more I couldn't considering the open doorways with the buzz of conversation wafting out of them. The place was a converted farmhouse. From the gravel parking lot, I'd seen 2 barns nearby and some old harvesting equipment stored on the side of one of them. The place had been refurbished inside and out, very functional while still keeping the hominess. The walls were covered with unit flags, awards, and pictures, but I didn't know of what even after examining them more closely. There were some newspaper articles that I tried reading as reconnaissance, but my attention was snapped back when somebody behind me said, "Hello." I turned to see a thin older gentleman dressed much as I was. Nobody here had yet conformed with the stereotype I had in my mind of hulking guys in t-shirts and tractor hats. This was more of a dungaree crowd, and I fit right in. "Hello, I'm Money," I said, trying not to be too formal nor too casual. "Nice to meet you, Money," the guy replied. "I'm Ted. Is this your first time at the ranch? I haven't seen you before." "Yes, it is," I answered. I figured it was way too early to be launching into a looking for my brother movie plot line. Chances are everyone would figure me for a newbie, and hope I'd leave the scene peacefully but clueless. I enjoyed the drive out here, and like the looks of the place, I continued trying to initiate information coming in my direction rather than me being the source. Yeah, we fixed her up about 10 years ago, and the guys keep it maintained, Ted explained, seemingly not catching my reluctance to speak about myself. Maybe everyone here was like me. It probably wasn't tactically astute to be too open about who your militia friends were. I nodded to show my reticence to talk too much, hoping it was the required response. Apparently it was because Ted smiled and said, "It's nice to meet you. If you have any questions, just ask me. We're all friends here." With that, Ted offered to shake my hand, which I responded to. Handshake firm, contact not too short nor too long. Ted tipped his chin to me, then turned and disappeared back into the melee. Looking around, I liked what I saw. I was surprised to see so many women, perhaps a third of the audience. I saw Ted talking to a couple of them, one his age, one mine. The women had the look of confidence like the men, and dressed the same. Rugged individualism must have a uniform. I felt self-confidence that maybe I wasn't giving off the same vibe. That disturbed me because I'd always considered myself an island in the storm, allowing tempests to blow over me without disturbing my sphere of calm. I might have been imagining it due to the outsider nature of this encounter, but these people all seemed to be islands too, except they were in an archipelago while I was Pitcairn, the most remote in the world. I felt a sense of longing, but I didn't know how to fulfill it. I wasn't a joiner, but these people didn't seem to be either, yet here they were, all congregated together. It had always seemed to me that I couldn't be unique in my desire to be alone. The fact that both my brother and sister had similar predilections was proof, but I didn't want to be a hermit. I guess my parents had instilled into us both the desire for autonomy combined and the security of belonging. The problem was, besides our family unit, where were other people either born or raised the same way? How do you meet people like that? Where do you meet them? There were rows of folding chairs, about 10 per. I sat in an end one at the back in case I needed to make a getaway. I had no idea what was going to be said. An agenda on a whiteboard in the front simply listed discussion. They started with a prayer. I'm not religious, but I can sit quietly for a minute while other people commune with God. Then there was a welcome and a mention of a field activity in a couple days during the weekend. I didn't know what a field activity was, but I guessed it involved getting up early in the morning and guns. Considering how long these people had been doing this, I figured there wouldn't be a beginner's course on prepping, something I would be interested in. The folks here could probably recite that stuff by heart, and all had garages of canned food, 5-gallon containers of processed flour, and big water storage tanks. All that stuff would have to be kept secret. Otherwise everyone with a gun and their hungry, well-armed family members would come take it if things got bad enough. The only counter to that was guns of your own, which didn't sound like a tenable situation. Even if there were others like you who could band together, who would be in charge, and how would you communicate? I guess that's why the YouTube videos that recommended bug-out bags and instantly taking off for the hills at the first bomb burst were so popular. I guess they thought everyone was going to be a survivalist, which sounded even less plausible. All things considered, if you had to pick, this militia stuff was the best option. There wasn't much more before the formal part of the meeting was adjourned, and everyone was encouraged to talk to the people sitting next to them, and mention of great new attendees. That would be me. Before I could form a plan of what to do next, I hadn't even stood up yet. I could see Ted making his way towards me with the two women he had been talking to. Our eyes locked. He smiled. I smiled back. I stood up and they were in front of me. "I'd like to introduce you to my wife, June, and daughter, Tara," Ted said. "Nice to meet you," I replied, nodded at them. "I'm Mundo Buenaventura. You can call me Money. I'm new here." June nodded back. Tara smiled. "It's nice to meet you too, Money." June wrapped up the introduction. "Is this your first time here?" "It is," I replied. "I'm checking the place out. I think my brother's a member. Do you know him?" "Dorado Buenaventura." "Of course we know him," Ted exclaimed. "He's famous around here for his marksmanship. I'm trying to track him down. Did he have any good friends who might know where he's at?" I didn't know him that well. Ted considered his words. "He's a good man. Haven't seen him around myself for a while, but young people have busy lives, and he traveled a lot if I remember correctly. Him and Dan hang out together when he's here." June recollected. "Dan's right over there." She pointed across the room to a very fit man standing behind a small table dressed in neatly pressed khakis and sporting a severe haircut like a jarhead guy associated with the service. "Bet him," I pointed. June nodded. "I'm sure he'll tell you all he knows," she said encouragingly. I smiled and turned a little bit, obviously preparing to go talk to the guy. "Do you think you'll be back for another meeting, Money?" Ted asked me before I left. I think so, I responded honestly. I thanked Ted for his time, smiled goodbye to his family members, and navigated my way through the other people talking in the room to where the military-looking guy was seated. It was a card table with some brochures fanned out on it. He was apparently selling something. The guy, presumably Dan, looked up at me, smiled. "Hello, friend," he greeted me. "How can I help you?" "Hi," I said. "Are you Dan?" The guy nodded. "I'm Moneyview and Aventura. I was just talking to Ted and his wife June, and they mentioned you knew my brother, Dorado." "Dor," he replied, a big smile breaking out on his face. "Yeah, good guy. He's your brother." Dan seemed kind of skeptical. My brother definitely got all the looks in the family, and he was taller. His voice was even more melodic. "Dor got the brains too," I said, self-mockingly, trying to relax the conversation. It worked. Dan laughed back. "You're the brother by another mother," he said. "Me and my twin sister were the ugly ducklings to Dor's chiseled good looks." Dan nodded. "How is Dor?" "Well, that's why I'm here. He's gone off the radar and I'm trying to track him down." "That doesn't sound good." "It would be a relief to talk to him," I agreed. "I'm looking for leads. How did you know him?" Dan picked up one of the brochures. "I sold him one of these." He gave the brochure to me. It was a trifold color sheet advertisement for a sniper rifle. It had his business card stapled to the top, Daniel Travant, Security. I didn't know anything about sniper rifles, but it looked like something expensive and lethal. I tried to think of the next question. Couldn't come up with anything direct, so I tried indirect. "Do you know what he was going to do with it?" I went out with him a few times to sight it in and have a couple beers afterwards, but he never said. I figured it had something to do with his job. "What is his job?" I asked. Dan wasn't surprised at my question. He just guffawed. "All the times I talked to Dor about everything under the sun, politics, the end times, guns, sports, he never once said anything that would indicate what he did for a living. I figured it was secret spy stuff." Dan smirked. "Hell, I don't know. He could be a shoe salesman for all I know, and I used to be a spook myself." "So you have no idea either where he is or what he's doing?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Sorry, buddy. I wish I could help," Dan answered sincerely. I didn't want to overstay my friendly invitation and consume too much of his time. I'd hit him up again if I thought of any more questions. I put the brochure in my back pocket. "I see a coffee machine," I said, pointing across the room. "I'd like to talk to you later if that's okay." "Sure," Dan replied, standing up and shaking my hand, a warm smile. "I'm glad I know Dor. I hope he's okay." He looked concerned. I walked over to get a cup of coffee, thinking as I went. So far I'd met nothing but nice folks, and I didn't want to get ahead of myself or too excited, but I felt comfortable with them, like they were my kind of people. I didn't really have enough contact yet to make that determination, but I just felt it internally. Whoa, slow down, Nellie, I thought. I had to remember that the initial optimism and expectation makes every lake seem perfect when you first get there, but once you dive into the water, it turns out to be chilly. It could be like church-going people that seem like angels on Sunday but raise hell the rest of the week. I looked around, scrutinizing all I saw. Everything seemed worn but repaired, including the people. That's how I pictured myself. There was an affinity here I know Dor would have also felt. He probably wasn't a militiaman any more than I was, but we shared the same traits with people who were. That got me thinking, maybe everyone here was like that. Maybe we all found our way here looking for someone or something and just decided to stay. I was certain I would return. I wanted to get to know the people better, see if the lake was as warm as I envisioned it. Ted's daughter walked up to me by herself. "Hi again, Money," she greeted me. "Remember, I'm Tara. Did you learn anything about your brother?" she asked, genuinely curious. "I wish," I said. "And I remember your name, Tara." We stood there together for a moment, awkwardly silent. I'm not really one for small talk and let other people start it, especially women. I spent the time looking at her. She was average, pretty more than I was average handsome. She didn't wear makeup. That always attracted me, which is probably why I felt an affinity for her. The long blonde hair also didn't have any streaks of color, which indicated she probably wasn't a feminist, though being in a militia was another hint. She kept her weight down, another plus, and was dressed comfortably in jeans with a traditional light blue blouse and western belt. I was liking what I was seeing. Finally, she said, "Money is an interesting name. Nickname for Mundo, moon in Spanish. My brother Dorado is gold, and my sister Air is air. My parents were from an era when they named their kids after things. I don't know why they use Spanish words. When I asked, my mom just smiled and said because they sound so lyrical. My mom and dad were like that, free spirits to say the least. We lived in Central America most of the time I was growing up. My parents, Ted and June, traveled around too. Sometimes they took me with them. They were almost hippies, though both worked regular jobs when I was a kid. And they did name me in Spanish too, Tara after the earth, not Tara, the traditional girl's name, she explained, laughing softly. I wondered if all traveling parents give their children eccentric names. I commented, lightly making fun. Tara nodded in agreement. Where did you travel to? She asked. I couldn't help but wonder what this was. I wasn't wearing a wedding ring, I discreetly checked, and she wasn't, but that didn't guarantee anything. We were both far past dating prime, but that wasn't too unusual either. I didn't dare hope that she felt attracted to me. Whatever the situation might be, innocent or full of promise, I intended to show her my full attention. We actually lived in Belize, Guatemala, Yucatan, Honduras, but we traveled to the rest of Central America, all 7 countries plus Mexico. My whole family, Mom, Dad, older brother, and my twin sister. Your sister is a twin. Tara asked. She was pleased by the prospect. Yeah, I told her, nodding. Her, Dora, and me adventured together, and we were homeschooled together by my mom. I can only vaguely remember going to 1st or 2nd grade in the States, a big classroom full of kids I didn't really know. I liked homeschooling a lot better and learned a lot more too, it seems. That sounds amazing, Tara said in awe. It was. Everybody should do it, but my mom might disagree. Tara laughed, and I smiled back at her. I'm envious, but who did you play with? She asked. Each other, but we would make friends with the local kids if we lived someplace long enough. We were quite the adventurers, especially Dor. He was our fearless leader, and there's lots and lots of places to explore in the jungles down there. Ooh, bold and mysterious too, Tara said coyishly. I turned to smile. I was getting the distinct feeling she was scouting me, whether it was for the militia or for herself. I hoped it was personal interest, because I certainly was. Let's go outside and talk, Tara suggested. Don't want to start any rumors that aren't true. Yet, she smiled when she said it. I couldn't tell if it was flirting or a casual sense of humor. She seemed like one of those people who are simply comfortable saying things that are lighthearted and endearing without any kind of connotation that had to be discerned. I figured she was just being funny and welcoming, not inviting or suggestive. The air outside smelled crisp, especially after being cooped up in a cedar wood building constructed a century ago. I looked around again at the idyllic surroundings, like something from a painting. My living experiences were in villages carved out of primeval forests and cities built on asphalt and concrete, but my preconceptions of country living evolved from watching old westerns. Even the wind was different, stronger, cooler, probably because there was nothing to halt its momentum nor thermal mass to change its temperature. I like it out here, I said. I don't mean outside the house, I mean here in the country. Me too, Tara agreed. If I could, I'd move out here. Me too, I replied. We laughed together. Did your dad get you interested in the militia? I asked. I got him interested, she said. My dad isn't much of a joiner, neither is my mom. Neither am I, if the truth be told. Me neither. I made it a point to use the same word and cadence she'd spoken in, which was just enough different that it made her voice and conversation somewhat unique, but I didn't know if it was an accent or an affection. She turned her head just enough to peer at me from the corner of her eye. I could see she was smiling. I don't want to be too forward, but are you involved with anyone? I asked, trying to sound serious so she knew I was serious. Not recently, but I'd think that could change, she answered coyishly, but it certainly wasn't rejection. I figured this was as far as we could take it without getting weird, so I started to prepare for a next meetup. Maybe an outright date. I've got to go, but I'd like to get together for lunch or dinner sometime and talk about other things we have in common, I said. Can we exchange numbers? Terry smiled, got her phone out. I thought you'd never ask, she said. We transferred our contact information. I'll call you the moment whatever it is we're going to do pops into my mind, I told her, unless there's something or someplace you prefer. You do your end, she answered. I could use an old-fashioned date in these modern times. They've been few and far between. Since I didn't grow up here, I'm still stuck in the past, I explained, liking that we had yet another common trait. Perfect, she said with a big smile. The past is sounding pretty good right now. Well, bye for now, I said, giving her a quick hug. She squeezed my upper arms a tiny bit. I found that thrilling as well as encouraging, and regretfully turned to walk back to my car. I looked back once. She was still watching me go. I waved. She waved, a cute hand fold. The parking lot with my car was just around the corner. Next to it there was a guy I'd seen inside among the crowd sitting halfway on the driver's seat of his truck with the door open. Hey, I greeted him, nodding. Hey, you new here? He asked. First time, I replied. Like it. I'll be back, I told him, pretty confident it was the truth. That's what I like to hear, he responded, and I think he meant it. I got in my car and drove away. I felt regret leaving Tara, the militia, and the countryside in general, and was even looking forward to coming to the next meeting, whenever that was. I hadn't really gotten any militia information while I was there, focused as I was on finding Door. I'd just look up the next meeting like I did this one. I still didn't even know what it meant to join, having fastidiously avoided doing so for my whole life. Did I have to pay a membership fee or sign something? I hope not. Did I have to buy a gun? Probably, but I wasn't sure. Did everyone in a militia own guns? I didn't get the impression that the people in that building were some kind of amateur army or even survivalists. They were more like a church congregation. I'd never been part of a congregation before, unless you count being a student or faculty at a school. But I imagined the members were attracted to the camaraderie there rather than a mystical being in the sky that granted wishes. Some churches weren't even centered around religion. The participants there obviously came for each other. I could understand the draw because I'd never even had a hobby other than my Mesoamerican studies. I guess being in a militia would enable plenty of hobbies: guns, food storage, prepping. I also hoped it would allow me create friends, and of course Tara immediately popped into my mind. I felt kind of guilty. I should be considering my next move to find Door, but here I was preoccupied with somebody I'd just met, and I didn't even know if she liked me for real. It seemed like it, but she could just be flirty by nature, or I could just be so inexperienced in recent relationships that I was reading too much in it, the downside of the red pill. It was exasperating. I couldn't think about Door nor Tara anymore, so I looked at the scenery going by at 60 miles an hour, the fields, the trees, the houses. I cracked my window to smell it again, even slowed down when there weren't any vehicles behind me. It was relaxing and soothing. I thought again that it would be nice to live here, but as I traveled further east, the concentration of buildings increased gradually, then rapidly, until it could no longer be considered country. This was suburbs, and once I got on the freeway, it was city, even if the skyscrapers were still miles ahead. Millions of folks I didn't care anything about and who didn't care anything about me. It scared me to think that all of these people could be pouring into the countryside when SHTF. It was only a matter of when, not if. Chapter 11. Zaka! It is not good to hit a dog because it will no longer help you in case you need to pass the flames of a fire. Maya proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. After I got home, I wasn't sure if I should call Tara or message her. It had been a long time since I'd been in the game. I didn't know how it was done now. I figured messaging would be less personal, so it didn't seem like I was too anxious. I sat in my Barcalounger and typed. I wanted to follow up on us getting together, perhaps dinner. I waited, hoping she'd respond right away. As the seconds ticked by, they seemed like hours. Maybe she wasn't by her phone. Maybe she wasn't one of those people who interrupted whatever they were doing to respond. Maybe she was talking to another guy even. But then, dinner sounds good. Yikes. I hadn't thought of a place or time yet. Tomorrow night. I grasped at the earliest opportunity to see her again. I'd like to make it sooner, but that'll do, she responded perfectly. Any special food preferences? I'll eat anything, couldn't you tell? She responded self-deprecatingly. No, she wasn't even overweight, let alone fat. Steak, sushi, in the city, in the country. You choose someplace you like. I want to find out about your tastes. Yikes, begin. I worried I didn't have any taste. I like a sushi place downtown. We can have a walk afterwards if the weather's nice. Sounds wonderful. Indeed it did. I'll text you the address of the place and we'll meet there if that's okay. I didn't offer to pick her up. I'd let her tell me when she was ready to be that personal. Let's meet at 4:30 to get ahead of the traffic, I suggested. That's a good idea, she replied. I'll go into work early so I can be ready for you. Tada till then, I finished. I hadn't been on cloud nine since I was a teenager, anxious and excited all night, and the next day I drove into town to a sushi restaurant I'd been to before a half hour early. It was well lit, comfortable, and had a large plate glass front that made it feel open and inviting. The receptionist at the door greeted me and led me further inside to the tables. Would you like to sit at the bar or a table? She asked, meaning the sushi counter. Could you seat me so I can see outside? I asked her. There will be two of us. The receptionist stopped at a small table. Will this do? She asked. I sat down on the side facing the front door so I could see anyone coming in. This is fine, thank you, I replied, smiling back at her. The receptionist told me a waitress would take my order and walked back to her station. Somebody did come out, and without saying a word, gave me a menu, teacup and pot of tea, chopsticks, and a napkin before leaving, presumably to return when I was ready to order. I looked at the menu casually, thinking it too presumptuous to make up my mind before even discussing the options with Tara. Anyway, I knew what was on it. I'd been here several times before, though not recently. I didn't eat sushi before coming back to the US. We had lots of seafood in Central America, but whatever the Japanese did to sushi made it taste completely different, and I really liked it, more than any other meat. However, I really liked Japanese prepared steak too, marinated in soy sauce, seared to perfection. Seared ahi was perhaps my favorite food of all time. I hoped Tara shared my enthusiasm. I waited anxiously. It had been a long time since I'd been on a real date. I was watching the door relentlessly, and finally she walked in. I immediately stood so she'd see me, but she was talking to the hostess, and her attention hadn't turned my way yet. I used a moment to admire her profile silhouetted against the light coming from behind her. She had a round face, youthful looking even though she was probably nearer my age. It got me wondering how old she was. Over 35, I guess, but I can only judge if they're too young, my age, or too old, simple categories that explain my self-interest in the topic. However, my age was getting close to too late to have children, at least for females. I'd never considered it before. It hadn't really been an issue. Why was I even thinking about it? Something subconscious. It dawned on me I wanted kids, or at least would give it a go if I ever had a chance. I guess my nephews had been enough to satisfy that urge until now, and seeing how whatever flights of fantasy I was experiencing were completely irrational before even the start of our first date, I couldn't harness my imagination nor optimism. This could be the one. Wife, kids, house in the country, militia, absolutely crazy. The receptionist led Tara towards me. She was smiling. "I hope you like Japanese food," I said to her as welcome, picking up my menu to allow her to pick up hers. "Oh, I love it," she responded enthusiastically, "especially seared ahi. You could have knocked me out of my seat with one finger." "Me too," I responded lamely. Tara peered at her menu. I couldn't help staring at her when she wasn't looking. She wasn't particularly good looking, more plain and wholesome, like me I thought. Maybe that's why I was so enthralled. I thought I had a chance. Seems like a pretty lame reason. It must be more than that, but males are males, and simply the idea of a mate might be ginning up my hormones. Tara spoke while still reading her menu, snapping me out of my reverie. "Are we having just sushi, or do you want to share a meal? The marinated steak, maybe?" she asked. "Ooh," I stammered. "That'd be great. You can have the miso soup if you like it," she said. "And I like the rice, but I don't eat a lot of it." "Same here," I responded. "Sounds like a couple nigiri or maki rolls and a meal will do." "How about steak?" "Yes, I'll have a thimbleful," she agreed. "I don't drink a lot." "I don't either, but I ordered a large one anyway, and a maki named after the restaurant, plus another one I'd never heard of before. I like to try new stuff," I explained to Tara. "Me too," she replied. Of course she did, I thought. Tara and sat smiling at each other. Either the food came inordinately quickly, or we'd entered a blissful state where time passed differently, because I was surprised when the waitress put the plates in front of us. "Dig in," I said, reaching with my chopsticks for a dab of wasabi. We ate in indulgent silence for a while, savoring the delicious food before I asked. "I guess this would be a good time to ask if any old boyfriends are going to be popping out of the woodwork," I said teasingly but serious. "Nope," Tara immediate answered. Our relationship history pretty much ended after normal experimentation in college. I got caught up in myself at the time. Like every other budding feminist, I was a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, and I missed the opportunity to find someone when the odds were good. I really regretted that later when it turned out I wasn't a feminist, at least not a modern one. To them I must seem like a conservative girl, but that's what I am. She must have felt self-conscious about so much personal revelation, because she quickly asked, "How about you? Any girlfriends still messaging you for a hookup?" Jokey but serious. "Two people actually do that," I replied, keeping it light but honest. "A couple long shots is all." I missed the hookup culture entirely, even though I was in school for years longer than I should have been. I wasn't aggressive enough to seek anyone out, and I'm not good looking enough to have anyone chase me. Tara squinched her eyes. "Oh, don't give me that. You're certainly chaseable. They say men become more attractive as they age and are more secure in themselves." "Well, I hope that's true," I snorted, "for both our sakes." We laughed together again. It was more than coincidence. We got talking about the kind of things people talk about on dates, what kind of books we liked, then what movies, then got a little deeper. "The thing that's most concerning in the loss of our identity as individuals," Tara said, putting the conversation on a whole new level. I hadn't really thought about it, I had to admit. Western culture is nothing like what we grew up with in Central America. Actually, Tara said, considering, "Now that you got me thinking about it, those are just words I probably heard somewhere, probably my dad." She nodded slowly. I could tell she was putting together a new thought. What's really happening is exactly what the feminists want to happen. Down with the patriarchy, equality with men. It's a gynocentric society now. Masculinity is out of fashion. Everything I regret and fear comes from that transition. Now that's something I have noticed. I agreed. It's a women's world now. Funny thing is they keep insisting they're fighting against some kind of discrimination. The only discrimination I see is the natural kind of things that are enhanced by testosterone, physical prowess, ambition, and aggression. If society is a meritocracy, men will always be ahead, so I understand what motivates people who aren't, who wants to be perpetual losers. To be rulers of world, they've got to muffle that advantage. Well, Tara acted surprised. That's exactly right. I smiled back weakly. The concept explains everything. There's a civil war going on and it's women versus men, she speculated. And the battlefield is the bedroom. Wow, she said again. You're too clever for me. I winked. Testosterone, I said very deliberately. The smile on her face said everything I wanted it to say. Our evening together was satisfying and entertaining. Tara told me stories about growing up in the same house she and her parents lived in now. She tried living in the city for a while after college but felt lonely, liked it better in the country. I know there's a stigma against children moving back in with their parents, but they like it and it's the best option for me until something better comes along, she explained, looking right into my eyes. I thought she was letting me know she was open for change, but it was too subtle a hint for me to respond directly to, and right then the waitress came by the table, told me they were closing and had my bill prepared. I signed, thanked her, looked over at Tara beseechingly. I don't want the evening to end yet, Tara told me. I didn't think she was trying to excuse herself. She did seem like she was having as much fun as I was, and I wasn't ready for it to be over either. It's a bit late to go walking. Where do you want to go? I asked. I don't know. Bowling. I haven't been bowling in years. Me neither, I replied. I have to warn you though, I'm not much of a bowler. She laughed. That's something else we have in common. I had to Google the closest bowling alley, but it wasn't far. We drove and there was plenty of room to park in front of a big pink animated neon sign of a bowling pin falling down. EOWL was also emblazoned in neon on the roof of the place above the door. It had a cave-etched 50s vibe but looked retro new rather than gentrified old. Inside was spacious, comfortable temperature but noisy from the middle-aged to older clientele who were having a good time. Wops, congratulations, and laughing permeated the place. I liked it. We fit right in. I looked for the place where you pay for shoes. What size do you wear? I asked Tara. You know what? Tara said, let's sit in the bar for a while and watch this time. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of so many people. Me neither, I agreed. I like the feel of a bowling alley more than I like to play. Same thing with movie theaters. I like going, but I'd much rather watch the movie in the comfort of my own home. Tara laughed. Either everybody's like that or we're made for each other, she said. We sat at a small table that overlooked the bowlers. To each side and behind us were large television screens showing different sports. Same thing with sports, I said, nodding to one of the screens. I like going there, having beer and pretzels, and sucking up the energy of so many excited people, but I could care less to watch it on television. Again, we agree, I mean on the beer and pretzels. Do you think they have those here? I'll go ask. They did. We spent the remainder of the evening in deep conversation about movies and sports. At some point we crossed over a line of familiarity and mutual attraction. I asked, would you like to spend the night at my apartment? The conversation abruptly halted. Tara was silent, looking at me peculiarly. I feared I'd acted too soon, that I was reading signs that weren't there. With a spark of realization, I feared that she would say no, we'd have a rushed exit, and I'd never see her again. Yes, she finally replied. Both fear and relief simultaneously flowed from head to toe. She didn't say anything more, and I didn't want to say anything that might ruin it, so we stood there awkwardly looking into each other's eyes until we both began laughing. Tara reached over and hugged me reassuringly. I hugged her back, perhaps with too much enthusiasm, so I broke off abruptly. She only smiled wider. We went back out into the neon-infused night. The parking lot was mostly empty. We were so enraptured in our conversation that we hadn't noticed the janitors were cleaning up. The conversation during the drive to my place was just as lively as before, but more sexually provocative. Or maybe I was just imagining that because that was my current frame of reference, I was going home to sleep with a woman I adored. It had been a long time coming, so long in fact that I didn't even consider it a possibility anymore. Not that I would be celibate the rest of my life, but that I would find someone with who I would be motivated to please. Your apartment is certainly Spartan, Tara told me after she'd looked around while I'd hung her jacket in the closet. Mine rather than Spartan, I told her jokingly. I recognized that she might not have enough context for the humor. This is Meyer art I've picked up over the years on my visits down there, I explained. I'm not much of a decorator, so I just put it wherever it fit. including the chair. She asked, teasing, "That's my sacrificial altar," I told her in a mock narrator voice. The victim, me, is prostrated across the seat, and the lever is pulled back to fully expose the stomach. I then fill the stomach with junk food and other things that aren't good for me. Tara laughed at my improvised humor. "I need one of those altars," she said. "Can I sit in it?" "How can you not?" I answered. "Altars are like that. You just have to climb aboard when the chance occurs." Tara sat in the Barcalounger, rocked a few cycles, then reached down and pulled the handle up. The chair popped into its prone position. "Oops," she exclaimed. She squinted at me, then smiled. "You knew you'd get me on my back like this, didn't you?" That was maybe the best single sentence I'd heard in years. "Oh, not just your back, darling," I told her in a theatrical voice. "I have all the positions planned for you. My bedroom has nothing more than a bed. There's some drawers and hangers in the closest where I keep my clothes, but I don't have much of those, so I was concerned that Tara might get an unflattering impression of my personality. But she didn't say a thing when she looked for the bathroom, went in and closed the door behind her. I stood there like a kid dropped off for his first day of school, wondering what to do next. I didn't know if I should start getting undressed or wait for Tara to come out of the bathroom and provide some direction as how events were going to unfold. I was thinking that maybe I should sit on the bed and wait patiently when the door of the bathroom opened and Tara came out completely naked. Subconsciously, my eyes popped open and my jaw dropped. "What are you standing around for?" Tara said jokingly. "I thought you'd be raring to go." "Oh, I am, I stuttered. "Just got a little behind the ball." I hurriedly unbuttoned my shirt as Tara slipped under the covers of the bed. I almost fell over trying to get my pants off, I was so anxious. Then socks, skivvies. I almost jumped on top of her in my haste to get in bed. We embraced immediately. I don't know if I had a plan to go slow to make sure all foreplay boxes were checked, but it made no difference because Tara reached down to see if I was hard. I was, and promptly and easily slipped me inside of her. At first, I tried to keep a sustainable rhythm, but Tara was ready for action, and I don't think I even lasted 3 minutes. Luckily, she seemed to have achieved a simultaneous climax. Another good sign. "That felt good," Tara told me breathlessly. "I hope you can do it again in a minute." "It won't be long," I replied, equally anticipating more events. "Maybe we can go for 5 minutes next time." Tara laughed. "I'm afraid that was my fault," she said. "I haven't been with anyone for over 2 years." I was extremely pleased to hear that. We were both experienced enough to know what to do, but by today's standards, we were almost virgins, which made our relationship together special, like out of old movies. I wanted to say something witty along these thoughts, but Tara spoke first. "I've got to say, that was the shortest and the best time I've ever had. I hope that doesn't make me sound like a spinster finally getting it on with the handyman." She laughed self-consciously. "Oh, tell me more," I said to relieve the tension. "I love to hear how well I've performed." You did," she said, both of us knowing it was more animal urges and novelty than anything I was responsible for. "It's a little late now, but I didn't use any protection," I said sheepishly. "I didn't either, come to think of it," she replied contemplatively. "It's been a long time since I was on the pill. I didn't think anything about it." "So what's your feeling on the subject of pregnancy?" I asked curiously, wondering if they would take me into consideration. Since human females are only fertile 2 days a month, there's at least 15 to 1 odds against it, but should the miraculous happen, I'd ask you what you want to do. She answered conciliatorily. "Perfect answer," I responded, happily. We both looked into each other's eyes for a moment. It was a challenge not to wander down to her breasts. "Do you know the term black-pilled?" I asked. Tara shook her head. "It's been longer than 2 years for me, and I'd given up finding somebody I would ever be like a teenage with again. That's the black pill. It's a manosphere theory that women almost completely select their mates based on looks and height, and nothing else particularly matters, not even a great personality like mine." I grinned theatrically, and Tara smiled back at me. "Black pillars admit that there will never be anyone for them, and they might as well accept their involuntarily celibacy. It's not that bad for me, but I understand the plight of many other men who don't look too differently than I do. I certainly considered it might also be my fate." "That's a terrible ideology," Tara replied, a concerned look on her face. "I'd like to say it's completely wrong, but I'm not blind. I can see it happening. I think maybe I've even feared something similar for myself." Seeing Tara's expression almost crushed me. I hadn't intended on bringing down her henceforth bubbly personality and possibly quash what may have been the highest point of my parochial sex life, so I smiled ear to ear. "Let's see if we can increase those pregnancy odds," I said enthusiastically, putting my arms around her and kissing her for the first time for real. We cuddled for a while afterwards, but at some point Tara wanted to sleep and rolled away from me without thinking. I was still wide awake in the middle of the night and made myself comfortable propped on 2 pillows sitting against the headboard. Interestingly, I'd already processed my thoughts about Tara and the tremendous time we'd had together so far, and I didn't have any more new ones right now. Sitting there in the dark and silence, satisfied beyond anything I'd previously experienced, it was a singular calm moment in time, and I felt both exalted and jealous of people who had these feelings before me. Somewhere in the walls was a soft noise. Was it a mouse, perhaps? There was also a ticking in the ceiling. I wondered what that was. Didn't sound like anything alive doing it. Maybe the beams contracting as they cooled down. I could hear something out in the living room, probably more naturally occurring movements. There were other noises coming from outside, the soft swooshing sound of traffic going by down on the street, the buzzing of the street lights, a dog barking on and off. My eyes had grown accustomed to the low level of light coming from somewhere, the digits of the clock maybe. The moon. I'd never paid attention before. This was like the first time I'd ever been in this room, in this apartment even, so odd, so satisfying. In my reverie I must have dozed off because I was gently awakened by Tara's arm crossing my waist. I slid back down in the bed to be next to her naked body. She nuzzled up against my neck. It was still early, judging by the light coming through the curtains of my bedroom window, all the better to see each. I looked over at Tara but hadn't opened her eyes yet. We were like that for a while. I couldn't say how long, so caught up was I in examining every feature on her face: wide nose, full mouth, a mass of red and brown freckles. I was amazed she didn't use any makeup, not even a hint. Her hair didn't appear to be dyed. There was some perceptible gray among the reddish-brown long strands falling loosely across her forehead. Abruptly, Tara opened her eyes. Seeing me, a smile formed on her lips. "Hey, big guy," she cooed at me. I smiled back. "Not so big right now," I joked. "Let's see if we can do something about that," she suggested provocatively. "I like the sound of that," I replied rakishly. She slid over me, got on top, mounted, moved slowly and deliberately. I didn't want to ruin the sensation, so I said nothing. She started gyrating, but still very delicate, not wanting things to end too abruptly. They didn't. She was able to maintain the situation for a long time. Again, I couldn't say for how long because I was so preoccupied, but it went on forever in my mind. Finally, sweaty and sore, we stumbled out of bed and took a shower together. I was already relaxed from sexual gratification, but combine that with the hot water, steam, and exquisite company, if I could have bottled the feeling, I would be a billionaire. Neither of us talked much except to ask for the soap or shampoo. We stayed in longer than I normally do, and I regretted getting out. I gave Tara clean towels out of the bathroom cupboard, and even had an unopened toothbrush in there. She was pleased when I gave it to her, and the old adage, "happy wife, happy life," came to mind. After putting on yesterday's clothes, I didn't think it fair that I change if she couldn't. We went into the living room. "Did you want to go to breakfast?" I asked. "There's a McDonald's within walking distance." "I'd rather eat here," she told me. "Can I make you something?" "I should make you something," I replied. "You don't know where anything is." "That's why I want to do it," she explained. "There's no better way to learn about a man than to see inside his kitchen." I'd never heard that. I said, laughing, "I'm afraid it's going to lower your opinion of me." Tara didn't respond. She was already looking in the refrigerator. "Eggs are good," she said to herself. "Milk, cheese, a tomato. You like omelets. Bacon bits are in the bread box along with tortilla shells for breakfast burritos." "Like 'em," she said, smacking her lips. She was looking in the lower cabinets, pulled out a frying pan, put it on the stove top. She took a spatula out of a tray of utensils on the counter. "This will do," she announced triumphantly. "That didn't take long," I said. "What you learn about me? Wouldn't you like to know?" she said mysteriously, smiling while wrinkling her nose. She fiddled around with the temperature knobs, cracked the eggs into the skillet and stirred it up. "I think breakfast is another thing we have in common," I said. "I like breakfast, but not too much. Makes me fat." "Same. Breakfast burritos are my favorite. I can make up a couple and heat the second one for lunch." "I can tell," Tara replied. "You don't have ingredients for anything else. I saw some canned beans and cup-o noodles. That's about it." "I have bread, mayonnaise, and lunch meat too," I informed her. "Lunch is my second most favorite meal." "I bet we have that in common too." "You betcha," she assured me. "I usually don't eat dinner to keep my weight down." "See, I told you," I said, not that surprised. "Me neither." When everything was done, the eggs, cheese, and tomato wrapped tightly in a tortilla on a plate in front of us, I grabbed mine and took a bite with gusto. "Need salsa?" I said. I got up to go get some, but Tara motioned me back down and she stood. "I'll get it," she explained. First she looked in the fridge, then in the pantry closet, and finally through the drawers where she found what she was looking for. "Leftover Taco Bell Hut Side packets," she asked, holding a handful out for me to see. "There's mild, pet, and fire," I told her. How could I just throw them away? Tara pursed her lips. "Yep, Me too, she admitted, and we laughed softly together again. After the meal was done, we were still enjoying our time together at the kitchen table. I'm so glad we met, I told her, especially considering the odd circumstances. Tara looked thoughtfully at me. When I was young, a teenager, maybe 13, I went to the Mormon church with my best friend, Nancy. She started a story. I looked at her inquiringly. Tara continued, I was very curious at that age about where we went when we died, and they had odd answers, like we would become gods ourselves with dominion over our own Earth-like planets. I still didn't know where she was going with this, so I remained silent. That seemed a little far-fetched, even to a 13-year-old, but Mormons also had this fixation on storing food for upcoming unrest when they would live and everyone else would starve to death, I guess, and they would take over the government. I've heard of Mormons' food supply. I contributed. It always seemed like a self-defeating idea because if people were really hungry, they'd know who had some. There is that, she agreed. Sometimes secrecy is the best security, but that's not the part that got my attention. What I recognized was that it did seem like there was going to be an end of days, and it wasn't going to be some Catholic thing where Jesus returns for a 1,000-year reign or the rapture. It would be more like what the Mormons envision, a fundamental breakdown of society. That always stuck with me, and maybe it's the reason I'm in a militia today, to meet like-minded people. Tara looked at me searchingly to see if I appreciated her giving a bit of herself. I did in return the same gaze and told her my reasons for visiting the meeting. I don't know exactly why I went to the meeting. I told her, my initial thinking was to get some information on how to find my brother, but I noticed I was looking forward to what else I would find there. I didn't think it would be you exactly, but I did have the feeling it would be something like that, people who were like me. Hopefully, anyway. I laughed self-consciously. Tara noticed my discomfort and took over. I think there's a lot of us, but we're so surrounded by media that spouts other ideals, and people willing to absorb those values as their own, that it's hard to find each other. Social media has been a bust. I can't stand it because there's no way to identify or walk away from the crazies before they get a little bite out of you. I'm not a feminist in any way, but the guys that approach me on the internet would get beat up by my brothers in times gone by. That is if I had any brothers, she sniffed in amusement. Same with me, I agreed. The internet is full of people I would avoid in real life. It's too hard to figure out who's who, and even with someone you do find a connection with, it's so tenuous that they'll be gone soon anyway. Why invest the time and energy? I would certainly never look for a girlfriend that way. It's better to meet people the old-fashioned way, Tara agreed. If you don't believe in fate, then luck is everything, and some people seem to have all of it. Well, we got ours, I replied conspiratorially. Tara smirked back at me. I'd ate her to myself for hours, and I really liked it, but I didn't want to push it too far. When do you have to go to work? I queried her. I'm sorry, I should have asked before. I texted them and said I would be in a little late, so I've got to take you home now, as much as I regret it. Yeah, Tara answered, pouting. I nodded knowingly. You can take me back to the restaurant, and I'll take my car home for a shower and change before going in, she instructed me. We drove over. The sun was glaring through the windshield, but the air was chilly. I waited for her to get into her car, then honked as she drove away. She honked back. I sat there pondering the situation for some minutes. We hadn't made a time to get together again, probably because both of us assumed we could text each other easily enough when the time was right. I wanted to see her again tonight, but thought that would appear too clingy or possessive, so I simply sent her a message that said, "Had a great time. Will contact you as soon as I work out what I'm doing next." She didn't respond, probably because she was driving. I was surprised how much hope and anticipation I was putting into her return message. Feeling lonely, I finally backed out of the lot and headed home. Chapter 12. Geh! It is not good for a girl to pass over a boy because this will be useless. Maya proverb. Yaxmatol, now known as Tikal, 380 A.D. Chaktakikak, Great Jaguar Paw, was the 14th king of Yaxmutal. As one of the most powerful kingdoms in the Maya Empire, he was unafraid of neighboring cities, no matter how large they were, but complacency is always followed by surprise. An even more powerful empire far to the north, in Mexico, a land that was little more than rumor to most of Yaxmutal's inhabitants, attacked without notice. The city was captured almost without a fight, and Chaktakikak was quickly tortured and sacrificed before he could gather his loyal retainers. The conquering city was Teotihuacan, led by Siakayak. Fire is born, a warrior king much feared by any city in the path of his armies. However, Siakayak's stunning victory over Chaktakik was aided in the takeover by a powerful political faction of elites from inside the city council who wanted the fallen king's power for themselves. In return for their treachery, Siakak did not take the throne for himself, but instead allowed his young son, Yaxnunai, first crocodile, to be installed as the 15th king of Yaxmutal, who then took a wife from the rebel elites to establish his claim and increase their power. This political subterfuge actually made Yaxmutal even more powerful and influential because now they were the conduit through which trade goods from Teotihuacan and other cities in Mexico flowed into Maya territories. Yaxmutal grew even larger and more beautiful. A network of Saktiabs tied the city together, all linking to the Great Plaza, flanked on the east and west by 2 great temple pyramids and bordered by 2 necropolises on the north and south. It had become a funerary complex for the ruling dynasty, with each additional royal burial adding new temples on top of the older ones. Many stelae and altars were carved with royal portraits of those interred there. There were 7 more temples in the Acropolis to the south, and nearly identical temples and palaces on the south and west sides. The architectural style of new constructions was heavily influenced by those of its new rulers from Teotihuacan. The walls were stucco laid over a plaster base coat, embellished with small and large stones to form bumps and protrusions, making it 3-dimensional. Human forms were modeled as their basic shape first, then costumes added afterwards. Paint was applied before drying so that it would soak into the porous materials. Flint and obsidian were crafted into people, animals, and religious forms, crescents, crosses, snakes, and scorpions. Props, masks, and feathers completed the facade. One such statue, bigger than the rest, was a large human head with smaller heads branching off of it. There were murals of court elites in sumptuous clothes. Cotton, jaguar pelts, and deer hides stretched along most hallways. There were many carved altars inside the temple. One had 2 nobles performing a ritual using the bones of an important woman. Another has a bound captive waiting to be sacrificed. The stele displays a mix of Maya and Teotihuacan qualities and deities from both cultures. It is a portrait of the king with the underworld jaguar god under one arm and the Mexican Tlaloc under the other. His helmet is a simplified version of the Teotihuacan war serpent. The walls were also covered in graffiti scratched into the stucco. No edifice was spared. Walls, benches, houses, even temples were haphazardly inscribed with drawings of people, animals, and deities. The plaza itself was full of artisans, craftsmen, and merchants plying their trades and selling their wares. A potter created ropes of clay by sliding it between his hands, then he placed it onto the tall vessel he was creating, squeezing and smoothing the material to make it stick together. Afterwards he would burnish it to a glassy shine and paint various scenes of city life, dancers wearing masks, diplomatic meetings, feasting, sacrificing, warriors, and symbols of power, using liquid clay blended with minerals for different colors. Nearby, a sculptor crafted shells and bones, both human and animal, into power totems. The spondylus shells were the most popular because scraping away the white exterior and spines revealed a vibrant orange interior. Craftsmen hammered gold, silver, and copper into beads, bells, and discs. The metals were also melted and poured into molds. Every contributor to a creation signed it. Female merchants in the market colored themselves in turquoise-colored body paint. Over the tops and backs of their heads they wore a piece of brightly dyed red cotton supported on a light wooden frame so that it fell loosely down their backs. White, jade-encrusted bracelets clicked as they moved their hands, which was often to indicate the quality of their product and the price in either cocoa seeds or small conch shells used as money. They wore high-heeled sandals woven from henequen attached with an ornamental fastener ringed by blue feathers. Around their hips was a woven reed strap populated with small bells that tinkled as they moved. Every place there was room, shells had been embroidered into their apparel. They also wore heavy cotton skirts that covered their legs so that a pouch was formed when they sat to display the goods they had for sale, vegetables from their gardens, handmade jewelry, clay pots, wooden eating utensils, children's toys, and a myriad other things the artisans in the city fabricated for sale. Several of the women fanned themselves with a triangular-shaped bundle of feathers to cool off in the humid heat. Others sat under shades made of light cotton fabric suspended over a wooden frame. Presiding over all of this were elite families collecting taxes for the king's coffers, 1/2 of all crops, 1/4 of all artistry, and 3/4 of all trade. Scribes continually circulated among the population, taking note of everything that was produced and who had produced it then at the turning of the full moon. The priests would go to the pre-specified locations where they would load up baskets, and leaders with goods that were left there then take them back to the city center where they were stored in warehouses until needed, at which time all stored goods were redistributed as requested by petitioners, a farmer asking for textiles, an artisan for household goods, a warrior for weapons, and all wanted food. Elite families subsequently received large stipends from the king, but they were also expected to have their own income source if they were to stay elite, usually as landlords. The one place the elites mixed with the common people was in the market, but even though the families of some elites had been merchants, traders, or even artisans, when they gained status, their descendants did not again perform such activities. Instead, elites became priests, astronomers, scribes, and other professions that required one to be able to read and write the Mayan glyphs. The children of the elites were under constant pressure to perform, to be at least as good as the others in their age group, if not better, and to achieve the highest possible rank in their chosen profession. Often the families would use their nepotistic connections to get the best available apprenticeships. Membership in the priesthood was closed to only those born into patriarchal lineage and predisposed to men, but women could also don the mantle if their ancestors were prominent enough. Priests performed rituals. There were dances and songs for every aspect of society, from food preparation to trade and especially sacrifice. For those petitioners who wanted to talk to spirits, they would pierce their tongues or their ears to hear advice from ancestors. Priests also were responsible for calling the rain. Unfortunately, since the ascension of Yax Nunayani to the throne, for several years there had been little rain, and this year so far was a drought of such severity that the reservoirs had dried up, forcing the farmers to fetch water from the cenotes. It was impossible to transport the amount of water that was needed, even with almost a quarter of the commoner populace being forced to lug heavy leaky baskets full of water the long distances over the causeways into the raised fields. The strategy had reduced its scope to only the most important fields of maize, but it still was not nearly enough, and the next harvest would leave many starving. Yax Nunayani knew that a hungry people were a dangerous people, and threatened the priests with dire consequences if they could not change the current course of events. The priests had performed all the rain rituals many times without success, so the king finally resorted to summoning a rainmaker from his father's home city of Teotihuacan. It was a risky move because it could either portray him as a weak ruler who required help, or a strong leader who recognized that the two nations could share one another's resources. He knew the gamble had worked in his favor, first because his messenger returned rather than being killed outright, and second, the messenger had a message from his father granting his request. Yax Nunayani was emboldened by the encouragement and had quarters prepared for the forthcoming visitor. The rainmaker arrived 2 months later. He had come unaccompanied by guards, depending on Yax Nunayani for his safety. This the king provided without hesitation. If the rainmaker was hurt or endangered in any way on his visit, the news would get back to his father, and that would be worse than any drought. The king also hoped the rainmaker did not return to his father with bad tidings, so had tried to have everything prepared to his liking. The rainmaker was satisfied with his lodging, but because his language was significantly different from what was spoken locally, he required interpreters, preferably boys who he could also apprentice as rainmakers. The priests first insisted that he take initiates from their own ranks, saying that they were already knowledgeable in the art of rainmaking. To this the rainmaker simply responded that it was obvious they were not, or there would already be rain. The priests had no response to this obvious rebuttal, so the king put out a proclamation to the elites requesting candidates. The call was an immediate success. The boys selected learned the rainmaker's tongue almost as if it was their own in only a few weeks, the best pupil and most accomplished translator being Abund. Abund was the oldest son of the newest family to be inducted into the circle of elites. His father had been a very successful trader, amassing great wealth, much of which he gave to the new king to obtain the family's raised status. This was after the coup, and he had not had to choose sides, so the other elite families did not know his loyalties, but suspected, correctly so, that it was with the new king. There were still many elites loyal to the old king, mostly because their own status had been diminished with respect to those who had sided with the coup. These elite families dreamed of reversing the state of affairs back to benefiting themselves, and mistrusted Abund's family. Abund's father was proud of his accomplishments and subsequent elevation, but he was well aware of the dangerous position he was in. The new faction did not accept him because they did not want to dilute their power, and the opposing faction were just waiting for the opportunity to bring him back down. Abund's father wanted the very best for his son, and intended to help him achieve a prestigious career, priest being the most lofty, but also the most nepotistic. It was a signal from the gods when the rainmaker made the request for brilliant youth to become apprentices, and Abund's father had immediately offered up Abund to learn the secrets and rituals required to make the rain come, and more importantly, the status that success in that endeavor would bring. Abund had enjoyed his childhood. He was not aware that it was any different than that of the commoners. He didn't know the commoners were not taught to read, and were expected to work hard lives in the fields or become warriors to be killed in battle. Like all children, everything going on around him was fine though inexplicable to a youth. His parents were attentive, and he, as the oldest boy, got most of the attention. His two siblings, the next 3 years as junior, looked up to him. Bun showed aptitude in all things that did not require size and strength, as he had not yet started his growth. But his mind had already exhibited his intellect to the adults around him. Had Bun been the offspring of an elder elite family, he would have immediately been accepted by the priesthood, but as a new elevated, he had to more robustly prove himself, subject to his father's raising approval. Bund was to come of age in another year, and he looked forward to his new career. He was awkward and non-athletic, but he was smart and could pick up new ideas very quickly, the best at memorization, and his writing skills rivaled those of the boys apprenticed as scribes. He was an exception attractive boy, with the fine features of a girl but the sleek body and muscles of a young male. In comparison to the other rainmaker apprentices, he was certainly to be the one chosen to lead the rest when the old rainmaker returned to Teotihuacan. The other apprentices were also chosen for their intellectual strength but lack of physicality. Young Cox had a twisted back that forced him to walk in an unusual fashion, making him slow. Edrich was very short because his stubby appendages that did not grow as the other children's. Akan had broken his arm when young, and it had never recovered its full range of motion or strength. He was forced to use his left hand, a sign of one in cahoots with the Death Lords, but everyone knew he wasn't naturally that way. The Rainmaker had personally selected Bun for his physical beauty, indicating the pleasure the gods had taken in their creation. The other boys were mere placeholders, the leftovers of the community that could serve as rain dancers if nothing else. They had practiced incessantly since the Rainmaker had arrived. Because of the grave nature of the situation, they had not had a chance to become friends. The other 3 boys came from long-time elite families that had supported the old royalty, and Abund had not associated with them before, though he did recognize them. The Rainmaker, who had an intimate acquaintance with the rain deities and a knowledge of their movements, described Chak, the key deity in the Maya pantheon of rain deities, to the boys. He, along with his brother, defeated their aged adoptive mother and her lover, but later Chak committed adultery with his brother's wife and was punished for it, his tears of regret becoming the source of the rain. He has a human body covered in reptilian scales, a long nose and fangs with shells hanging from his ears. He carries an axe which he uses to strike rain from the clouds, and a shield which he stands under to keep dry. With his axe, Chak helped open the mountain in which the life crop, maize, was hidden, and he is considered a father of nubile women, represented by vegetables and offerings to him. The day of their performance was carefully computed by the priests using 3 calendars, the longest a non-repeating 5126 years, the Tzolk'in, which was 260 kn days, and the 365-day Hob, each represented by a ring interlocked with the others and rotated to find the exact day. The longest comes first, then the Tzolk'in, which is divine because it is the length of human gestation, and last the Hob, a repeated series of 20-day names, prefixed by the numbers 1 to 13 to indicate their place in the cycle. 20 kn are a winnow. The Bob is a cycle of 18 winnows plus a 5-day Wayeb. The Wayeb is a dangerous time because the barriers between the mortal world and the supernatural realm are weak, allowing malignant deities to interfere in human concerns. As fate would have it, this day lay during that time. The Rainmaker led the boys to the area where the Chak ceremony was to be held. Normally, there would be a banquet honoring the rain deities, but there wasn't enough food for all of those gathered together as witnesses. As the team approached, the massive people split to form a path so that they could approach the circular platform where the ritual would take place. The Rainmaker had on the carved wood mask of Chak with its long nose and fangs, but otherwise he wore only a cape of feathers to mimic scales and a loincloth. He carried wooden representations of Chak's shield and axe. The bodies of the boys were naked other than a covering of thick paint. The Bund was painted red representing Zib, Chak of the east, Yum Cox was Sac Zib, the white Chak of the north, Edrich was X Zib, black Chak of the west, and the Can was painted yellow as Can Zib, Chak of the south. The 4 boys each stood cardinally positioned in a circle per the god they represented. At first they were silent and unmoving. The Rainmaker began chanting, its rhythm like the falling of heavy rain on a thatch roof. The boys simultaneously started hopping in a circle in the direction the sun takes across the sky, then they began making croaking noises like frogs to coincide with the beat of the Rainmaker's chant. Around and around they went, stopping only for a moment at their starting positions, east, south, west, north. Here they stood and held their arms towards the sky, beckoning the rain to come. Then they dropped back to their haunches and continued jumping and croaking. The ceremony went perfectly. No one had seen the intricate dance performed so well before. Hence, immediately after, expectations were high, and the 4 boys were fawned over and basked in their notoriety. Priests began banging on drums, mimicking thunder to attract the clouds. Optimism was high. Hopeful faces stared up into the clear blue sky for a long time. Many said that it looked as if clouds were forming and that rain would soon be upon them. Joking and laughing could even be heard, but as minutes extended into hours with no further developments, hope again turned to despair. The Rainmaker was strategically absent during this time, but the young boys were still present for everyone to see. After a while, they noticed some members of the community looking at them beseechingly, then confused and ultimately angry. The boys were confused about their culpability. Why were the people angry at them? They had performed the ceremony perfectly. Weren't their movements perfectly timed to the rhythm of the chant? Did they not sound exactly like frogs? How could they possibly be to blame? But deep inside, the boys all knew it was true, that their efforts were in some way flawed. They hung their heads in shame. Where just this morning they were at the top of enthusiasm, now they were in the depths of depression. Their failure was the community's demise. Bun could take the cast of blame no longer, and he ran away down a street as fast as he could go, crying profusely. He did not see the people around him. He did not know where he was going. He only knew he had to get away from the condemnation. He was heading away from the city center, out to the farming plots. It was a terrible choice because when he stopped and noticed the withering crops, he felt worse than ever. The corn stalks were the color of dried grass, stiff and lifeless. The squash were stunted on the vines, most no larger than a fist and all discolored white. As he stood in the road, a stream of workers, one after another, hauled dripping baskets filled with water on their backs, a strap around their foreheads to help support the weight, trudged to the few fields that were barely being kept alive. Ben sat on the side of the road and watched. He was too young and small to be of much help. He certainly could not carry one of the heavy baskets. He wanted so much for his actions as a member of the rain ceremony to have made a difference, and could not understand why the gods had refused them. Bund had no quarrel with Koch, nor any of the gods. He had not even gained his manhood yet, and the Rainmaker could not have caused the drought. He hadn't arrived yet and couldn't speak the language the gods understood. There was no logical reason that Koch should forsaken them. That thought caught in Abund's mind. No, there was no reason, which means it must have been an error in their dance, not Abund's part, but perhaps one of the other boys. Abund decided to go back and tell the Rainmaker they should try again. When Abund returned to the place where the Rainmaker stayed, he found him hiding in a back room. "Come," Abund called to the old man. "Let us try again." The Rainmaker looked at Abund, a boy, telling him what to do, and did not respond. "Come," Abund commanded again. This time the Rainmaker followed the boy from his hiding place back to the field where the ceremony was performed. Cox, Edrich, and Akan were still there sitting dejectedly, trying to ignore the contemptuous stares of those around them. There was nothing else to do, no place to go. Time would end if there was no water. Abund began to croak like a frog. The other boys looked at him, noticing that the Rainmaker had returned. The Rainmaker again began chanting. The other boys caught the intention and began croaking themselves. The ritual continued where it left off. Around and around and around in a circle they went, not stopping even when the moon had chased the sun from the sky. Still the boys did not pause their dance nor their croaking, even though they were becoming hoarse. The people were mesmerized by their commitment. It went on until it could go on no longer, as one by one the boys collapsed of exhaustion, twisted back Cox first, then short-legged Edrich. When withered Akan succumbed, only Abund was left dancing and croaking. Even the Rainmaker had stopped his chant, until all was darkness. When Abund awoke, he was surrounded by people. The Rainmaker, Cox, Edrich, and Akan stood a little distance away, furtively looking at him. He didn't know why. The people around him were silent and expressionless. Abund felt there was something critically wrong, but didn't know what it could be nor why he would be the focus. What had he done wrong? Hadn't he tried to help? Wasn't he the one who got the Rainmaker to reattempt the dance? Didn't he do it better and longer than anyone else? Abund tried to guess what was happening by looking at the faces of those around him. It wasn't as if anyone was angry. There was no ire. There were no snarls nor angry expressions, only intent and inevitability. There was no wind within the cavity formed by the crowd around Abund. There was no sounds audible over the combined volume of their breathing, a syncopated exhale, inhale, exhale. Abund was reminded of trances people entered after they had drank a potion of leech sage before a long ceremony. The blank eyes, the lack of awareness, everyone moving in unison. A man close to him, one he recognized but did not know, had a fly crawling on his forehead, but he did not take any notice. Abund was tempted to reach out and brush it away, but was afraid. Perhaps the fly was a god in fly form. Perhaps the whole ensemble was a congregation of gods temporarily inhabiting the bodies of mortals. Everyone stood eerily still for a long time, including Abund, but then as one, they moved. The crowd came closer but stopped just before touching him. He could smell them, the sweat, the desperation. He looked frantically side to side, up and down, hoping for succor from his friends, from the Rainmaker, his father, anyone who knew him. But none came, and then hands grasped him. Dozens of hands, hundreds. He was lifted over their heads, not in celebration, but as a captive. He looked to where his friends had been standing, but only little Edrich was still there. Where were the others? He looked down, shocked to see Cox and a can among those holding him aloft. The Rainmaker, too. Abruptly, Abund realized what was happening, and he knew why. The crowd carrying Abund made its way along the road in the opposite direction as the city center. The group mind was intent on a destination, and all traveled together as a cohesive group. Abund was surprised how smooth his position was on top of the host. If the situation had not been so dire, he would have been entertained, but instead he contemplated escape, scampering over the upstretched arms, jump off, and run into the jungle. But many hands, anticipating such thoughts, held him firmly in place to ensure his presentation intact at the intended destination. Abund peered ahead. From his perch above the others, he could see their goal before anyone else, the sacred cenote, the entrance into the underworld where the Bacabs resided, the aged deities governing the subterranean sphere and its water supplies, who resided in the sacred well of open water. Abund knew that he was to be sacrificed so that the rains would come, that he was chosen for all the reasons that made him the favorite, and the best were also the ones that dictated he be the candidate to be sacrificed for the greater good. The gods wanted the very best blood, the most adored, the beautiful. The cenote was contained in a large cavern inside the Sac Acton, an extensive network of caves, many of which were submerged. The caves were once underground rivers through the limestone strata, and over millennia developed the spectacular stalactites and stalagmites from ceiling and floor, the Bacab's teeth. The water was far below, the height of 3 men. Abund was tossed over the edge without ceremony nor ritual, but also without rancor. It was simply something those who were doing it had to do. As he fell towards the surface of the water, he remembered that any who escapes the cenote alive gains oracular powers, and he again hoped. Abund hit with a large splash. He sank deep into the coolness. Through the oily film barrier suspended between the fresh and sea water, he could taste the salt, and it was warmer, and indeed, Abund could tell the future because he could not swim. The next day was one of bountiful rain. Chapter 13. Mac. It is not good that you set on the road because you will no longer grow. Maya proverb. Denver, Colorado, today. I had not used an alarm clock since I went on sabbatical from the college. When my life was mundane and predictable, I actually didn't even need to be artificially awakened. I already popped wide awake a minute before it went off, but I still liked to lay there for a few more minutes and listen to the morning news. Since then, however, my sleep habits had deteriorated so that I had to read the news off my phone, having missed the live radio broadcast. I found I liked it better like that, not having to be hostage to a carefully prepared narrative, but instead picking and choosing to spend my time on the stories that looked legitimate. From what I could tell, there wasn't much. A weakly justified intervention here, a false prosecution there, one of the political parties acting imperiously. It was 9 before I rolled out of bed. I obsessively pulled the covers up, fluffed out the pillow, and laid out the bedspread, then took a short shower. While getting dressed in casual jeans and t-shirt, I wondered what I was going to do today. Tara and I already had a date scheduled tomorrow evening, and I didn't want to be that guy who has to see a girl every day, even though I wanted to. I put a breakfast burrito in the microwave and filled up my coffee cup from the Kruger along with some milk. After sitting down at the kitchen table, the light streaming in through the window stippling hands and face, I used the internet to find out what had happened since I'd looked last night before going to sleep. My blood ran cold when a Google alert appeared on my phone. I'd put the term human sacrifice when I first got home, hopefully never to get a hit, but that didn't last long. Hopefully, I thought it would just be a spurious match, but Maya's sacrifice was mentioned in the headline. I quickly read through the article. The body of an American male, not otherwise described, was found in a cenote in Tikal, Guatemala, notable because he wasn't drowned, but had died from having his heart cut out. There was no evidence of who did it, but the suggestion was it had something to do with the drug cartels by mentioning they were known to be operating in the area. The fact that so little was said about the victim told me otherwise, that this was part of spree that Zaimnes had involved me in. I thought about how all Zaimnes did was pump me for information. He never told me what was going on or why. The more I considered it, the fishier it was. Who were these American men that are heinously killed and displayed so ostentatiously? Was it to send a message? To whom? The U.S. What was the message and who would be sending it? Drug cartels had done more gruesome things, but usually to their rivals, not to unspecified U.S. citizens that left no message to anybody. It's the main reason I didn't think it was Dorr. What could possibly be his motivation? I suspected I was going to get a phone call from Zymnes, but I didn't know for sure. What more could I do? I was completely useless the last time I was down there, to him and to myself. I kept switching back and forth thinking he would call, then he wouldn't. Finally decided that if I hadn't gotten some kind of contact yet, then there probably wouldn't be any. He would have called. I wondered if he had my email. I'd never given to him. That seemed odd. I couldn't remember if I'd given it to FBI secretary when I'd first called. Maybe the FBI just didn't use email anymore. They probably don't use the social media apps either. I didn't. I wondered if Tara was on Facebook and Twitter. I hoped not. That indicated a grasping personality. Virtual friends aren't better than no friends at all. And most of the people arguing online are mentally ill. There's something like a quarter of the population is taking or has taken psych drugs, and they're all online. The only positive I'd ever gotten out of my brief interaction when I thought it was new and exciting was learning why I stay away from vampire people whose contact leaves you feeling drained. It reinforced my rule to only associate with those that make my life better or at least not make it worse, which is probably why I don't have any friends. I was about to go out for the morning to get some fresh air when my phone buzzed in my shirt pocket. I wasn't surprised to see it was Zymnes. He wanted video. I obliged. His face popped on the screen. As far as I knew, he was still in Mexico, but I couldn't tell. "Mr. Buenaventura, this is Special Agent Xavier Zymnes," he said as a greeting, as if I couldn't tell by looking at him. "Good to see you, Xavier," I replied cordially. Zymnes continued without further greetings. "All business. There's been another incident," he stated calmly. "I read about it," I told him. "I noticed the similarities immediately, but it's different enough. Maybe it's a copycat." It seemed unlikely to be a copycat given its uniqueness, but maybe the cartel have instructions out to murder middle-aged American men by cutting their hearts out. His mode changed, but it's definitely him, Zymnes assured me. He knew the guy. He knew that guy too. I said, surprised. "His doctor," Zymnes told me. "His doctor," I exclaimed. "Did he know all the victims?" I asked, thinking that was probably something Zymnes should have told me. Zymnes hesitated. His face took on that blank look I'd seen before when he didn't want to give anything away. He must have decided that he'd already let the cat out of the bag. "Yes," he said simply. "Why didn't you tell me that before?" I asked, my suspicions peaking again. I didn't think it was something you need to know. I thought how odd it was to actually hear one of those worn-out cliches. Zymnes must have sensed my incredulity because he added another tiny morsel of explanation. "This is all secret, even your part in it." "That also seems like something I should have known," I told him. I'm sure he knew I was bordering on angry now. Having your life jerked around while being kept in the dark would make anyone resentful, and certainly hesitant to continue such a relationship. "Nothing happened the first time," I continued. "What makes you think it will now? We paid for a year. We get you as long as we need you," Zymnes insisted. "What if I don't want to go?" I asked, serious about reneging on this whole thing and going back to work. "I'll arrest you and you'll be taken down there no matter what," Zymnes warned. I didn't think he was bluffing, and he was right. My time had been purchased, and if there was any chance of helping Dorr, I was going to take it, but I didn't respond telling him that. "I'll have the tickets forwarded to you for a flight out later today," Zymnes said with finality, then he hung up on me before I could hang up on him. Somewhat stunned by the rapid turn of events, I put the phone back in my pocket and walked over to one of the windows to look out on the streets a couple floors below me. It was a relatively nice day and people were out. A woman jogging while pushing a three-wheel stroller went by on the sidewalk across the street, and a delivery guy on a bicycle zipped along going the other way. A jumble of kids, all carrying backpacks, looked like they were all walking to school together. I thought all kids took the bus nowadays. Nobody could be trusted to walk 2 blocks to the elementary school, but apparently some brave children traveled together in packs to alleviate the imagined danger. I worry about the fortitude of future generations. A bird came and landed on the windowsill right outside my window a few inches from my hand. I wondered if it could see me through the window. Curious, I waved and it either saw me or coincidentally flew away. I needed to escape the confinement inside the apartment, so I slid the window open and let the smells from the outside in. A bakery must be making bread, coffee, asphalt, and automobiles. I could see the rocky tops of the mountains that surround Denver because there was snow on them. I thought of the heat in Mexico and remembered how relieved I felt to escape it when I came back. I really didn't want to go, especially when nothing made sense. It was like I was caught in Alice's Wonderland where events happened with no rhyme or reason. I pondered if there was anything I could do to get ahead of the situation. This whole thing was feeling more than a little hinky. The only person I talked to outside of my initial call to the FBI was Zimez, and I didn't even know what he did there. I got the brochure I'd been given at the militia meeting, the one with Daniel Travant's number. He'd said that he used to be in the CIA or something to that effect, and he wanted the best for Door 2, so I thought I'd ask him what he thought about the situation. He answered immediately. "This is Daniel. How can I help you?" "Dan, this is Mundo Buenaventura. I introduced myself as Money at the militia meeting." "Money, yeah," Daniel responded, sounding sincerely friendly. "How can I help you? Are you looking to get one of those long rifles? They're certainly beauties." "Yeah, probably, but that's not why I called. I hedged a bit. I probably wasn't going to buy a gun. It's about Door." "Oh, did you find something?" Daniel asked, curious. "It's who found me," I replied. "This special agent from the FBI has got me traveling down to Mexico, and it just doesn't seem on the up and up. I don't know how government agencies operate, but I remembered that you do." "All too well," Daniel said smugly. "They're a piece of work. What can you tell me?" I asked. "What's the guy's name?" He asked. "I'll check with my guys, see what's up." "Xavier Zimnes." "I'll get back to you soon," Daniel assured me before hanging up. I stood there for a bit with the phone in my hand, not knowing quite what to do next. I guess there wasn't anything I could do, at least not until I heard back from Daniel. I put the phone in my pocket, got a light windbreaker, and went out for a walk. School must have started because I didn't see kids in backpacks, nor did I see any more baby stroller joggers. The wind had started to pick up, and I was glad I'd grabbed the jacket. It was something I'd gotten at Disneyland when I chaperoned Door's kids there earlier in year, with a little Mickey Mouse on the lapel. I suppose they've sold millions of those things, but it still felt unique to me. It got me thinking about my nephews, so I called Julia. "Hey, it's me," I greeted her. She said how much the boys had missed me and asked when I was coming over. I wished it was right now, I told her honestly. "But I got another trip I'm leaving for this evening. I promise when I get back I'll come right over." Julia was disappointed. I considered telling her what was going on, but thought better not to. She might take it the wrong way, think I was betraying Door, and she'd be right to think that way. I decided to wait and see how it turned out before discussing it with her, if ever. I hung up keeping my secrets to myself. I decided to make my way to the row of fast food restaurants and picked the first one I came to, a Wendy's. Normally, I don't eat at those places even though I liked it, but it's too difficult to maintain a healthy weight shoveling in those kinds of yummy calories. I've been fat, even had to unbutton the top button of my Levi's, and don't like it. Now I watch what I eat, not because I want to eat organic or natural or even healthy, but simply so I don't have to buy new pants. I thought of this as I ate the burger. It was delicious but made me feel guilty, so, in penance, I didn't eat all the fries. I wanted to stay distracted, so I walked the long way back to my apartment, past the dog park, decided to sit down on a bench and watch for a while. I don't particularly care for dogs, cats either, no pets really. I don't like it when they die, which they do with alarming regularity. I watch somebody else's dog run around and do dog things. What simple lives yet so rich. When a dog sniffs at something, it always looks so happy, like it's making a great discovery. That's how I feel when I'm traveling, especially during research. It's strange all people aren't like that. How can watching a made-up show on television be more entertaining than a 1,000-year-old city in the jungle or desert? The other problem I have with pets, if you can call someone else's problem my problem, is that they've taken the place of mature relationships. Instead of women having a family, they have multiple cats if they're single and multiple dogs if they were fortunate enough to get married but decided not to have children. They treat their pets like people and in many cases are so dependent on them for emotional support that they put a label on them and take them into restaurants. It's bizarre that so many places allow this, and even more so that so many people think that not only is it acceptable, but that it's your problem, not theirs. Broken people become more numerous than those of us who don't think our needs take precedence over everyone else's, and subsequently the needs of their animals. It's become taboo to even ask how it came to be that people substituted pets for partners, especially for women. Everyone knows, except kids who will learn soon enough if society keeps going down the road to psychopathy. Real long-term human relationships are exceedingly difficult compared to those with dogs who are endlessly loyal and subjugate, or cats that require so little care as to be almost invisible except as companions to the companionless. But this has been the case for humanity forever. When did it become an emotional crutch of epidemic proportions? As society has become more free combined with infinite selection of who we can associate with via social media, the mental health of those without strong rudders has continually eroded until they've overwhelmed the barricades that used to keep people in their lanes. The most extreme examples of this are the online dating services where the term swipe right originated to mean accept. With online dating, millions of men and a substantially smaller number of women accept or reject the advances of everyone else simply based on their photos and a contrived profile. It seemed entertaining to the young at first because it offered unencumbered access to sex, but after a few years it corroded traditional dating so substantially that it's a question whether that even has a place anymore. Based only on looks, virtually all women are attracted to the same 5% of men, while the vast majority of men are ignored, their self-worth destroyed, their love lives never fulfilled. It's so awful now that 30% of men are still virgins at 30, and 50% of men haven't had sex with a woman in the past year. Whole empires have collapsed when those kind of odds emerge. Even worse, because all the good guys are taken, and all women are taught that they deserve the best. When they end up alone and barren after an endless string of one-night affairs, they don't blame themselves, they blame men. At the same time, the 95% of invisible, blue-balled men are just getting more and more frustrated. The simple fact is, if there's no mate, no family to take care of, men either check out of society or take a burn-it-all-down attitude. This got me thinking about Tara. Did she ever use online dating? I never have. It came along after I was past the age where I had to pay to use it, and frankly, it always seemed creepy to me. I think I knew Tara well enough to guess she'd never used it either, at least not in a real way. The amount of validation women get from having literally thousands of men commenting on how attractive they are has got to be a big draw, but if a woman is confident in herself, then artificial, inflated praise like that would have no value. A girl discovers the kind of power she has over men the first time they catch an adult male giving them a second take. I know I've done it without thinking and been thoroughly embarrassed by the reflex. After 100 or so of them, probably starting at puberty, females know they've got power over males. What were the odds that I would actually find someone? As far down as I am on the look scale, a normie in the vernacular, I'm invisible. No woman has even given me a second take. As for personality, I'm satisfied with mine, but it's not very satisfying to a man to being second fiddle in a relationship. I'm no beta male. I suppose I'm a sigma, one of those guys who goes their own way, but women are supposedly attracted to them, and I've never found that to be the case. There's probably some other Greek letter male category I fall into, but I'm too unconcerned to find out. The luctocracy aspect of life causes a lot of individuals to be too optimistic or too pessimistic depending on their nature. If you thought that fortune would favor you on the roll of the dice, then when it does, you think it was due to your effort and not chance. Your attitude would reflect an entitlement you didn't deserve, and worse, you'd naively think it would happen again. What makes the whole concept perverse is that statistically speaking, there are people who win repeatedly and those on the losing end too. It's as hard to argue with failure as it is with success, but both have a tendency to make everything else in life a frivolous pursuit. I don't want to be one of those people, taking life for granted, feeling I deserve to get lucky, but I also didn't want to contemplate my odds of failure too closely because if I did, I wouldn't even try. There's also the fear in the back of everyone's mind that we don't actually have any free will, that everything is preordained and no amount of effort or skill on our part would change anything. That's a dangerous headspace to be in, giving mysticism control over your life. There's even pseudo-intellectuals so narcissistic and self-centered that they think life is a simulation and they have subliminal control over it. If they just concentrate hard enough, they'll get to sleep with a supermodel or become a zillionaire. Which is worse, waiting for a mentor who never comes or thinking you can do it yourself via wishful thinking. Then there's the whole issue of so-called white supremacy, which sounds like something out of the turn of the last century. But the term's been redefined to mean people who think Western culture is better than other cultures, that the values of conscientiousness, frugality, courtesy, ambition, punctuality, and industriousness are not the best way to conduct a society, that all societies have equal value, which turns anybody who believes in those fundamentals becomes by definition a racist. It's even gotten so topsy-turvy that to aspire to those things make you white, itself now a derogatory term, no matter your skin color. Presumably, the counter to white supremacy is to be a rude, lazy, late, and a liar. It sounds like a joke, like it's a big put-on but we can't tell who's doing it. If anyone postulates how the universal reversal of core values can't be spontaneous, that some mysterious behind-the-scenes cabal wants to make us all think that war is peace, ignorance is strength, and freedom is slavery, then that person asking the question is a conspiracist. How much control must these people have that any mention of their control is censored, and the person mentioning it is gaslighted? Just by that measurement alone, the control must be nearly complete. Every lever of power must be in their hands. How long did that take? Has it always been that way? I know that just thinking about it gave me the heebie-jeebies, and I'm almost immune to public censure, so no wonder why most people pretend it's not happening. Diversity is divisive, and the people pressing for diversity know that. Their intent is to destroy the cohesive society as it exists now, hoping that the one which emerges in its place puts them higher up on the totem pole. It's the simplest, most common, selfish reason in history, but nobody on the losing end is willing to put their feet down and say no, me included. As a man, I've been conditioned to cater to women, to back down from them in conflict, to not raise my hand nor my voice to them, something I would certainly do to another man, but women get a pass, and they've learned to egregiously exploit it. I shudder to think what happens when men's conditioning wears off. It's interesting that the people in Central and South America aren't considered racist because they don't strive for diversity. You'd think if logic prevailed that the easiest way to raise their standard of living would be for the left in the West to force diversity upon them rather than welcome their best and brightest to immigrate to the United States. But it's never been about fairness, about making people more equal and presumptively happier. No, it's always been the losers coming up with excuses to get their large constituency of the envious, resentful and aggrieved votes to take from winners and give to themselves, or at least no one can have it. What do people around the world want? Do they want to own things? Do they want to travel places? Those seem like the things that the children of rich cultures want, not the indigenous people satisfied with the way they've been living for centuries or even longer. What do they want? Their families, their religion, to be included as part of a community. It surprised me that I had no idea. I'd taken dozens of hours of anthropology classes and could tell you the histories and timelines of perhaps 100 peoples and cultures, but I didn't actually know why they did it. What motivated them? I turned billions of people into caricatures whose existence wasn't really ingrained in my mind. Obviously everybody does it, but that doesn't make the realization of my lack of comprehension any less humiliating. I was guessing now, but if I met an African bushman right this second and I had to answer one question, what do you think is the most important thing for a satisfactory existence? I'd have to say it was that others personally knew you or of you. We were all guilty of ignoring everyone but ourselves, but if there was no one else, if you lived alone on a desert island, that would be the most unfulfilling life possible. Only death would be worse, and to lots of people, death would be preferable. People don't just want to live, they want other people to acknowledge that existence. Me too. I made a list in my mind of what other things I wanted. First, I looked deep inside myself to see if what I wanted was for what somebody else would think of me, or if I truly wanted it for myself. I decided all those things were for me, otherwise I would have not remained in the background for so long, associating with no one, part of nothing, going no place. What did I want? Fame, fortune, approval from others, approval from my parents. I was pretty sure my mom and dad would be proud of me no matter what. My parents were never judgmental people, certainly not to their children. However, if my dad were here now, I would like to be able to tell him about my life's adventures. If he was here now, boy would he get an earful. It made me smile to think about it. My mom would wish I had kids, more grandkids. Moms are all like that. But that wasn't an expectation I needed to live up to with her gone, and there wasn't any other family. What I wanted was to pass my enthusiasm for the Maya culture on to my students, and for a long time I convinced myself that was what I was doing. Now I realized that it was an excuse for what I should be doing, exploring, researching, becoming the expert I aspired to be, but what I had never actually achieved even if I did have a piece of paper that said so. I was lost in contemplation when I noticed where I was walking, the sidewalk was cracked and lumpy. I wondered when that had happened, when it had crossed over the line from acceptably worn to needing to be replaced. How much of the city was like that? How much of the country was like that? Had it always been so? Had things been wearing out and I just hadn't noticed before, or had they quit being repaired and that was what I was noticing? It certainly seemed like the later, like everywhere was wearing out, not just physically, but mentally too. People were giving up. No one was taking responsibility. No one even cared. It used to be that people got their self-esteem from the job they did and for the quality of the things around them, but now everyone was dissatisfied with themselves, and that transferred to dissatisfaction with everybody and everything. The buildings needed painted, the graffiti needed removed, the grass needed to be mowed, and the garbage picked up. Even though there were plenty of people who could do these jobs, nobody did. Why, where was their pride? It had been beaten out of them, that's where, or it had never been instilled in the first place. The last few generations were raised with different values, ones that didn't involve filling potholes or fixing broken windows. Fame was the goal, or at least following someone famous. There were people who still wanted to follow the old values, and they had kept society running, but for how much longer? When would the amount of rot and decay overwhelm the small portion of the population willing to address it? I understood how lucky I was to have found Tara, and I wasn't going to let her slip away through my inaction or poor judgment. I'd often heard that the best outlook you'll ever have on anything is when it first starts, and I was hoping, almost sure, that this wasn't the case, that this really was the start of something good. I didn't want anything to put our chances at risk, which meant I wasn't going anywhere now, not with Zymnes, not with anybody. My first thought was that I wasn't going, that I wouldn't even look at the tickets. I'd pack my bags and go to a hotel. The holes in that plan were immediately apparent. 1. If I didn't live up to my commitment, how was I any different than the frivolous, unfocused people I had just been berating in my mind? 2. How long would I have to stay in the hotel, and couldn't the government just track me down via my credit cards? It's not like I'd been preparing for years to go off the grid into hiding. 3. Why should I allow myself to be chased from my home, however modest it may be? If I didn't want to go, I should just be a man and tell Zymnes that. So that brought up the real question, did I want to go? The vacillation was making me crazy, so I tried to boil everything down to the simplest fact, which was that there was nothing stopping me from helping Zymnes for at least a while longer except things that would require me to predict the future, and no one can predict the future. I was near my apartment when the phone vibrated in my pocket. I took it out and looked at the display, hoping it was Daniel. It was. I answered, "This is Money. Hey, Money, Dan." I got some intel on that Zymnes character, but not much. Daniel started his brief. "Yeah," I encouraged him. "He's probably in a 3-letter agency, but it's not the FBI," he said. "Is that what he told you?" I thought about it for a moment. Zymnes had referred to himself as a special agent, and I just assumed FBI because that's who I called in my preconceptions from watching television. Zymnes had obviously known that's what I thought and never said anything to dissuade the misconception. Not exactly a recipe for establishing trust. In fact, the more I thought about it, the more I became suspicious about everything he'd told me. To say I felt like a chump would be an understatement. "What do you think?" I asked. "Probably not CIA," Daniel replied. "VHS, I'd say. Maybe a spook. Black Ops. Does what he want involve killing people?" I thought about the coldness of that question and the accuracy. "Yes, it does," I replied slowly. "Watch yourself," Daniel warned me. "Those guys have no moral center. They'll take out somebody's grandfather in the morning and eat dinner with their own wife and kids that evening." "What do you suggest I do?" I asked. "Hit the hill out." Chapter 14. It is not good for a pregnant woman to put a comb in the folds of her skirt because her child's teeth will end up crooked. Maya proverb. Chichen Itza, 900 A.D. Chichen Itza was the center of the world, the sacred city and pilgrimage center founded by the Itza, the water sorcerers. The city was the central hub of an extensive trading network that included all the known parts of the land: obsidian from the south, turquoise from the north, cacao, anito, and vanilla from the west, and the east was the end of the earth where the water started and all the abundance that came from it. They promoted the arts and the sciences, math, astronomy, medicine. The Toltec, a powerful people from the north, had recently conquered the city in an incessant desire to increase the size of their empire, installing Topples in Quetzalcoatl as the semi-divine king. His intent was to engage all the nearby cities, notably Izamil, itself a great power. Chichen Itza's most popular attraction was the ball court, the largest of all the Maya cities, and famous because of it. The ball game was a metaphor for the conflict between life and death. The ball was seen to represent the passage of the sun in the sky, and the game was to ensure its safe passage. The court had temples located on the north, south, and east sides. The south temple was where the game attendants resided. The north temple was notable for having a carving of a man with a beard, a rare occurrence among the Mayas. The temple to the east overlooked the ball court. 2 large columns at its entrance were carved with feathered serpents, and inside was a mural depicting Chichen Itza's defeat by Topples in Quetzalcoatl. Importantly, this room also contained the jaguar throne, upon which the king sat when he attended the ball games and launched the game balls through an opening in the wall facing the court. The court itself was partially dug into the ground, surrounded by sloping walls representing an opening into the underworld. The central plane, parallel walls 50 paces long and 10 paces wide, had perpendicular-oriented rectangular end zones. Commoner spectators stood atop the walls looking down onto the field, and the privileged elites sat on raised platforms above them. The walls of the very center were vertical, and each side, at the height of a man with his arms up, had a stone hoop protruding from it engraved with a serpent's head, fangs exuding venom. 2 teams played each other, 3 players on a side. Each team attempted to advance the ball towards the opposing players, trying to get it through the hoop. They wore flat shields on their arms, legs, chests, backs, and elbows to propel the ball because hitting it with the hands or feet was not allowed. The game was fast and dangerous, sometimes resulting in serious injury or even death from impact with the heavy ball. Made of rubber from the elastic a tree combined with ground-up white morning glory flowers, flattened into strips and wrapped around a human skull to make it hollow. The ball players utilized tobacco to improve their performance, some by eye drops, the other via enemas. The winning team was given a hacha, a trophy, a stone sculpture in the imitation of a human head carried by a handle. The best player, as decided by the audience, was allowed to wear the pama, a carved wooden yoke that went around their neck. Each player was painted completely black, making them almost impossible to discern from one another except for their intentionally different headdresses, but one stood out, Apo, the best player and also team's leader. His reputation in the ball game was justified. He was a natural athlete, lithe and wiry but still agile and strong. His face was well proportioned, his nose like that of the gods. His hairline was raised, with the long black hair gathered into a top-notch. On his forehead he had a tattoo of a ball, but otherwise his face was unadorned except for the traditional jaguar tooth through the septum of his nose and in the lobe of each ear. Other than that he had no other tattoos nor jewelry, just a simple loincloth and sandals. This lack of ornamentation was unusual, but it perfectly fit the unassuming image that Apo wanted to project. Tall and handsome, Apo was the subject of attention of every unmarried female in the audience. He had 2 mates, but both had died in childbirth along with their babies, so he was reluctant to take another. That did not stop his hopeful female fans, however, and he was never alone at night, though he did make sure not to leave his seed where it might cause another pregnancy. As a ball player, he was not expected to accompany the warriors on raiding missions, but he was a superlative hunter and often brought back peccary and once even a jaguar. The other men treated him differently, with more respect but less camaraderie. It was a difficult trade-off, meaning Apo did almost everything alone, but he liked it like that, even reveled in his solitude. Apo's stature had grown into mythical proportions even though he was still young, only 25 years old. He had been playing the game since he was 6, though with a much lighter ball on a miniature court. His growth had come early and whatever team he was on was sure to win. Apo is always awarded the pama. Before he was a man, he was playing on the royal team, the one that represented the city against neighboring cities. They had never lost, stretching Apo's reputation far and wide. In fact, Apo's fame was such that it rivaled that of the kings, he more popular than anyone in the royal lineage. There was even talk that his status would be raised to become an elite through merit. No one had been raised in recent memory, not even the most successful traders and farmers, and many wondered if the new king would allow it. Those who followed the palace intrigue would caution Apo not to be too flagrant with his notoriety, but they didn't have to worry because Apo had no aspirations beyond the ball court. His only concern was staying healthy and fit to prolong his career because the stakes were high. In certain circumstances, the outcome of the game had dramatic consequences. The captain of the losing team, and sometimes the whole team, were sacrificed. Though seldom used, an altar was mounted on a small pyramid near the ball court for such occurrences. The captain was considered culpable because he most responsible for the loss, the proof being that the gods would have interfered otherwise. No team wanted to play in a match with such catastrophic consequences, but it was never up to them. Either the king dictated such to be the case, or in extremely rare instances, the crowd. This only happened in exceptional situations where anger or euphoria of the audience ruled over reason. Usually, beforehand, players knew whether or not the game they were playing would end in sacrifice, and they had not been told that was the case even though the opposing team they were playing was from a city, Izemel, that was currently in open conflict with Chichen Itza. The 2 teams were evenly matched, though Apo felt confident his team was the better. Actually, he had never participated in a game with such dire consequences and hoped never to have to, but if he did, he knew he could depend on his teammates to ensure victory. Apo knew his teammates well, having played with them for several years. Babajide was his best friend, and their long relationship led to skillful interaction on the court, predicting what each other was going to do next. He was almost as tall as Apo, broader and very physical. On another team, he would be captain, but he was gracious about his secondary position. A close third in playing ability was Sachihiro, whose sly way of moving and trick shots often fooled unwary opponents. Both Babajide and Sachihiro had wives and children, and extensive tattoos and ornamental scarring typical of ball players. The 3 of them formed a nearly unbeatable trio, Apo in center front, Babajide on the left wing, and Sachihiro on the right. The opposing team from Izemel had a player, Ixpiekak, almost as good as Apo and nearly as renowned. He was taller than Apo, and faster, and nearly as skilled a passer and scorer. Apo considered Ixbiekak to be his most challenging competition, recognizing the fierceness and concentration with which he played. Ixbiekak had no hair on his head, scraping his scalp every morning with a piece of sharp obsidian. In the place of hair, he had intricate tattoos that included images representing the ball game. These tattoos flowed down his neck to his back, where he had the tattoos of bird wings and flight, the symbol of his city and team. The other two players on Ixbiekak's team also had wings tattooed on their backs, but they did not shave their heads. The smallest of them was old, perhaps 10 years older than any player on any team representing a city. Apo had played against him his whole career. The man was clever and intentionally did not attract attention. Apo suspected that in large part. The man's longevity was due to never trying to be the best player, so that when they did lose, he would not be the one selected for sacrifice. It was logical consideration, one all of the best players considered, but being the best was euphoric, as Apo knew from personal experience, and the young are supremely confident of their skills and certain that they will always win if they have to. The excitement in the crowd was palpable. They were dressed for the occasion. Women wore hue piles to cover their shoulders, and the men large mantles around their necks woven from colored reeds, normally for ceremony, but also for attending ball games. The Chajum, men who scattered incense around the field, wore skirts made from tobacco leaves tied under their arms, and similarly manufactured capes tied around their necks. The Ebites, the court messengers, wore cloaks of white cotton, a spondylus shell hanging around their necks, and quetzal feathers in their headdresses to distinguish them in the crowd, so that one visitor could send notices to another. When the Ebites were in the presence of the king, rather than compete with his courtly dress, they would remove their flamboyant clothing, strip down to a loincloth, and kneel before him before reciting the message they were relaying. Tapos in Quetzalcoatl was dressed up to embody the forces of good, loose-fitting blouses with long sleeves that wound up around his waist, and a colorful huipil, a woven belt on which hung long scarves made of cotton, each a different color. The officials from Izemel who attended with the opposing team were dressed to represent the forces of evil. Black turbans on their heads, each ornamented differently with feathers, furs, and precious stones depending on their place in the hierarchy. All officials were dressed for their parts. The high priest was recognizable to everyone in the crowd because of his sunburst black feather headdress and bright orange skirt he wore as covering from waist to ankles. His movements were intentionally jerky and exaggerated, causing his plethora of necklaces and bracelets to rattle and jerk up and down on his arms and chest as he gesticulated while brandishing an arm-length long scepter with which he conducted the opening ceremony. First, he recited the story of the hero twins in a deep, sing-songy voice, waving the scepter on regular beats, causing the crowd to roar back in syncopation. All were caught up in the spectacle and camaraderie. When the high priest had finished his oration, he turned to his left and waved for the king's entourage to come forward. 4 priests in front and 6 behind, escorted by a dozen warriors on each side, Tapos and Quetzalcoatl marched slowly up the steps of the East Temple. The priests faded away and warriors parted in front of the opening to the Jaguar throne room, and the king walked deliberately and alone, followed by the high priest. With great aplomb, the king seated himself on the throne's seat. The high priest stepped beside him, and the other priests filed in to stand behind the throne. The warriors remained outside guarding the temple's entrance. Everyone waited while ball court attendants carried in the ball which would be used in the game. Silence fell over the crowd, and everyone remained eerily still awaiting what would come next. Tapos in Quetzalcoatl solemnly stood up from his throne, took the ball from the hands of the attendants, walked to the opening overlooking the ball court, and held the ball above his head for the crowd to see. A loud continuous cheering rang out. The players in the court below waited with rapt attention. The king waited through a few moments of pandemonium, then dropped the ball from his perch down onto the sloped wall of the ball court. It bounced once, twice, then out over the field where Apo had maneuvered himself from among the awaiting players to get under it for a headbutt in the direction of scoring hoop. The impact from such a height was dangerous and pain jolted through his neck, but he caught the opposing players off guard with the strike. From multitude of experience, Babajide, anticipating which way the ball would bounce and how far, had positioned himself so that the ball struck his back at an angle to continue its advance downfield. Sachihiro, also well practiced, was already set to bounce the ball off of his knee, knocking it almost straight into the air almost in front of the hoop. Then Apo, running at full speed, jumped high in the air and striking the ball with the shield on his right elbow, slammed it directly through the circular opening, scoring the first goal. The crowd went wild, screaming in celebration while throwing dried bean husks into the air so that they glided and spiraled across the field. Apo, Babajide, and Sachihiro paraded around the field, hopping and skipping as was the usual demonstration, All had huge smiles on their faces from such a perfectly executed play. The opposing team regrouped at the center line, and the ball was gathered up and returned to the king. The crowd continued cheering the entire time. Oppo didn't allow himself to get complacent. Even with fate seemingly on their side, he had been in enough competition to know that the gods were fickle, and that a stupendous play by one side was often followed by an even more miraculous one on the other. The chaos went on for a while before it subsided when the opposing team got possession of the ball at the next launch by the king. Oppo had seen this trio play before and knew they were exceptionally skillful and practiced. A ball zigzagged downfield towards Oppo's goal until Babajide was able to make a tremendous vertical leap and block a pass with his elbow. The ball ricocheted to Sachihiro, who was able to bounce it high in the air in Oppo's direction. Oppo was surrounded front and back by two players, but as they started running towards the ball, he quickly left one behind. The other, however, was exceedingly fast. Though Oppo could have beat him in a foot race, he had to watch the trajectory of the ball, and this kept the two runners neck and neck. The other runner intentionally careened into Oppo, knocking him down, probably hoping that his trailing teammate would get the ball, but Babajide was right behind the pileup, having outpaced the opposition. He jumped over the two entangled players on the ground and ran full speed chest first into the ball, sending it back over the center line. Score. The crowd went wild again, and the commotion repeated itself. This time the three players did not cavort around the fields, but instead immediately went to their defensive positions because the ball was still in play, having not gone through the hoop. The intention now was not to let the ball cross back over the center line into their half of the field, negating the score. The opposing team, seeing that Oppo's team had backed up, let the ball alone, allowing it to stop on the field, where a field attendant ran out to snatch it up to take back to the king for a relaunch. The three opposition teammates then took the opportunity to huddle together for a few moments to initiate a plan. Oppo watched closely to see if their body movement gave anything away, but nothing revealing occurred. When the pod broke up, each of the players began jogging, spreading out, Ixpiekak going towards where the ball would presumably bounce back down the wall after launch. Oppo, Babajide, and Sachihiro were spread out in their defensive line, anxiously waiting for the ball's approach. They anticipated a coordinated offensive passing, but that's not what happened. Their opponents, rather than waiting for the ball to come into play, instead kept running right at them. After a moment of surprise, wondering what was happening, both Babajide and Sachihiro were hit head-on respectively by the running men, their bodies colliding with full force so that Oppo's companions were knocked to the ground while the opposition were able to stay on their feet. Oppo, however, had been able to jump out of the way of the oncoming attack at the last second. The man that had attempted to knock him down continued running downfield. Confused, Oppo looked around, seeing both his companions laying out flat. He wondered if they were okay, maybe even knocked unconscious. Obviously that was the opposing team's plan, because when the ball came bouncing down the wall, Ixpiekak was there to intercept it. He allowed the ball to hit the padding on his back and bounce straight up, to come down again at a much reduced speed he could angle to his companion with his elbow shield. It was a perfect pass as the ball was relayed to the third player, who positioned himself under the stone hoop, waiting to set up for a goal shot. With both of his teammates down, Oppo was the only defender. He ran with all his speed after the ball. He considered giving a glancing blow to Ixpiekak, but didn't have the time, and had not yet accepted the idea that the strategy was to intentionally injure opponent team members. Players often collided while running, but that was an incidental, not the primary objective, because the ball had to be arced high in the air to set up for an attempt to hit it through the hoop. Oppo hoped he had time to arrive before the play was executed, but he had enough experience to know that wasn't going to happen, so he changed to fervently hoping that the other players somehow fumbled, but that wish was not realized as first one player bounced the ball off his chest to sail vertically, lining in front of the goal, while his teammate perfectly timed the ball's arc to slam it through the opening with his elbow. The crowd booed and jeered simultaneously with the raising of both arms of the scorekeeper, his fingers outstretched to show the 2-1 score. Oppo used the time while the attendants recovered the ball for relaunch to check on his downed teammates. Both Babajide and Sachihiro had already staggered back to their feet, looking dazed but nothing apparently broken, though Babajide was massaging his right arm, and Sachihiro had his hand on his head. Both had scuff marks on their faces which they hadn't yet wiped off. Oppo knew they didn't have much time before the ball was again in play, so he ran up to each of his men in turn and encouraged them to hurry. Then he ran back down the field to where the ball would appear. He looked behind him once to see if they were following. Babajide was close behind him, but Sachihiro had gotten a slow start and was favoring his right leg. Unfortunately, they did not arrive in time to have a chance to take possession of the ball, as the opposition was already coming downfield, Ixpiekak bouncing the ball off the ground with his knee to the side opposite Oppo. Apo signaled Babbage to follow the ball while Apo ran to block a return pass. He had to pick one of the two opposing players because Sachihiro had not yet gotten close enough to help. The player who had the ball hit it away before Babbage could get to him, and of course he chose to pass it to the player Apo was farthest front, who easily hit it with his knee hard enough to cross the goal line for their second score in a row, tying up the match. The crowd exploded in jeers and catcalls, some of them directed at Apo's team, not excusing the poor defense even though it was due to the malfeasant hits. Sachihiro had gotten over his limp, so the three of them were ready when the ball again came down the slopped wall in lazy bounces, but it was still traveling at tremendous speed when it hit the ground, bouncing high back into the air. Apo decided that it was time to repay the foul play and slammed into Ixbiakak's back on his way to intercept the ball, knocking him aside though he remained standing. This gave Apo a clear advantage, and he took control of the ball by slapping it with his elbow towards Babbage, though the hit was off course a little due to how fast the ball was still traveling. A deviation proved to be instrumental in Ixbiakak intercepting the pass and knocking the ball into the air with his chest directly at the cagey old player, who surprisingly started sprinting towards the ball. Apo recognized his intention. He was going to bounce the ball up with his head to the hoop, then jump up after it and slam it though as it fell back down. But Apo got there first, and it was him who intersected the ball, knocking it with his elbow away from the target. Unfortunately, Ixbiakak had anticipated the defensive move and was there to recover possession. It was he who had butted the ball in front of the goal so that the old player could complete the score 2-3. Apo's team was now behind without much time left. The game was to end when the shadows covered the center of the goal, and the sun's slow arc through the sky had put it was almost there. Now was when the adrenaline really kicked in. There was no question about who was going to control possession of the next ball drop. Apo. When the ball bounded down the wall, he used all his strength to push the opposing players out of his way and bounced the ball with his knee to Babbage, who expertly relayed it to Sachihiro, who immediately hit it back to Apo so smoothly it was as if the other team wasn't there. The shadow was a finger's width from ending the game. There was only time for one attempted goal, and it had to be perfectly executed. The three teammates were running at full speed, stopping only long enough to relay the ball between teammates. The old player used this slight pause to catch up to Sachihiro just before he was to receive the ball, and threw out his leg to trip him. Through great skill and athletic ability, Sachihiro was able to evade the thrust while simultaneously bouncing the ball off of his head to Babbage, but then he went down hard, out of play. Babbage, remarkably, was able to do the same thing with his pass to Apo before being crashed into by an opposing player and going down in a tangle of arms and legs. For his part, Apo, instead of being tripped up by Ixbiakak, tripped him instead, took 2 great steps forward to where the ball was coming down, bounced it straight up off his back and jumped into the air to slam it through the goal while it was expertly positioned at the top of its arc. A miraculous score. In that instant, the hole was completely covered by shadow, and the field attendant standing on the wall crossed his arms over his head to signal the game was over. The crowd went absolutely wild. Bean pods fluttered everywhere, blocking the sun, they were so thick. The noise of cheering and of thousands of feet stomping together in unison was deafening. This game would be recorded on the walls of the temple, included in the pantheon of ball games remembered for their greatness. Never had any audience seen such a spectacular ending of any ball game, and that, combined with Apo being the focus of their approval and delight, caused a once-in-a-lifetime sense of pride and celebration. Contrarily, Apo was unaware of anything going on around him. He was in a post-adrenaline stupor, insulated for a time from the outside world. To him the roar was just a muffle, the multitudes merely insects scurrying around chaotically. He stood where he'd landed, perfectly still, standing tall but unassuming and humble. Apo's thoughts veered off into unrelated topics, of his family, of his friends, of the triumphs he'd had in the past. It was as if the gods were having him relive his life in an instant, remembering all the pleasures and happiness he'd ever experienced. He remembered when he younger, still doubting his abilities but looking forward to the challenge. He remembered his wives, his parents, his brothers and sisters, his friends. The enormity of his life passed before his eyes. Nothing else penetrated his psyche. It was as if he were in that moment between life and death when all is revealed. In the case of ties, it was traditional for the king to decide the winner. Being that it was their city and their king and the crowd was on their side, it was naturally assumed that the home team would be named the winners. The crowd knew this in responding by giving the signal for a sacrifice. This was not common. Most fans of the ball game did not want to suffer the loss of great players, whether or not they were on the other side. But in this case, the screaming audience wanted the excitement to continue, and they demanded the unthinkable, making the sign for sacrifice. The opposing team saw this and became completely dejected. They knew that one of them was going to be dragged away for sacrifice. Ixbiokok's tattooed head hung low, anticipating his fate. The king walked out to the edge of the ball court, stood for a moment as the crowd demanded his sacrifice in chanting waves. He thought for a moment of the politics of the situation, and of the threat that Apo's fame, now magnified tenfold by this win, would bring. Topples in Quetzalcoatl, being a man savvy in the ways of maintaining power, abruptly thrust up his arm and dramatically chose the team from his Emil as the victors. Though surprised, the crowd was in such a state of mass hysteria that their feelings of admiration and esteem were overwhelmed, so when the soldiers came to take Apo to the altar, none intervened. Chapter 15. It is not good to wear foreign hats because then you'll suffer cramps. Maya proverb. Tikal, today. Had it cleaned, and he had on the suit coat again, looking just as uncomfortable as the last time I'd met him. Good flight, he asked perfunctorily. What you'd expect, I answered in the same way. It was hot and humid just like I'd expected. It must have rained an hour or so before because the potholes in the parking lot at the airport were full of water, steam still rising off of them. There was a jumble of moto taxis and beat-up cabs. "You been here before?" Simons asked. "Yeah," I responded. Tikal is one of my favorite places. It used to be called Yaxmule when the Maya built it. Your brother been here before. Same time as me. Why do you think he did it here? He asked. Don't know, I replied. Don't even know for sure it's my brother. Simons didn't answer. I couldn't tell who was being more inscrutable, him or me. The fact was, the last time I'd been here was with Dor, Air, and my parents. We liked the place, stayed a few months longer than usual. My dad was trying to get a research grant or something. I was a child and didn't know where my parents got their money. I don't remember ever getting checks in the mail or somebody handing over a wad of cash. It wasn't something I thought about then because it never seemed important. We didn't want anything, hence we didn't need anything. I'm glad I grew up like that, not needing anything but able to do everything. What happened? I still didn't want anything, but I wasn't doing anything either. I hadn't even been on a trip to Central America in over a decade. I guessed I'd hoped I'd lied vicariously through my students, but as far as I knew, none of them wanted to do rather than have. In comparison, when we lived here, there was always a plan for what we would go see next. We'd make a list of questions and turn it into a game, each person responsible to find the answer to the ones they chose. Dad was the best, then Dor, then Mom and Air. I was always getting caught up in my questions, going deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of wanting to know more. Sometimes I'd get back from exploring to find everyone eating lunch or simply waiting for me, all their questions answered while I'd just found the first one. When the Merc arrived in the city center, the first thing I thought was, why do so many government buildings look the same? The ancient Mayas certainly didn't make their most prestigious institutions a model of utilitarian efficiency, just the opposite. Why climb those steep steps on the pyramid every day, multiple times per day? Why paint everything in bright colors and adorn public buildings in mosaics and statuary? Because it made them proud of their heritage. Western influence had taken that away from them, given them sterility in government. No royal lines where the kings were expected to lead their warriors into battle and suffer sacrifice if they were captured. Instead, the West had given them equality in elections and a race to the bottom. The difference was dramatic, even though at their core both forms of government, aristocracy and democracy, were authoritarian, but one assigned responsibility to one's actions. As king, you were raised knowing you were responsible to your people. But elected officials aren't looking out for the best interests of their constituency. They're loyal to the ones who put them into office, the rich, the powerful, the well-connected. Elected politicians are anonymous, unaccountable, and cynical. When they finally left office, if they ever did, they took the spoils with them. I'm not a fan of authoritarianism in any guise, be it legal, medical, political, or religious. But I'm not a full libertarian either. I don't think wealth should go to luckiest among us, then stay in their family forever, doing whatever they want under the guise of freedom. People have perfect freedom alone on a desert island, but to have a real life, there are no individuals. Only tribes can survive. Throughout human history, the balance between the individual and the group has always remained elusive. Central America had been particularly susceptible to the throes of ideological seesaw. First, the aristocratic Maya civilization collapsed, then the Spanish conquest essentially turned them into serfs, which also collapsed, leaving the relative calm of fascistic oligopolies, which themselves collapsed because the modern world did not find what was essentially slavery of the common people acceptable. Always in transitory times, Marxist ideals surface, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. But the weakness of that sophism quickly presents itself when the more ambitious quit working for the sake of the lazy, and the pendulum swing to laissez-faire capitalism fails because concentrating wealth just returns full circle to nouveau aristocracy, with each succeeding generation flip-flopping from flirting with one or the other of the disparate ideologies. The best people hope to immigrate to the United States, especially the ambitious and the young. The political turmoil was exacerbated by the CIA, who had its own interests that didn't always coincide with their best interests, and sometimes not even in the best interests of the United States. Information warfare overwhelmed their society. That too occurred worldwide and was ubiquitous, even leading to a fraudulent American presidential election. The supreme military commander of America's ill-fated venture into Afghanistan, Army General Stanley McChrystal, who was relieved of his post for talking negatively in public about his commander-in-chief, President Obama, then gained even more notoriety by accepting a blowjob in his office from his ostensible autobiographer, somehow gained ownership of AI software developed by the military to supposedly combat terrorism online. In reality, the tactic used was to flood the public with extreme disinformation to confuse and confound anyone in the sphere where it operated. How this government-funded weapon entered the purview of a disgraced general is enough to spark the ire of any good conspiracy theorist, but when the Democrat Party purchased McChrystal's disinformation machine to specifically frustrate Trump's re-election bid, which itself is arguably election interference on a massive scale, well then even the most skeptical had to admit something was up. That is, if they even heard about it, because the cabal also controlled access to the truth. Big Tech also colluded with the Democrat Party to censor any information that would give their opponents leverage. They were even able to stifle and deny any word of the Hunter Biden laptop information that proved without doubt that his father was neck-deep in Ukrainian corruption. The disinformation was so complete that 50 intelligence community officials, CIA directors among them, were unafraid to put their name and reputations on a petition calling it Russian disinformation. The deep state had to pull out all the stops because the story broke on the eve of the election and no doubt would have reversed the results, as proven by polls taken after the story finally did get out 18 months later. McChrystal's AI orchestrated it all because humans certainly couldn't manage and execute such a complex plan. Then there was COVID that sounded a lot like this year's cold stream, but got so much hype by the government and media that I suspected something was up the fourth week after 2 weeks to flatten the curve. The whole thing seemed concocted for political reasons, so at first I thought it was a calculated attempt to get a president out of office that was thwarting the plans of the globalists, but as the months passed after they had achieved that objective, it became more likely the plan was much more sinister and involved than that. For one thing, it enveloped the whole world. For another, the response was so draconian it had to be an intentional goal to disrupt the status quo, lockdowns, vaccination mandates, the full politicization of medicine and science. I called it the Shemdemic, but soon spread my clever name-calling to Shemlection, Shemucation, Shemedia, Shemconomy, Shemate change, and the idea took on a life of its own. It seemed to be a coordinated effort to turn the people against one another, probably starting decades ago, invisible to men because they were the targets, but finally intensifying so much that they had to stop ignoring it, a civil war on civility fought in family bedrooms. I'd seen it teaching, but since I stayed to myself and didn't let myself get sucked into the social battles, the war snuck up on me too. Unfortunately, whoever it was, or whether it was organized or not, it worked. The United States seemed on the brink of social, economic, and security breakdown that will lead to violence. How that comes out is anybody's guess. YouTube is full of channels that examine a variety of scenarios, from complete bug-out collapse to depression to mild recession, but all agree that some kind of readjustment is on the horizon. The National Guard will probably be invoked in the cities, but the countryside will remain relatively safe, so it seems likely there will be an exodus. But to where? And will the places they are invading allow it? How dystopian things get is the big question. What's worse is who will swoop in to pick up the pieces. The most concerning is the WEF, World Economic Forum, which meets in Davos, Switzerland every year, which proposes the idea of stakeholders that will make decisions for everyone. It's a fascist wet dream, but if you already have the privilege and the sense of superiority that comes from extreme wealth and power, fascism makes total sense. Their slogan for the rest of us is, "You'll have nothing and be happy," which seems surprising in its honesty and transparency. Who could doubt that the WEF is an evil Bond villain, especially when seeing and hearing its leader, Klaus Schwab, during his epic addresses to the attending sycophants? Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Democrats in the United States have already adopted their agenda, And with the mechanism in place and wheels already turning, it seems likely we won't own anything because they'll own everything. Their commitment to improving the state of the world is epic hubris on the scale of old-school communism. I didn't live in America during its supposed glory years. MAGA, I guess, is what it's called now. As far as I can tell, they began after the revolutionary 60s and inflationary 70s settled down. President Jimmy Carter's The Great Malaise followed by Ronald Reagan's Morning in America. That would make MAGA's official start the day of his inauguration, January 20th, 1981. Reagan was before my time, and from what my father told me of his presidency, it wasn't especially notable, his decline into dementia. The White House ruled over by his wife and her astrologer, but the economy soared, home computers began their ascent, and then becoming the world hegemony after the Soviet Union fell. Unfortunately, without an adversary, the people lost the sense of urgency, and democracy always devolves to the lowest common denominators: envy, spite, and resentment. Also, since everyone is a natural narcissist, it has to be conditioned out of us when we're young. But social media instead reinforces it, turning what was once a mild annoyance that was mostly kept under control into an epidemic of self-absorption. Whole generations coming up have no introspection, no sense of accountability, blame all their perceived and real failure as being out of their control, or actually the fault of someone else or society at large. An easy and protected life muted self-sufficiency so that September 11, 2001, when airplanes flew into buildings, was the day MAGA ended. What had taken 200 years to form took only a handful of years to crumble. First, there was the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, a callback to furtive and authoritarian times. Then there was completely fabricated stories about weapons of mass destruction as a pretense to war with a country that couldn't fight back. Afghanistan was also invaded, at first out of petulance vengeance, but later for seemingly no reason at all except ineptitude and corruption, to be ultimately abandoned in an embarrassing combination of delusion and dementia. Eventually, no student entering college had been alive when MAGA ended, and its memory was lost, distorted. After the leftist strategy of taking over institutions was successfully accomplished, they began the second part of deconstruction, turning every preconception on its head. The founding fathers were evil, America's success was based on evil, patriotism is evil, even men in general were evil. This destruction of past heroes was replaced with celebrity worship, reverse racism, and grievance studies. The people who had lived through MAGA were caught completely off guard. They hadn't even realized it was over, and had remained courteous and accommodating to the victors the whole time until all the levers of power had been lost. To make matters worse, the formidable DHS was aimed at squashing dissent and enforcing censorship of any voices not repeating the state-approved talking points. It's obvious that whatever safety was in the world when we were growing up won't last much longer. I wondered if it would be best to stay home or move back to Central America. The states have a lot more protection to offer, but they have even more to be protected against. The cities certainly are going to have problems with violence and will probably be locked down, martial law even. But outside of those pockets, and even homier places like Denver where I live, would get through the bad times relatively unscathed. However, if I moved south, I could pursue my interests while the world is in chaos. There's no telling how easy travel will be after that happens, especially if the collapse comes due to some kind of pandemic, real or manufactured. Plus, the personalities of the countries are important. In the U.S., half the people serious don't like and disrespect the other half, and I'm not talking about political parties, I'm saying the women don't like the men. Men still like women, that hasn't changed much, but it's not being reciprocated. When tough times come, men can take care of themselves and their families, but all those single women are going to demand government fill that role. What that essentially means is that unwilling men will be forced at gunpoint to become the servants of women, democracy at work. I don't see that happening down here. Simons had apparently been talking while driving and finally noticed I was off in my own world, not paying attention to whatever it was he'd been saying. In fact, I was startled when he tapped me on the shoulder. "Hey, Money, pay attention," he ordered. I asked where would your brother go around here. I looked back at him somewhat annoyed but thought better of snapping back, decided I'd humor his question. "There are half a dozen Maya cities within 100 miles of here," I told him. "Maybe put cameras on the sacrificial altars of each," I suggested. "At least find out where they're located." "How do I do that?" Simons asked. After thinking a moment, I said, "I'll look them up for you, but I want to know something back from you." I looked at Simons pointedly. He made no response either way, so I continued. "What's been bothering me?" I asked. is who are these people, what connects them, and why would anyone want to murder them? Simons looked like he was going to answer me, but instead he shrugged enigmatically. I couldn't help but be suspicious. You're not telling me or you don't know? I asked, my voice accusatory. Simons shrugged again. The second time he'd irritated me. It's got to be something governmental, which is probably why you were assigned the case, and why you've got the flexibility and authority to bring me down here, I conjectured out loud. I'd even bet the dead guys are some kind of government contractors, maybe even recognized agents. Why do you suppose that? Simons asked me, and he seemed sincerely interested in my thought processes. I laid it out for him. The U.S. has always considered all of Central and South America as theirs, ever since the early 1800 seconds when President James Monroe laid out the policy. At the time, the Spanish colonies had gained independence, and Monroe maintained that the New World would never again be subject to Old World, meaning it would keep outside the influence of the existing European powers, and any intervention by them to exert control would be considered a hostile act against the U.S. In return, the U.S. would recognize and not meddle in the internal affairs of Europe. The result was an aggressive American foreign policy in the Americas, since they had not articulated any limitations on their own actions. In fact, America didn't even keep their promise to stay out of Europe's politics. The doctrine resulted in American imperial anti-colonialism and has ever since been cited by the U.S. government as a right of unilateral action in a place in the Americas. The Panama Canal is a perfect example of this. The isthmus was originally part of Colombia, but when the concept of finishing the canal that the French had abandoned was put to a vote in the Colombian Congress, it was rejected. U.S. President Roosevelt would have none of that and covertly supported a revolution that split the Panama region from the rest of Colombia, after which the U.S. formed a treaty with the new country's government to complete the canal, so-called Big Stick diplomacy. The U.S. then backed a series of dictators that would do their bidding until one, Manuel Noriega, tried to take back sovereignty and independence, so the U.S. Marines invaded to depose him and install someone who would be their puppet. That example has kept Panamanian leaders in line since then. And Panama was not unique. Almost every Central American nation was involved in some kind of U.S.-sponsored coup over the following century. I looked over at Simons. He seemed to be paying attention even though his eyes were on the road, so I continued. However, strong-arm tactics didn't stop the communists, whether they be state-sponsored or ideological. During the Cold War, the Soviets perfected a method of subverting society, Western nations in particular. This technique became known when Yuri Bezmenov, a former Soviet international diplomat and KGB operative, defected to Canada in the 1970s. He was one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda, disinformation, and active measures to subvert Western culture. In his book, Love Letter to the West, he laid out the 4 steps necessary to create a Marxist police state without firing a shot. The first step he called demoralization, where religion is commercialized, education is made relative, media is monopolized and manipulated to create a culture of false heroes and role models to brainwash young people. The next step he called destabilization, mistrust of justice, lack of individual responsibility, a sense of defenselessness, disunity internally and isolation abroad, loyalty to state over family, enfeebled masses, racial division, urbanization, victimhood, when the populace is bribed with benefits and there's a massive government. Then follows crisis, a revolutionary change of power, and finally there's normalization, the populace acquiesces. Bezmenov was very disappointed at the end of his life when he recognized how all these things were happening everywhere, even in his adopted country, lamenting, "There is no other place on this planet to defect to." Anyone can see these things are happening now, and, unfortunately, a majority of them welcome the change. Only a minority of the population has not yet acquiesced to the contorted egalitarianism, which is really just envy and resentment in disguise. Democracy is 2 fools telling a wise man what to do. Because liberty benefits the talented, ambitious, and industrious most, it naturally leads to inequality, the opposite of egalitarianism. And since the number of perceived winners is small compared to the number of people who vote to penalize them, it's curious there was ever an adoption of the ideology of liberty at all. It was simply a quirk of history. America was a clean slate when it was founded. The Enlightenment, the foundation of liberty, was occurring at the same time, and the people who would have voted against liberty, women, minorities, and men without property, couldn't vote. That's why liberty is so fragile, and once lost, isn't coming back. Its demise is inevitable. Just look at how its primary beneficiaries, men, have been demonized for the things that gave them a liberty advantage. The patriarchy, as male as that word sounds, is actually Western culture, honesty, integrity, work ethic, responsibility. How terrible it seems that the majority of people would rather have the opposite of those things rather than let men be dominant, but it does show that spite and perversity are behind every leftist slogan, feminist rant, and demand for social justice. I stopped talking. Simons either had nothing to say or didn't care because he kept quiet until we reached the hotel, which wasn't much further. Like before, we checked in, I got my room key and walked up a flight of stairs to get to it. Someone had turned on the air conditioning, thank goodness, because it would have been an oven otherwise. I was exhausted, both from the trip and talking to Simons in the car. I walked over to the bed, laid back against the headboard, and continued in my mind the liberty concepts I'd been explaining to Simons. I thought about my own situation. I hadn't personally exercised my liberty to any great extent, but I didn't begrudge the people who did. My father certainly used his liberty, but it didn't infringe on anyone else and was actually his ultimate weakness. Maybe trying not to let that happen to me is why I abandoned my liberty. The thought made me cringe inside. I was actually embarrassed for myself. Out of cowardice, laziness, or simple lack of imagination, I had stalled, all because of not utilizing my liberty. Right then, I made an internal commitment to fix that. I could even feel the adrenaline the decision caused, and the subsequent boost in testosterone to accomplish it. Testosterone is why men are superior liberty grubbers. I considered the ramifications of having half the population being directly affected by liberty while the other half indirectly. How did my liberty compare to Air's, or my mom's, or any of the women I'd known in my life? Though Air was my twin and in many things better than me, as egotistically as it may seem, I could beat her overall because I had the hormone in my blood that leveraged liberty. My mom was my dad's second fiddle. Julia was Endor's shadow. Women, as good as they might be, everything else being equal, simply didn't benefit from liberty like men did. That certainly doesn't mean they weren't in charge, though. Women have always controlled this society because men's goals were bold while women's goals are sublime. Men use their strength and ambition with pride while women silently plot and manipulate. The constitutional amendment against alcohol was enacted before women's suffrage, so they couldn't even vote, yet they got what they wanted via their invisible power. When they finally did achieve equality with men, the goal gradually shifted to female superiority and dominance, leaving the majority of men in a limbo more akin to drones than real human beings. It's gotten so bad that MGTOW, men going their own way, meaning without women, has reached the mainstream. Combine that with the strong independent woman who don't need no man archetype, and modern society has definitively and irreversibly splintered in half based on sex. How this happened was very subtle but inevitable. The inexorable mechanisms of nature. Men didn't want to argue with their wives, and parents don't deny their daughters, so when the narrative preached by society became one of reparations, with the idea that men were guilty and fairness meant preferential treated to make up for past sexism, real or perceived. This turned into entitlement, which always turns into a sense of superiority. Depictions of men in entertainment are either violent maniacs or incompetent buffoons who wouldn't manage except for the wise women in their lives. I used to think of myself as non-traditional because that was certainly the way I was raised, but in retrospect, I'm probably more traditional than not. My values are certainly traditional, at least as far as man and women relationships go. I want a traditional wife who keeps the home and raises the children. I don't care if she works, but not full-time and certainly nothing competitive. That's why so many married men are proud of their wives who are nurses. I would want my wife to make our house our home. I want her to set the social agenda, volunteer as a room mother, keep in touch with the extended family, read to the kids at night, and be a disciplinarian that's not too strict. I'd be supportive of homeschooling our kids, and I wanted her to raise our family like my father and sister and me were raised. My mom was like that, even though we often lived in adobe houses with solid dirt floors covered by rugs. All this realization of what I wanted prompted me to call Tara and perhaps ask her what she wanted. She answered on the first ring. Money. I could easily recognize her voice over the phone. Yeah, I had to call you, I told her. It sounds ominous. Her voice was inquisitive. Not really, I immediately reassured her. More like the opposite of that. She waited for me to continue. I hadn't really prepared what I was going to say. I had called her from the airport to break our date and tell her I would be gone for a few days, but I didn't explain it fully other than to say it wasn't an emergency, just a family thing. I was sitting here contemplating my navel. I stammered a little bit, trying to come up with words. Tara could tell I was feeling awkward and tried to help out. Is that a good thing? She responded playfully. It's not something people usually talk about publicly. I laughed at her attempted humor, and it relaxed me. I want to start a family, I blurted out. There was silence over the phone. For a moment I thought I'd lost the connection at this crucial moment. Is this something you're planning on doing yourself, or are you asking me to marry you? She asked. I'm not having kids without putting a ring on it. Yikes. I'm sorry. I apologized. I'm new at this and got it out of order. Will you marry me? Of course, she replied simply. It might have been nice if you did it over a jumbotron in a sports stadium with thousands of people watching, but over the phone from Guatemala ain't bad either. If I thought what I felt just a few minutes ago felt good, this was spectacular, perhaps the greatest moment of my life up until now. Unfortunately, I didn't have a snappy follow-up. I could still do that, I suggested lamely. Tara snorted, like that's what I really wanted. She said, this is fine. I actually never thought I'd get married, so beggars can't be choosers. I wished I was with her now and couldn't wait to be. I've got a strange commitment down here I have to take care of, I told her, not knowing quite how to phrase it. And I'm coming home to you. You do what you have to do, Tara told me, because if you don't, you'll always wish you had. But I don't know if I'll regret it. I replied, you already know that it's better to regret the things you have done rather than the things you haven't, she responded sagely. Do you want me to tell you what's going on? I asked her, wondering if it was a bad idea. Do you want to tell me? She queried back. Not really, not now, I responded honestly. When it's all over, can you wait until then? Of course, she said encouragingly. I'd wait as long as it takes, and I'll be here when you're ready. A feeling of contentment washed over me. Tara's words had said without saying that she was commitment to me, and I felt the obligation to return the sentiment. Spontaneously I said, I love you. I love you, she replied back without hesitation. Neither of us said anything for at least a minute. I don't want to hang up, I finally said to her. You need to tie off the loose ends you've got going, then come back to me, she responded. Okay, I eked out. Wait for me. I will. We hung up simultaneously, both satisfied with what we'd found together and wanting the best for each other. I was contemplating the phone call with Tara, more like savoring the state of mind it put me in, when Zymnes knocked on the door of my room. When I opened it, he was standing there looking perturbed. I could feel the euphoria I had just been immersed in drain out of me. There's been another murder, Zymnes said disgustedly. Where? I asked, curious. Someplace called Chicken Pizza, he answered. It's called Chichen Itza, I corrected him. Then, instantly, a switch clicked in my head. Whatever, we'll be going there next, Zymnes told me. Don't bother, I replied. Zymnes looked at me, brows furrowed, waiting for me to go on. He's done there and I know where he'll be next, I explained. Zymnes' eyes popped open in surprise. How? He asked, staring at me. I looked back at him calmly, didn't say anything for a moment. He to know, I eventually replied. Zymnes must have witnessed the set of my jaw, the determination in my eyes, because he didn't probe any further. What had become clear, something that only I would recognize, whoever this was, by coincidence or by design, it was exactly the same order of cities my family had visited when we were children. I didn't want it to be that way, but the evidence was difficult to ignore. First Palenque, then Tikal, then Chichen Itza. That was the order of places we visited as a family. I'll remember those events forever, especially the next place we went, Mayapan. Chapter 16. Pax. It is not good to sit on pumpkins because your rump will freeze up for good. Maya proverb. Mayapan, today called Mayapan, 1511 A.D. In the year of our Lord 1511, a Spanish caravel captained by Enciso y Valdivia was sailing from the Spanish colony Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien in Panama to Santo Domingo in Hispaniola, an island in the Caribbean. It carried a large sum of gold and important documents. There were 19 aboard, 17 men, including the ship's first and second officers and 12 sailors, plus 2 native women used as concubines for the sailors who preferred to lie with women, though some sailors lay with each other. There was also a Franciscan friar, Geronimo de Aguilar, from Ecija, Spain, sent to Panama to serve as a missionary. It was he who was carrying the legal papers and in custody of the gold. Captain Valdivia had made this voyage many times and knew the treacherous waters sprinkled with hidden sandbars and the torrential rainstorms that appeared as if magically then went away just as suddenly. One such storm was reported off their starboard bow by the lookout in the crow's nest. It seemed innocently far away and held no threat unless it came directly towards them. However, they kept a wary watch. Unfortunately, the worst scenario was emerging. The swirling rain was quickly headed their way, and they were unable to turn in time or outrun it. Seeing that contact was inevitable, Captain Valdivia ordered the mainsails rolled so that they would not be damaged in the high winds. His strategy was successful because the sails were still intact after the squall had passed, but their misfortune was to be run aground on the Las Víboras shoals near Jamaica. Though the sailors attempted with their best efforts to free the vessel, the hull was holed and reluctantly they had to admit they were shipwrecked. Captain Valdivia commanded the lifeboat to be unstowed and launched into the choppy water. The boat was small, and they were out of sight of land. There were not enough provisions for 17 people for very long, so they hoped to reach Cuba or Jamaica in just a few days. Unfortunately, after 4 days, when the rations had almost run out, Captain Valdivia began establishing a priority of who would be fed, him first because of his status, then his 2 officers for the same reason, then the priest, then the women, and finally, if there was any food or water remaining, divided among the sailors. The ship's mate Gonzalo Guerrero of Palos de la Frontera, Spain, was first among the sailors by their own selection. He had risen to his post due to his competence because his family had neither the prestige nor money to procure him an officer's commission, though he was a better leader than those with them in the boat. It was him who had prevented mutiny over the preferential treatment of the officers. After drifting for 2 weeks, starvation was imminent, and they all had already taken to drinking the seawater. At first only a few were struck with the hysteria, but within the next 3 days, 7 had died. Luckily, Gonzalo Guerrero was not among them, and he kept the remaining men clinging to life so that when a shoreline finally appeared, hope again filled them. The survivors became more jubilant as the small boat approached a sandy beach. With what little energy they had, they clapped each other on the backs, each anticipating eating because all were barely more than skeletons, so famished had they been. But all of that ended in an instant when the unlucky troop saw a party of natives awaiting their landing. There were no women among them, and they looked fierce in their headdresses and black and yellow-colored bodies, like hornets. The women in the boat were deathly quiet, fear freezing them, their eyes locked on the warriors who awaited. "Do not land there," one of them said to Captain Valdivia. Normally the captain would ignore the recommendations of women, would pretend not to hear them, but in this instance he knew their counsel to be sound. Nothing good could come from a confrontation, especially in their state of weakness and lack of weapons. Though the natives were smaller than the men in the boat, they looked well fed and strong. He motioned with his head to the remaining sailors to exit the boat, hold onto the sides, and kick the boat back towards the open sea, but only 3 crew plus the officers had the energy to do so. Valdivia himself got into the water to help the endeavor. They kicked and they kicked, but the tide was coming in and they had no remaining strength to resist it. They had little success as the boat drifted further along the coast, always inching closer to the shore. The warriors on the beach simply followed their progress. Eventually, the men's strength exhausted, and the boat came close enough for the warriors to wade into the waves and swarm over them. The Maya leader was Halach, warlord of Ekab. He had gathered these warriors when the boat was first spotted by Maya traders traveling in a canoe back from their business dealings further north. He had heard of men that came from far away, with pale skin and bushy hair on their faces, but had never seen any of them up close. After he saw the condition the captives when they were dragged before him, he was not impressed, and they smelled. Most of the haggard group were on their knees or collapsed on the ground. "I am Halach, great war chief. Who are you?" He screamed, the bones in his nose and ears rattling at the volume of his voice. Only one of the 2 females seemed to hear him. Were they deaf, he wondered. Normally Halach did not talk directly to female captives, but he had no choice. "Who are you?" He screamed again, this time directly at the female. "I am his slave," she replied, barely audible, more exhausted than afraid. Noticing the woman could translate, Captain Valdivia looked up. He, the 2 officers, Friar Aguilar, the woman, and Guerrero were the only ones left standing. "What's he saying?" the captain asked. "He is asking who you are," she answered in hardly a whisper, her strength nearly gone. "Tell him I am captain, and these 2 men," Valdivia motioned to the men next to him, "are my officers. We demand to be treated with the dignity we deserve." Yet Gonzalo Guerrero, being lowborn, was not so singled out. The woman, if she could have expressed any emotion at all, would have rolled her eyes, but she dutifully translated the captain's words. "Are you royalty?" Halach barked. When the question was translated, Captain Valdivia immediately said yes, thinking it would lead to him and his officers receiving special treatment. Upon hearing this, Halach's demeanor towards them immediately changed, and the other warriors stopped their bullying and became respectful, happy even. The captain and officers were pleased to ruse and work. Unfortunately, as the woman suspected and the foreigners were about to find out, the special privileges of the captain and his officers was now going to lead to their detriment. Their future was not one they had anticipated, because if they had, they would have refused their food preference so as to not stand out as strong among the weak. Because all the other captives were so emaciated, only these 3 would be worth the effort. That, combined with their royal status, because the gods especially like to feed on the blood of elites, sealed their fate. Palachunic waved for his warriors to grab Valdivia and the officers and drag them to him. What is the meaning of this? Valdivia declared indignantly, "We are kings and princes." The captain had not yet grasped the gruesome turning of their fates, but when he was laid on the ground struggling and yelling before Halachunic, and the war leader produced a knife from his belt, the significance sunk in. "Stop," he screamed. "I am a king. Stop, I tell you." Halachunic could not understand, but he could guess the meaning of his victim's yelling. He cut the captain's shirt open, spread back the edges, then plunged the knife in the naked chest just below the rib cage. He wiggled the knife back and forth, widening the cut and severing Valdivia's heart's crown of vessels. Blood spurted from the huge wound as Valdivia screamed his last breaths. Halachunic forced his hand into the opening and, momentarily finding his grasp, ripped Valdivia's heart from his body and held it high in the air, mouth wide open in astonishment. It was the last thing the unfortunate captain saw in mortality. Halachunic watched the life go out of Valdivia's eyes. He put the still beating heart into a bag held open for him by another warrior, then he bent over the corpse and cut off the rest of the clothing. The traumatized and astounded prisoners, who had been screaming and yelling for it to halt throughout the whole ordeal, were now all silent in their terror. During the seconds that this affair occurred, the warriors who knew the series of events had gathered around the doomed body. When the blood first started squirting high into the air, they held out their tongues to catch the precious drops that the gods allowed them to have. It was tangy but invigorating, increasing their anticipation of what was to come next. The warriors commenced butchering the body, slicing of long strips of meat, still dripping blood, from the arms, buttocks, and thighs. The prisoners who had not passed out turned their faces away, all except Gonzalo Guerrero. He was simultaneously repelled and fascinated by what had just occurred. He watched intently as the strips of meat were being ravishingly consumed by the warriors, who subsequently entered an altered state of consciousness, staring into the sky, chanting in a foreign language. After their bloodlust had been slated, the warriors put the rest of the prisoners into cages constructed from woven palm fronds. The hapless survivors had suffered badly and ended worse. Only Guerrero and the friar could enter the confinement under their own power. Over the next 2 nights, both the first and second officers suffered the same fate as their captain. The other captives knew better than to watch, but they couldn't cover their ears from the screaming of the victims when the warriors came to drag them out of their cages. Guerrero wondered who they'd come for on the 4th day. He suspected it would be either himself or the friar, Aguilar as the most fit, but all had somewhat recovered due to the fruits they'd been given to eat. Everyone suspected it was to fatten them up, but they were too ravenous to resist gobbling down every bite thrown into the cages. They were also given leaves to relieve themselves on, fold up and throw through the openings. Guerrero knew Aguilar quite well, having met him on the ship, then spent weeks with him in the lifeboat. He was an intelligent man and carried himself well, though not very talkative. Aguilar was in the cage closest to Guerrero, and when the horror of the events had subsided somewhat, they spoke with one another about escape. The warriors would strike them with a stick if they heard them speaking, but if they waited until all were asleep, they could whisper quietly together. The flimsy cages would be easy to pull apart. They just needed the right opportunity. The first 2 nights, they had been delirious from starvation and the terror of the horrific events, but on the 3rd night, they had regained their strength and something of their composure. So that night, after the warriors had all disappeared to sleep and none kept guard, Guerrero and Aguilar easily released themselves from their confinement, as did the other captives when they saw what was happening, and they all silently disappeared into the dark foliage. It was soon clear why their captors had been such lackadaisical jailers. The cages were only symbolic. The real constraint was the jungle. It was not long before the escapees had lost track of their direction. It was night. The moon was not visible. The few glimpses of the sky had only the faintest twinkling of stars, and there was no trail to follow. They worried that they could actually be headed back towards what they were running from. The fugitive survivors wandering around in the dark. Only the deathly fear of what their fate would be if recaptured kept them going. However, the minutes turned into hours without sign of pursuit, and Guerrero began to hope they had eluded their fate. He even had enough confidence to speak to Aguilar, both of whom had been silent along with the rest of the troop. "What do we do now?" he whispered. "I was wondering the same thing from you," the friar answered, concerned. "Do you think dangerous animals hunt here at night?" "I would rather be eaten by a beast than a human," Guerrero replied. "When I can see the stars through the canopy, I can tell we are still headed north," Aguilar commented, hope in his voice. "Perhaps we can again reach the shore and prepare our escape from this god-forsaken land. We have no boat, and there is almost no chance that a ship will land for water and supplies along this coast, but at least we could watch out for one," Guerrero suggested. "I have no better plan," Aguilar commented, accepting the desperation of their plight. The night was ending, and they could again see into the trees. Light brought hope, which quickly turned to despair as warriors came out of the cover and encircled them. The poor escapees surrendered to abject anguish, all hope again lost. However, these not the warriors of Halach-Unik. They were from a rival leader, Aquincas, whose city, Zemanzana, was a rival to Echab. They were on a raiding party to get slaves and sacrificial offerings. The 9 bearded foreigners were a delightful find because they could be traded at great price. They would have left the women behind, their condition so uncomely and frail, but found they could be used as interpreters. For when Aquincas tried speaking with the men, they would not respond. They only stood with shoulders stooped and heads hung low. However, one of them spoke to a woman and she answered back. Aquincas told the women to tell the men to obey, and they nodded when the message was relayed. Aquincas' impression of his new captives was mixed. Different they were, but docile like ones who are under the influence of a ceremonial elixir. Aquincas wondered if that was the case, were the gods delivering this bounty to him for a reason. Whatever false optimism the ill-fated comrades had left completely collapsed. They fell into the silence of misery. One of the men, the oldest of them, who had lost all of his hair and teeth since their ordeal had begun, fell to the ground and refused to move again, only wishing to die. In this the warriors, after consulting each other, obliged him with spears and left the body where it lay. The remainder of the doomed companions regained enough fear to follow instructions. Aquincas' warriors tied the men's hands to a long, thin tree trunk. They weren't the only ones. The raiding party had been quite successful, and there was a second group of young women and some men similarly ganged together. The 2 women with them were allowed to walk freely alongside because there was no place for them to run to less dangerous than where they were. The train was then directed to march through the jungle, where they encountered a well-worn trail probably used for trading considering the number of villages they passed along the way. The group stopped at the larger ones and traded their captives for goods. In that way, 2 of the original crew were sacrificed, but thankfully the others did not have to witness it because they remained in the jungle, though they could hear the screaming. When they arrived in Zemanzana 3 days later, their new lives as slaves began. Guerrero and Aguilar had learned a little of the language from the women as they marched, and tried to talk with Aquincas to tell him their value as learned men. He must have been impressed because he kept them as his own slaves, for he was the ruler of the city as well as its warlord. This was to become their saving grace because in not too long a period of time, all the other men had died of disease, including the 2 women, probably because they were all too weak from their extended ordeal, were inadequately nourished, and had simply given up on life. For the next 6 years, Guerrero and Aguilar lived as the Maya lived, learning the language and customs, even acting as advisors to the king. Guerrero integrated well into their society, but Aguilar continued his fidelity to his religious vows and refused the offers of women made to him. They also learned the way of life of the people they lived with, and both accepted their circumstances because there was no other place to go. They could not get back to Spain even if they wanted to. Aguilar was more conflicted than Guerrero because he wished to be back in the presence of God-fearing people, the one God, not the multitude of gods of the Mayas. However, Gonzalo Guerrero prospered greatly in his new environment. Here he was perceived as intelligent and wise because he reveled in the notoriety. Because of the class system of his upbringing, these attributes were not allowed to flourish and certainly not rewarded, so he was starved for that attention. It was like that everywhere, the elites and the common people. The Mayas certainly had that distinction, but Guerrero's foreign origin and extreme outsiderness broke the preconception of low status. He learned if he acted haughty and entitled, he was treated with high regard, and if he didn't, he was considered little more than a curious-looking slave. After a while, because of these things in addition to his large size as compared to the native people, Guerrero was asked to join the warriors on a slaving expedition. On this trip he distinguished himself in strength and fighting ability. In one memorable encounter, he fought 3 warriors simultaneously, killing 2 and capturing the 3rd, who was then sacrificed. Guerrero's abhorrence to the practice was still strong, but he had learned to remain stoic and simply not participate. This aloofness was taken as a sign of leadership, and Aquincas made him a war leader after Guerrero's exploits were made known. In that same year, rumors came to the city of white-skinned invaders who had dense hair on their face like Guerrero, who was then summoned before Aquincas. By this time, Guerrero dressed as a Maya warrior and had some of the tattoos of a Maya warrior, but had not yet been given the honor of tattooing his face. He also was experienced in using Maya weapons, though not skilled with them, and instead of the traditional war club, he had fashioned one into a makeshift sword whose obsidian edge was sharper than any made of iron. He held it in his hand as he stood before the throne. "You know who these strangers are?" Aquincas queried Guerrero. A description of their clothing and weapons sounds like Spanish soldiers, Guerrero replied. Aquincas had learned about other countries like Spain from Aguilar, but he had not come to fully appreciate their vastness nor their level of sophistication over his own peoples. He assumed because they only had one god that they must be inferior in all ways. Though capture them, Aquincas ordered, and bring them to me. Guerrero did not voice his misgivings about such a venture, but silently accepted the task. Guerrero gathered his own men and whatever other warriors were available on such short notice, and went to find the invaders. On February 8, 1517, Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba sailed from Havana in 2 warships and a brigantine crewed by over 100 soldiers. The goal of the expedition was to find treasure and capture slaves to work in the mines of Cuba, though of the last, Cordoba opined, "It is not the command of God nor king to make free men into slaves." Accompanying them was a government official whose job was to count the gold, silver, and precious stones they procured in order to assure the correct allotment of the royal fifth destined for the Spanish royal treasury. There followed 2 days and nights of a furious storm, after which they lost track of their location, followed by 21 days of fair weather and calm seas. That was when they observed the first large populated center scene they had seen in the Americas. The Spaniards landed en masse, expecting resistance, but were not assaulted. Instead, they were peacefully met by the Maya commoners. When the Spanish asked the name of the land, the local people responded Yucatan, meaning "I don't understand you." Then the Maya priests came, their white tunics and long hair impregnated with human blood, who indicated that Cordoba should leave but did not. Instead, the soldiers spent several days exploring and plundering the city, primarily its richly adorned pyramids. That was when Guerrero and his warriors arrived. He incited the warriors of the city to join him in driving out the invaders. They responded by crying Calachuni, war leader, meaning Guerrero. The Maya were particularly merciless in attacking and killing the soldiers. Cordoba himself was hit by 12 arrows. Over 100 soldiers were killed and 2 were captured alive to be sacrificed. When Guerrero returned victorious to Aquincas, he presented him with the heads of the fallen soldiers, including Cordoba's. He also had captured dozens of the weapons of the invaders, swords, crossbows, and firearms. Aquincas was very pleased and much impressed. He deduced that the strange weapons must be ineffective since the victory over them was so overwhelming. Because of this, he greatly underestimated the new enemy. "You are made a war chief, head of all war leaders, a position I myself should assume, but you are much more accomplished and deadly in your endeavors than me," Aquincas told Guerrero. "What boon can I grant you?" Guerrero had anticipated such an offer, but the reality was he had everything he wanted. Any more might incite resentment in others, and he knew from experience that resentment would incite spiteful and perverse retribution. There was one thing, though, that he could safely inquire about. "I am truly satisfied with my position in life and require no further supplement, but I do care for the feelings and well-being of my compatriot Aguilar, whose calling from his one God bids him to return to his own people. I ask that he be released from bondage and escorted to their company in the south." Aquincas did not hesitate. "It will be granted," he responded. "I will miss Aguilar's presence almost as much as if you were indeed to leave us. The gods have seen fit to inspire your allegiance to them here rather than the one God of your origin. But that I am thankful." After Aguilar was gone, Guerrero's status among his adopted people continued to rise until only Aquincas and the high priest were more highly regarded. Aquincas' daughter, Zazilha, was aware of this honor and also Guerrero's extreme strength and intelligence. She was 14, a grown woman by Maya standards, and despite the hairy body and strange smell of the foreigner, she thought him a prime candidate as a mate, the best even, so she approached her father. "I wish to lay with Guerrero," she told him, "as he asked for me." Aquincas regarded her. It wasn't the first time he had considered who she should mate with, it being critical to his patriarchal line retaining undisputed power, but there were no worthy candidates. He had not considered Gonzalo Guerrero due to obvious reasons, but now that he thought about it, and Guerrero's increasing prestige, and how the people were enamored to him, the match seemed not only plausible but perfect. Aquincas called Guerrero to his presence. "I want you to take my offspring, Zazilha, as your recognized wife and produce with her the royal lineage," he ordered Guerrero. Guerrero did not disagree, for he saw in the marriage only possibilities, and the fact that Zazilha was beautiful and nubile made the command a reward. In short order, they produced 3 children, the first mestizos, mixed children of Mesoamerica and Iberia, who went on to rule the royal line for decades to come. In the year 1519 of our Lord, the great Spanish general, Hernán Cortes de Monroy y Pizarro Altamirano, began his conquest of the Maya. He was captain of the Third Conquest Army, which being of minor nobility, he self-funded 300 infantry, 180 cavalry, and 4 cannon. His archenemy, the governor of Cuba, recalled the expedition for petty reasons, but Cortes ignored the order. Cortes allied himself with indigenous people from the surrounding area eager for vengeance against their hereditary oppressors, and took a Maya woman as his concubine that also bore him a son. When the governor of Cuba sent an army to arrest Cortes, he fought them, easily won, and conscripted the troops as his own. Cortes was a big man for the time, stocky and muscular with a sparse black beard. His manner was grave and serious, formed by decades of intense hardship and brutality living in the New World among the savages, diseases, and political intrigue of men as hard as himself. Cortes wanted to be named viceroy over the land and petitioned the King of Spain for the title, but was instead disappointed to only be awarded Marques del Valdo of Sacre, which made him bitter and even more resolved in his quest to subjugate all the native peoples here to the will of Spain, showing that he deserved a higher rank. In this goal he was successful, due in large part to his dominance over everything he was associated with, and this feature passed on to his men, who became unstoppable killing machines, each man personally responsible for taking the lives of hundreds of Maya warriors. Cortes led his men into battle and quickly became the most frightening figure in all the land due to an ancient legend that said a bearded white man with an army from the gods would end their empire. Cortes heard this legend and he embraced it, attempting to fulfill the prophecy. The first thing Cortes did after arriving in Cozumel from Cuba after hearing that there were 2 Spaniards living with the Maya was have the one who had escaped brought to him. Friar Aguilar told him that it was Gonzalo Guerrero who led the Maya armies, and they would not be defeated easily, that it was Guerrero who had killed Cordoba. Cortes ordered Aguilar to meet with Guerrero and beseech him to come back to civilization and the glory of Spain. The general, who normally did not speak much, was quite eloquent in his desire to subdue the continent, and was incensed that his primary obstacle was of Spanish origin. The friar expressed his substantial doubt that anything would convince Guerrero to abandon his new life, but Cortes insisted, telling him he would be accompanied and protected by a score of Cortes' finest soldiers. Aguilar tried one more timid refusal, but the look on the general's face predicted his fate should he argue any further, and so Aguilar once again went back into the jungle along the routes he knew well to talk with Guerrero. The troop marched without conflict nor any kind of intercession by Maya warriors, so it was only a matter of days until the 2 old friends were face to face. "Why are you here?" Guerrero asked. Aguilar told him. "Brother Aguilar," Guerrero said, "I am married and have 3 children, and they look on me as a cacique here and captain in time of war. My face is tattooed and my ears are pierced. What would the Spaniards say about me if they saw me like this?" Aguilar knew exactly what they would do, but did not voice it aloud. Everything Guerrero was saying was true. "Oh, and God's blessing be with you, for you have seen how handsome these children of mine are." Zezelha interrupted the conversation and angrily addressed Aguilar. "What is this slave coming here for talking to my husband? Go off with you, and don't trouble us with any more words." Aguilar tried again to convince Guerrero, reminding him of his Christian faith and warning him against throwing away his everlasting soul for paganism, but Gonzalo remained committed to his decision. Aguilar's instructions were to capture Guerrero and take him by force if he would not come willingly, but to look at the ferociousness of the man's scarred and tattooed face, and the hostility of the Maya warriors that protected him, thought better of it, and so he simply bid him adieu. "I agree, my beloved friend. I will tell Cortes the good news about how you love your family and community, but to him it will be bad news," Aguilar said. "A general will not be stopped. Even with your excellent leadership and the fierceness of your warriors, they are no match for Spanish soldiers of the realm. Be warned." Guerrero did not respond. In his heart he knew the Maya could defend themselves, but his mind said a different thing. By this time, Guerrero was 66 years of age and senior war chief for Nachan Can, lord of all Chactamal. He knew what he must do, attack and repel the invaders before they cut the cities off from one another and became unstoppable. He conscripted all the men within 3 days' distance from the capital city and advised the ones too old or young to accompany him on how to defend their territory against the Spanish. "The foreigners are not magical," Guerrero told them. "They suffer death like all men." The warriors of military age and strength he took with him. They went willingly because Guerrero was very famous and he was said to be chosen of the gods, perhaps even immortal, though he told them that was not true. "Follow me, for I fear them not, and they will all die or we will all die." The men needed no other motivation, and Guerrero did not speak often after that. His fierce visage and copious tattoos indicating his many victories and achievements spoke for him. Because of all these things, Guerrero's war party was the largest ever assembled in recent Maya memory, thousands of men in 50 war canoes, with many more canoes accompanying them to bring along supplies and attendants for his army. They even violated the Maya custom of not traveling at night to arrive secretly at Ticamea, where Cortes' forces was bivouacking. At first, Don Guerrero's large army snuck up as a coordinated group to catch the unsuspecting enemy by surprise, and they did. The battle was ferocious. Many of Guerrero's warriors had participated in the successful annihilation of Cordova's forces and had a victor's confidence, so there was no hesitation. No building up their enemy to mythic proportions. Plus, they knew their own war chief was of the same ilk, and he showed no fear in taking on his own countrymen. One of the differences since the last battle was that some of Court's conquistadors rode atop giant animals also decked out in armor. Again, the warriors looked to Guerrero for reassurance that these creatures were not demons nor gods in their own right, but Guerrero was as nonplussed by the creatures' existence. They are but horses, he explained, and die like any animal when pierced by a spear. No other battle between the Maya and the Spanish was as vicious and all-consuming. Even women and children joined in the fighting. They all sensed that this was their best and last hope of halting the invaders' advance. But the high caliber of these Spanish soldiers was unmatched, and their horsemanship in close quarters was the best in the known world. They also used their weapons to great effect, and their armor was impervious to the slings and darts of the Maya, while the cotton armor of the Maya provided no protection against sharp steel and musket balls. Combine this kernel of invulnerability with thousands of indigenous allies who knew their masters were immortal, and when the battle was done, though Cortes had lost more men and horses than in any other fighting with the Maya, they were completely triumphant. Afterwards, when the bodies were being counted to note in a letter to the Spanish king, it was reported that one of the fallen enemy, killed by an arquebus shot directly to the chest, appeared to be Spanish in skin color and beard except for the great amount of tattooing that covered his body. Chapter 17. Kayayab. He who walks without looking will fall into trouble. Maya proverb. Mayayapapan, now called Mayapan. Today. The trip to Mayapan was an easy one. All the roads were paved and modern. When I had first visited decades ago, my father had to drive his dilapidated borrowed Jeep on packed clay tracks through the jungle until we got close enough, then we walked. I was amazed at how the jungle was now all gone, replaced by sunflower fields to extract the oil to be exported. The short-sightedness of this desecration offended me at first, but after considering that I was the foreigner and these local peoples were the ones who had exchanged natural beauty, species diversity, and a carbon dioxide sink in exchange for being able to have and raise a family, the politics were not mine to comment on. I was an interloper. Contrary to globalism's goal of making the world a better place for everybody, I was of the opinion that the world would be a better place if the people living in the places made the best decisions that fit their own circumstances. The world would grow back long after humans are gone. It certainly didn't care about hundreds of millions of years of dinosaurs. I suspected that all the ancient sites would be industrialized like this eventually. I know that some local governments had declared that the acreage around them would be untouched, leaving the jungle intact and protecting the environment as best they could. But Mayapan had been developed before that kind of husbandry was prevalent. Mayapan was also restored before archaeological guidelines had been established. Virtually everything you could see there was a reconstruction. It may have been accurate, but little of the old stone had been salvaged, instead replaced by modern quarried rock. Ximenez pulled the Merc into the check-in parking at a hotel in Canison we were presumably staying at, about 20 kilometers from the actual ruins. We hadn't talked a lot on the trip to it, even though we'd been in the car together for hours. But it was comfortable and cool, and the ride was smooth on the well-maintained paved roads, so I'd use the opportunity to sleep. It'd been a long time since I was a passenger in a car long enough to have a nap. It made me feel like a kid. "There's a vehicle waiting here to take us the rest of the way in," Ximenez told me as he was handing the car keys to a valet. I was standing next to him in my synthetic clothing, a wide-brimmed hat tied under my chin against the sun and wind. It was Maya hot, a new term I'd just created to describe this formidable humid heat that the Mayas, old and new, had to endure their whole lives without air conditioning. A white panel van pulled into the parking area, I guess to pick us up. The windows were blacked out, so I couldn't see inside, but there was a huge air conditioner mounted on the roof. It was a relief just looking at it. The side door opened and I could see men inside. They didn't look like locals, and they were dressed the same as Ximenez. "Get in the back. There's plenty of room," Ximenez ordered me as he opened the passenger door in the front and got in himself. I found a cramped place to sit between two large men, none of whom greeted me. "Tell us about this place," Ximenez ordered me without looking back. "This place is like the Disneyland version of Chichen Itza, which is 100 kilometers from here. But Chichen Itza gets 2.5 million tourists a year, and this place gets less than 1% of that, even though it's half the size. Chichen Itza is near a Cancun, so there's a constant stream of honeymooners and revel makers, plus the cruise shippers. Mayapan was the political and cultural capital of the Maya during the 15th century. At its height, the population numbered almost 20,000, with more than 4,000 structures and just as many outside the stone perimeter wall. There were 12 gates into the city that led to the ceremonial center, a tightly packed cluster of pyramids, temples, shrines, sanctuaries, altars, and platforms for oration, dancing, and stele. Kulkakan, the main temple in Mayapan, is a radial 4-staircase pyramid with 9 terraces and a temple building on top. None of the 4 men sitting in the back with me seemed interested in my exposition, nor acknowledged my existence. They seemed more like soldiers than government operatives, but maybe the suits were camouflage. "So you know this place pretty well?" Ximenez asked me from the front. "It's been decades, but yeah," I responded, shrugging my shoulders a teeny bit, even though Ximenez couldn't see me and the other men thought I was invisible. "I was a guide." "How about your brother? Was he a guide here too?" "Better than me. He knew the whole place like the back of his hand." I felt pride in Dor. He knew some of the places we'd been to, as well as an archaeologist. "So where would you look first?" Ximenez queried me. "I'd figure the throne in the Kulkakan temple, named after the Maya feathered serpent deity. It's next on the list of where to leave the bodies of men who've had their hearts cut out," I replied, my voice heavy with sarcasm, but I meant it. The van parked in the visitor's lot. It was after hours and the area was closed, but Ximenez must have made arrangements for entry because the guards there let us in, and we parked as close to the entrance into the ancient city as we could. When the men in the van got out, they carried black canvas bags heavy with what I could only imagine were weapons. Still none talked to me, nor did they ask me to carry anything. Ximenez consulted a tourist map and pointed down one of the causeways. "Is this the way?" he asked me. "Yes," I replied, even though it had been years since I'd been here. The one thing about old abandoned cities is that they don't change very much. We had to walk a long way. I was at the end of the line, along with the 4 businessman soldiers, and Ximenez in the lead. Whatever was inside the bags rattled metal on metal. Ximenez periodically checked his map. Presently, he motioned us to stop and pointed up at an immense pyramid, the most famous in the Maya world. "This is it," he said. The men put their bags down in relief. We were standing at the base of the pyramid El Castillo, the castle in Spanish. On top we could see the temple high above us. The stone and masonry work were originally painted in red, green, blue, and purple colors in ancient times, but were bare weathered stone today. The pyramid portion consisted of a series of square terraces with stairways up each of the 4 sides, the temple on the top. The numerology of the construction was dictated by the Maya calendar. The stairways have 91 steps that, when added to the temple platform on top, total 365, the number of days in the Hab year, and the 9 levels on the 2 sides represent the 18 Winels, months. Sculptures of plumed serpents run down the sides of the north balustrade, and on a year's 2 equinoxes, at sunset, cast shadows in an illusion of the Kulkakan, slithering down the sides, descending from the sky to the underworld. The acoustics of the area were such that a priest at the apex of the pyramid could be heard by the throngs below, and the echo from a hand clap mimics the chirping of a quetzal bird. The slits in the walls of the temple are perfect sightlines for the movements of astronomical bodies, the sun, moon, stars, and visible planets, and a pair of stelae marked the position of the setting sun. Ximenez turned to me. "What do you think?" he asked. "Where's he going to be?" I shrugged, my usual response to such a question, but I didn't say anything sarcastic. "The throne," I told him. "It's carved out of a single large block of stone and studded with jade and shells. It's the shape of a prone warrior. The ruler would sit on the arch. It's in the chamber below the observatory, first opening at the top of the stairs." "So he's sitting on a throne?" Ximenes asked sarcastically. I replied in the same tone. "You better hope he's sitting and not watching you." Ximenes answered me anyway. "I don't see any sign of him, so we're probably in front, and he'll arrive later," he said in a more professional manner. "This is the highest ground in the area. We'll set up on top. Check around. Put up cameras and motion detectors. That way we can be out of here for the tourists to come in tomorrow." Ximenes wasn't talking to me directly. In fact, he wasn't talking to anyone specifically, more like thinking out loud so we all could hear. After looking up and down the formidable steep and narrow steps, he sighed deeply. "It's going to be rough carrying everything up these," he commented. He turned to address his men. "Okay, boys, time to gear up. It'll be like endurance training." Turned out the bags had more in them than guns. The men with Ximenes had also brought what appeared to be body armor, vests, arm and leg sheaths, and helmets with tinted goggles. All I could think was how hot they were going to be. I could already see sweat stains on their backs just from the trek to get here. It also seemed unneeded. Hadn't Ximenes determined that they were here for reconnaissance? If all they were going to do was install unobtrusive cameras, what's with the combat gear? And I didn't see any surveillance cameras, just body cams and head mics. This whole situation was already weird, but now my sense of betrayal was on high. I was even concerned about my own well-being, and not from whoever was supposedly hiding in the ruins. Two of the men had taken off their concealed shoulder holsters, presumably because they wouldn't be accessible under the vests, and exchanged the pistols for rifles. I thought about asking to borrow one of the guns, but decided not to let on I was worried. Instead, I watched as the men stowed the superfluous weapons in their bags, which otherwise were now completely empty. When the soldiers, there was no denying it now, were completely suited up, they donned their helmets, adjusted their body cams, and checked their communications by talking to one another. When all seemed ready, Ximenes turned to me. I would guess he was wondering whether to leave me standing at the base of the pyramid or take me along. He paused for a second, then decided. "You stay here," he said. That was okay with me. I watched as they began trudging up the steep, narrow steps, and when they were completely preoccupied with their task, I stepped over and took a pistol out of one of the bags and put the holster on under my shirt. The gun was an automatic, a 9mm of some kind, and I could tell there was a round in the chamber. I thought about it for a moment, then switched off the safety. The men fanned out left and right along the steps without being told. Ximenes wasn't carrying a weapon in his hands, and the two soldiers nearest him had their rifles hanging on their backs. But the two guys on the wings had their rifles shouldered and pointed towards the top of the pyramid. Their steps were careful and deliberate, and all were very practiced, fit, and capable at their jobs. I again wondered who these people were. They didn't seem like police, nor did they have any three-letter agency acronyms emblazoned on their clothing. Some kind of special ops, though, because Ximenes had pull and seemed well connected, whatever or whoever he worked for. Ximenes turned back towards me. "I've changed my mind. We may need you up here," he yelled down at me. They were 4 or 5 meters away already, but I'd easily catch up walking up the steps at a normal pace. I subconsciously touched the gun hidden under my shirt, worried that the bulge might be visible. Thought about putting it back, but Ximenes was still looking at me. I started climbing. The stone steps were rough but stable. All the restoration on these buildings had been thorough, especially where the tourists were allowed to go. The mortar was certainly modern. There was a lot of controversy if turning ruins into tourist attractions was right or moral, but I never saw anything wrong with it. It even gave actual descendants of the Maya a connection and pride in their history that they hadn't had in 1,000 years, and the temple we were climbing to was remarkable in any age. A shot rang out. There was no way to tell where it came from because of the echo that was continuing to ring. The next noise was one of the men falling, the one on the far right. I could see his helmet had been penetrated just above the man's goggles. Before anyone could react, a second shot blasted, and the man on the far left went flying backwards. Whoever was shooting at us must be above us in the temple. We were caught not quite to the top. "Return fire and run for cover behind that terrace wall just above us," Ximenes yelled. His remaining 2 men immediately started firing at the temple. I flinched each time a chip was blasted off the ancient stone walls, but knew they had seen much worse. I followed along behind, running up the last few steps as fast as I could, hoping not to get shot, but not really afraid. Too much adrenaline flowed through my blood for that. I hadn't quite caught up with them when the shooting started, so I was the last one to dive over the top step and take cover behind the low wall that surrounded the temple. When I finally had the presence of mind enough to look around, I saw Ximenes motioning me towards him. I considered staying where I was until help arrived, but decided he knew more about keeping alive than me, so I crawled towards him, making sure not to expose any part of my body. "Fire is coming from the doorways," Ximenes whispered to me when I got close enough. "Follow us out of the line of sight." Ximenes' last men were already 10 meters away. They had stopped firing their weapons when they took cover. There had been no other shots from the temple. I just hoped it was a lone gunman, and they really were inside the temple, and not just now positioning their attack from a new location that would put me in their sights. I didn't lift my head above the wall to see, but I did look at the pyramids behind and around me, which showed no signs of snipers on their summits. I considered what would happen now, and where would I go if it did. I sure didn't know, and hoped Ximenes had some plan. Then it dawned on me how odd this situation was, that I should be afraid, but I wasn't. In fact, a calmness had settled over my consciousness. Not the adrenaline-related fight-or-flight response I'd been taught about and even experienced before in stressful situations. This was the total opposite. Whatever chemical was coursing through my brain, it made me more competent to defend myself, not less. It occurred to me that all fighting men must experience life-or-death circumstances in this way. Otherwise, how could coherent battles be fought? Who would stand in harm's way fearlessly unless they had accepted their fate and moved on to taking some of the enemy with them? Only soldiers could have learned this lesson firsthand, and I wasn't a soldier. "Call him," Ximenes instructed me. I looked blankly at him. "Door?" I asked incredulously. "And say what?" "Say it's you and you want to talk." I paused for a moment, looking for danger in that suggestion. Couldn't discern any. "Door!" I yelled, still not putting my head over the short wall. "It's me, Mooney." I could hear the echo of my shouting reverberating off the sides of the pyramid. Mooney, Mooney, Mooney. It was odd hearing my name chirped like a bird. Nothing. We waited at least a full minute, but there was no response. "Do it again," Ximenes said. "If it is Door, and if he would have listened, he would have answered," I responded. Ximenes considered my logic and must have agreed, because he took his attention off of me and crawled to the other 2 men and began whispering to them. "Give me a rifle," he said to one, who did without hesitation. All 3 men looked confident and competent of their abilities. I wouldn't want to be the person in that building. I hoped and wished it wasn't Door. Ximenes continued his orders. "Crawl around to the sides of that building out of sight. Then I'll lay down some suppressive fire so that you can leave cover and make your way close to the doorway. Count for 3 seconds, which is when I'll stop shooting. Then each of you run around the corner, throw a grenade into the opening, and get the hell out of there." The 2 men nodded, saying nothing. One motioned which way he was going, and the other went the opposite. I watched them shimmy their ways about 15 meters to either side of the temple opening, and signaled okay with their hands when they were ready. Ximenes returned the gesture, then he looked at me. "Cover your ears," he said. Ximenes looked back at his men, held his right hand up for them to see a 3-fingered peace sign, then he counted, deliberately folding each finger down until only a fist remained. That was when all hell broke loose. Ximenes placed the rifle over the wall and began firing into the temple's opening. He must have switched to fully automatic because the rate of fire was like something out of the movies. I had my hands over my ears, but it was still loud enough to hurt. His 2 men leaped from their safe position and ran to slam their backs against the wall of the temple, one to either side. After 3 seconds, the gunfire stopped, and the 2 men rushed to the opening, each tossing something through the doorway. Then they ran back to take cover, just before there was an explosive flash inside the temple, and smoke belched out through the opening. The 2 men had taken refuge again from where they started their assault, their heads down. Neither looked injured. Except for crackling coming from inside the building, probably debris damage falling from the walls and ceiling, there was silence otherwise. I flinched intellectually when I realized the damage just committed on the priceless artifacts inside, and hoped being made of 1,000-year-old stone blocks kept it to a minimum, plus restoration to help bring it back to tourist-friendly. It surprised me that's what I thought of first, and not that Dorr might have been killed and his blood was soaking into the floor as we cowered outside. The smoke had dissipated, and on the outside everything appeared just as it had before. I couldn't even see any bullet holes. Ximenes was talking in his regular voice over his headset. "Any signs?" he asked his men. I couldn't hear the response, but guessed it was negative because Ximenes was nodding his head in satisfaction. He pulled a small pair of binoculars from his front pocket and popped his head above the wall, just enough to look through them into the temple opening. He peered inside for half a minute, then looked around the rest of the top of the pyramid and up to the observatory on the second floor. "It looks clear," he said into his mic. I could see that the other men had binoculars too and were looking around their respective areas. Everything was normal now, as if nothing untoward had happened in the past 15 minutes. Even the bird and insect noise had returned. The two soldiers, security agents or whatever they were, had crawled back behind the safety of the wall. No one seemed to know what to do next. There was no change inside the chamber, but then there never had been. "What now?" I finally asked. Ximenes shrugged slightly. "Are you sure this is where the shots were coming from?" I asked. I could tell Ximenes was considering the possibility that he'd been blowing up an empty room, except for the priceless artifacts inside, of course. I'd had enough and stood up, exposing myself to whoever was inside, if there was anybody inside, and if they were still alive, which I seriously doubted. "Get down," Ximenes ordered. I ignored him and stepped over the short wall. I walked over to the doorway, not even trying to protect myself in any way. I even walked over at my usual pace, as if this was just another sunny day in paradise. However, my nerve abandoned me just before I went inside, so I stood just outside the opening looking in and listened. Nothing. The sound of a tomb, which it probably was if anyone indeed was inside. I could smell the acrid sulfur smoke from the explosives. There was little natural light, and my eyes didn't adjust because I was still standing in the sun. I could make out the throne. Its unmistakable shape didn't look damaged, at least not noticeably from where I was standing. "Door?" I called softly. I didn't know which I feared worse, getting a response or not. Ximenes must have decided it was safe, or at least that whatever a civilian like me could do, he could do better, because he came up behind me and was looking into the chamber over my shoulder. "See anything?" he asked. "Same as you," I replied. Ximenes' men were peering over the low wall watching us. Ximenes turned and waved for them to join us. They looked at each other, then casually stood up, each holding a rifle. I could hear one of them talking, probably to Ximenes through the headset. "We're going inside," Ximenes answered the question. The two men approached slowly, rifles out, pointing into the opening. They came up to stand one on either side of Ximenes. They kept their rifles aimed inside. "Anything?" one of them asked. "Nothing," Ximenes responded. "When we go inside, if anything moves, kill it." That got my attention. "What?" I exclaimed. "Anybody still alive in there is going to require medical attention. It would be murder, and what if it's Dorr?" "That option expired a long time ago," Ximenes replied coldly. "He was going down before, and now he's killed 2 more of my guys. Who do you think has to tell their families? This is going to end now," he said with finality, "if it already hasn't." My whole perspective solidified in the worst possible way. Ximenes and his 2 men advanced past me, just starting to go through the opening in the thick stone walls, their rifles at their shoulders pointing towards the throne. "Mooney, is that you?" came a soft voice from somewhere inside the temple. I didn't hesitate. I instantly took the pistol from the holster under my shirt and shot both of the armed men in the back of the head. I don't have a lot of experience firing guns at close range, but they were so close that I just pointed at their helmets and fired, leaving bullet-sized holes. It took only a fraction of a second. The bodies fell to the ground like rag dolls. The bangs from my shots fired were deafening. I could smell sulfur and smoke. Surprised, Not yet knowing what was going on, Ximenes turned around to face me. I shot him right between the eyes. The expression on his face immediately went blank, and he toppled over backwards. I don't think he even knew what happened. I hoped not. I didn't want him to think he'd been made a fool by me. It wasn't like I'd planned it. My body just took over. 1 second I was a mild bystander at a travesty underway, and the next I was an avenging angel. I didn't have any personal animosity towards him. It was simply his cavalier attitude towards my sister's life. Ximenes's body lay crumpled on the ground between the two guards. I waited a moment to see if any of them were still alive, but obviously none were. Blood had already started to pool under their heads. I found it odd that I was pleased that I had performed the executions efficiently and effectively. I put the pistol back in the holster and called out. "Don't shoot," I said in a voice just above normal, but clearly audible in the now silent chamber. "It's me." I walked through the opening, stepping over the bodies, into the gloom, waited for my eyes to adjust. The only thing in the room was the bejeweled throne. It looked unaffected by all the violence. Air had to be behind it because there was literally nowhere else to hide. I walked closer. "Air?" I whispered. "Mooney?" she answered. I quickly walked around so that I could see behind the throne. Air lay there. She was dressed in Kevlar, which must have absorbed most of the blast, but she appeared to be gravely injured. She was on a tarp, and there was a dark pool under both her legs. A sniper rifle lay next to her. It was just like the one Dan had sold Dor. I rushed to her side, grabbed her hands, looked into her eyes. She smiled back at me. "Mooney," she said simply, love in her voice. "I'm so glad to see it's you." "We've got to get you to a hospital," I told her. "There's no time," she replied calmly. I thought perhaps the blood loss was affecting her cognitive abilities and began to try and figure out who to call. Would 911 work here? But Air reached up and took the phone out of my hand. "I've got to tell you what's going on," she said. I just looked down at her, not knowing what else to do. "Dor called me. He was out of his mind," she began. "He wanted me to come down here and help him. He said he was involved in something evil and was in serious trouble." "Why'd he call you?" I asked, my feelings hurt. Air knew I was really asking why Dor hadn't called me. "You were taking care of his family," Air explained. "Plus he told me beforehand some of what's going on that he didn't tell you." "Why not?" I asked, even more sensitive to why he didn't confide in me too. "Because you've never been in the service," she said flatly. I guess there was some kind of special camaraderie from that, but it didn't explain why he thought I wouldn't understand. Air must have saw the confusion and disappointment in my face. "He knew he was going to kill people, and he didn't want you to know about it," she answered my unasked question. "We don't have much time, and I've got a lot to say." Air's manner indicated I needed to shut up and listen. "I came down here on the first flight, and Dor was hiding out in a local hotel. When I found him, he was in terrible condition, jonesing for a drug the people he worked for had been giving him. He'd become desperate, buying anything and everything he could off the streets: tar, heroin, cocoa leaf, poppy straw, quat. But what he really needed was more of what he was hooked on, something unique. And down here was where they got the ingredients to make it. But the new government is enforcing restrictions on them. The people Dor works for didn't like that, so they had brought him to kill the people in charge, maybe even topple the whole government. Dor had had enough. He knew they were addicting other men like himself, and decided to take out the people he worked for instead." "But where is he, and why are you shooting people?" I asked the obvious question. "Dor's dead," Air said simply. "Whatever that drug was they hooked him on, it was so addictive he could never get off of it, and he'd been gone too long. He died in my arms." "But why didn't you tell me then?" I asked. "Because I knew why Dor had called me, and it wasn't to nurse him back to health." "He expected you to take over the killing?" I asked. It dawned on me that that must have been the gap in time between the killings. "Dor gave me a list," Air explained. "I wanted to complete the mission. I understood my sister's allegiance to my brother." Air's voice was getting softer and softer. They can't find my body. They've got to think it's still him. That's why I put down this piece of plastic under me so that I won't leave evidence for a DNA analysis. I didn't know they were going to come with so many men. I don't know how they found me. Was that you? I felt too guilty to answer her. They deserved it, she said, barely audible. Air's breathing became more labored, and soon it stopped altogether. Still on my knees, I leaned over and embraced her one last time. They still do, I said into the emptiness, meaning it. I simply sat there for a couple more hours before wrapping her up in the plastic and burying her body in the jungle. This, I thought, was the worst day of my life. I'd lost my sister and my brother, and both my parents were already gone. I was almost alone now, except I still had Tara and my nephews waiting for me, but a reunion would have to wait, because I had a job ahead of me, though I had no doubt that I would return to them. It was a confidence I could feel in my very core. It came from my newly found sense of purpose, something I thought I'd never find. Didn't even know if such a thing existed, but it does, and I had one. The dead men I left where they'd fallen, but my supposed friend, Ximenes, whom I'd killed in cold blood, I laid on his back on the jaguar throne, his heart cut out. It took a while and was overly messy because I didn't know what I was doing, but I figured I'd get better at it. A thin trail of dried blood issued out of the bullet hole in his forehead, and his eyes were open, but I didn't care. I was immune to shame and regret. I found the list and took Air's weapons with me, leaving nothing telltale behind. No one would ever know exactly what and who had happened here, but they'd know one thing. The reputation of Dorado Buenaventura would be mythical. Chapter 18. Kumku. It is not good to deny anything to your parents, because at the end of our life we will suffer ticks. Maya proverb. Nuchpatin, 1697. The Popol Vuh is a single long poem that recounts the creation of the world. It is an ible, an instrument of sight, and known as the Book of the Mat because of the woven mats that people sit on to hear the words recited in the council house, whose stone lintels are also engraved in a woven pattern. It tells the legend of the hero twins and history of the Kayich kingdom. Hunhunapu, the god of maize, Jakowitz, god of mountains, Kukulkan and Kuekimats, the feathered serpent gods of war and vision. A priest would read from the book in a lyrical chant. This is the beginning of the ancient word, the potential and source for everything, the light that came from beside the sea, the account of our place in the shadows to see the dawn of life. At first, the gods made 4 men who were good people, handsome, with looks of the male kind. Thoughts came into existence, and they gazed. Their vision came all at once. Perfectly they saw. Perfectly they knew everything under the sky, around in the sky, on the earth. Everything was seen without any obstruction. As they looked, their knowledge became intense. Their sight passed through trees, through rocks, through lakes, through seas, through mountains, through plains. This troubled the gods, who understand that humans should not have the same gifts as their creators. They'll become as great as gods unless they procreate, proliferate at the sowing, the dawning, unless they increase. Let it be this way. Now we'll take them apart just a little. So the gods changed the nature of their works. They were blinded as the face of a mirror is breathed upon. Their vision flickered. Now it was only from close up that they could see what was there with any clarity. And such was the loss of the means of understanding, along with the means of knowing everything. The Popol Vuh was written when the old knowledge was threatened with extinction, so copies were hidden from the Christian conquerors. But the Maya believed the Spanish bishop, Diego de Landa, who said he wanted to learn the knowledge for himself, and they voluntarily showed him their books, an honor not accorded any other Christian missionary. Unfortunately, their trust was misplaced in the bishop because he betrayed them, calling the Popol Vuh's very existence sacrilege because only the message of Jesus Christ, our Savior, was the one true religion. Landa then went on a quest to destroy all copies of the Popol Vuh, and directed those under his command to gather every last one. Bishop de Landa wrote to the governor of Mexico, "We found a large number of books, and as they contained nothing in them which were not superstitions and lies of the devil, we burned them all, which the Maya regretted to an amazing degree, and which caused them much affliction. In the same night we also burned thousands of statues and paintings." The governor took note. The Maya obviously needed to have been shown an example of the righteousness of the Spanish, and that could be demonstrated through might. Almost all Maya people and culture had been subjugated to Christ over the past decades, but a single pagan city remained which could no longer be tolerated. The last independent Maya kingdom, Najpatan, was isolated and fortified on an island in the Piton Basin. No bridges connected the island to the mainland, and the city was entirely cut off from the outside world, its only contact being the Itza cities of Chacacat, Chich, and Chacan on the western edge of the lake. Despite this, Najpatan served as the religious and political center for the Itza Maya. It contained 21 temples and its 60,000 commoners huddled on densely packed streets while the royalty lived lavishly in their palaces. Najpatan was targeted by courts, but upon reaching the shore of Lake Itzapitan, he was welcomed by the Maya king, who was so impressed by courts that he promised to convert to Christianity. Feasts were held. Quartz was mollified and left them unmolested. Later, when friars journeyed there intent on converting the populace, they found a statue of Quartz horse being worshipped as a god. The friars were incensed and smashed the statue to pieces. This led to a heated confrontation with the Maya, who captured and sacrificed the friars. The Maya were no longer interested in Christianity. In response, 60 Spanish soldiers returned to submit Najpatan, but were met by 2,000 Itza warriors. The Spanish force was overwhelmed, and those that weren't slaughtered were taken prisoner and sacrificed. Najpatan became an embarrassment to the Spanish. Spanish Basque conquistador Martin de Ursua y Arismendi, who started his military career as a lawyer in Mexico City, but because of his competence, stern demeanor, and devotion to Jesus Christ, had been given the governorship of Yucatan if he could finally subdue Najpatan. His command arrived at the western shore of the lake with 235 Spanish soldiers and 120 native laborers. Heavy cannons were deployed, and Ursua ordered a gaylota, a 12-oared warboat that was capable of carrying 114 men, a light cannon, and 4 mortars, to be constructed. When they finished, there were no large tress remaining within half a day's march of their position. Seeing this, the Itza Maya sued for peace, having just defeated the neighboring Kawaj kingdom, but in so doing had greatly diminished their fighting strength. A delegation of priests and the nobility from both parties agreed the Maya king would journey across the lake in 3 days to finalize a treaty with the Spanish, but the 3 days passed and the king had failed to appear. This was not the first time the Maya had intentionally misled the Spanish negotiators, and so they were not surprised when they noted that the Itza were amassing for battle on the shoreline outside Najpatan, many hundreds of warriors, none of which seemed ready for a peaceful surrender. March 10, 1697 was the last day of Najpatan and of an independent Maya. Governor Ursua had had enough. After a Spanish bombardment of the island caused heavy casualties among the city's defenders, he launched the gaylota at the same time as the Itza Maya armada of canoes came in their direction. The canoes were annihilated by the gaylota rowing through their lines, crushing the small boats, throwing the Maya warriors into the water. Initially, Ursua tried to maintain order among his men, but the soldiers continued shooting the defenseless, floundering Maya. The Spanish conquistadors are the most brutal of men, much worse than soldiers of the line, superhuman almost compared to the Maya warriors because only the most ruthless and enduring survive. Civilized people do not understand just how lethal a man forged in hardship and difficulty can become in exhibiting extreme violence, even nonchalant about dealing death. Families of new soldiers have witnessed the transformation of their once innocent boys who returned from war anything but. They took no prisoners, held no quarter, and would conquer whoever was in their path. There was never a question that these Spanish killing machines, all decked out in steel armor and weapons, indestructible and berserker, would triumph over the Stone Age Maya. Ursua, with the pomp of a governorship, had brought horses into the city to triumphantly ride to the king's pyramid and occupy the throne, thereby establishing his ultimate authority, but none of what he saw along the way met his expectations, contrary to a supplicating population bowing to his leadership. Instead, he witnessed a people already defeated before even his arrival to the Piton. The buildings at the outskirts of the city were completely destroyed. Bodies were strewn everywhere, some from the shelling, most from what could only be disease, smallpox by the look of it. From what could be seen, only women and children remained, some still screaming in agony from their wounds. The smell of putrefaction was overwhelming. Ursua called his interpreter to him. "What happened here?" he asked brusquely. The interpreter kept his neck bent, his eyes down when addressing the governor. "What do you mean, my lord?" he asked, not understanding what his commander wanted to know. "Why are they all dead?" Ursua asked, somewhat perturbed. "The city is cursed," the interpreter replied. "Where are the men?" "The warriors are all dead," the interpreter said simply. "Killed by your soldiers long ago." "Then why wasn't the city occupied by the Spanish already?" Ursua asked, somewhat surprised. Because of the sickness, the interpreter explained, only the foolish would enter a city condemned by the gods to death. The veiled insult was lost on prospective Governor Ursua, who silently rode with his troop through the stone-covered streets towards the rectangular pyramid in the center of the city. Beside him on horseback rode Captain Alvarez, and behind them on foot were the vanguard of the troops he had brought with them on the landing ships, but it seemed their skills were not going to be needed. Nor was their presence intimidating to the intended audience, seeing as how most of them were dead or dying already. The number of bodies increased, and as impossible as it seemed, the smell became more putrid. The causeway they were marching along was lined with more and more corpses. Most disturbing was that almost all of these were children, naked and brutally mutilated. When Ursua's troop reached the base of the pyramid, they could get no closer because the entire area around the stairway and even a considerable distance up the stairs was scores of mutilated corpses. Mostly children, but many grown women were among the pile of dead human flesh. Ursua and Captain Alvarez peered upward, their hands shielding their eyes, to the pyramid's top silhouetted against the sun. Use your telescope if you can in this glare, Ursua instructed the captain. Captain Alvarez took the brass instrument from his saddlebag and held it to his eye. He had to obscure half of the lens at the end to block the sun, but he looked through it for a long time. What do you see? Asked Ursua inquisitively. This is too gruesome and despicable to describe, Captain Alvarez replied tentatively. Alvarez handed the spyglass to his governor. You will need to make your own determination, he said, disgust in his voice. Ursua held the long tube to his own right eye. What he beheld shook him to his very core. Above, around a stone altar, stood a covey of what he assumed were Maya priests. Four were holding down his small boy, while a fifth was pulling his small, still-beating heart from the child's chest. What is going on up there? Ursua called out in alarm. The governor motioned for his local translator to him. Why are they killing the children? He asked. To get the gods' attention, the translator responded. Why in God's name? Ursua exclaimed, appalled at the idea. If they are successful, the gods will protect the city from you, the translator explained. Protect them from us, Ursua said indignantly. They need to be protected from themselves. Captain, Ursua commanded, take your men and put an end to this abomination. Captain Alvarez forcefully saluted his commander. With pleasure, my lord, he replied, anger in his eyes. The captain dismounted his horse and waved for his men to follow him up the pyramid. The climb up the steep steps was challenging for large men wearing heavy armor and carrying swords, blunderbusses, and ammunition pouches, but they were motivated by rage. Some of the priests at the top of the pyramid shot arrows down on them, but the darts bounced harmlessly of their iron helms and breastplates. Other priests threw their own bodies at the soldiers, but were simply grabbed, and the life quickly strangled out of them. When the conquistadors reached the plateau, what in any other situation would have been called a bloodbath ensued, except in this gruesome case it was the halting of one. Several of the men hacked at the priests over and over after they were obviously dead. Others searched the temple looking for any that might be hiding, killing all they found. The high priest, easily discernible by his elaborate headdress and the amount of blood covering every inch of his body and soaking his garments, was captured. There were no surviving sacrificial victims. The priests had hurriedly killed them before succor could arrive. Captain, one of the soldiers holding the high priest called, asking what they should do with their captive. As you wish, Alvarez replied coldly. With that condonement, the soldiers simultaneously slaughtered the priest, cutting off his head and limbs, and throwing them down the steps to fall on the stack of his victims. When the high priest's head bounced off the pile of bodies and landed on the ground next to Governor Ursua's horse, he looked down on it, a sneer on his face. Remarkably, the city had gone silent. Nobody moved. No birds flew overhead. No animal stirred. Even the insects halted their incessant whirring. It was as if God was making a snapshot in time, this instant signaling the indubious end of a once great empire, one of the greatest the world had ever known. The soldiers, having ensured that nothing living still existed at the top of the pyramid, climbed down its steps and fanned out under Captain Alvarez's direction. Any grown man they encountered, they killed, and many of the women for allowing this sacrilege to occur. The sounds of clanking armor and the wailing of victims rang throughout the vicinity. Western civilization, however brutal and murderous it was, could not countenance this other kind of violence, especially of the innocent, and they certainly could not fathom how such a civilization had continued to thrive for thousands of years. When the men had sated their bloodlust, they returned to the presence of Ursua, still astride his warhorse. Captain Alvarez, what have you to report? The now governor of Najpatan asked, smugness in every word. The captain replied in similar satisfaction, they're all dead.